onto one, and as the chase continues, trying to find this finish, the Sunstrike hits! Ame in trouble! Ame low! Ame, get out of there! Save Private Ame! He's gotta run, but there's nowhere left to run! They get the finish off the back of another beautiful Sunstrike from no one.
It's just the confidence there from P-Vision. They just know they don't have anything to stop us. We can just keep on chasing. So many times that's the moment where it gets turned around on you. Like, they're going upstairs into a Bristleback who's already survived so much, and they just don't care. They recognize there's not enough damage here. They don't have an answer for us. We can just run them over.
Very strong performance. And again, it's still only 1,000 gold separating these two teams, but look at all these summons they have to deal with.
Because XM's getting like 400 gold right now as he kills summons in the mid lane. That's why it's so close.
That was 243 gold for killing 3 of those, so it is a bit of an issue for P-Vision. Keeping it close by virtue of feeding away gold. And the other thing was, that, to me at least, Ame getting a bit too big for his britches there on the Bristleback.
Well,
you know, he plays against it all the time, and he's like, every time they do this to me, I'm fine. They're fine.
Yeah, exactly, right? I mean, now you can see he's the one who has to go for the Nullifier now.
Oh, yeah.
Which, I don't know, doesn't feel that great to me, I'm not going to lie. But someone has to do it, so he's going to be getting it. The problem is that you get bonus damage and movement speed per stack. You don't get attack speed. So, like, he's adding all this flat damage, you know, but it's not that threatening, you know?
Right.
Just as a count on what he's getting with the combination of Warpath.
Eventually, if we end up seeing XXS go towards an Aghanim Scepter, maybe that's something that can help with it. Already has the AC done on the Lycan, so...
I like this idea. If he's forced to go Nullifier, I think that's only fair that XXS buys the eggs.
Yeah.
I agree.
Oh!
See, that's level 2. It's louder.
Oh, that's good. Very nice. No one getting in on the action, too. Smoke up. Many heroes heading up to the north side of the map.
XM showing mid as well, right? He's trying to sell that they are not coming to contest this.
Tormentor over to the side. They see the creep.
But he's waiting for the rune. All right, can XM get something to give them a good fight here? It's an illusion. That's not it.
A good thing to save the silence. The howl out. That signals their charge forward. DM already a little bit low, backing away in his Centaur forms. 9 Class has dropped the Wukong's command that the wraparound is happening. XM jumps, finds CM. It's not always great to go on the Centaur at the start, but they don't have another great target. There's 9 Class, turns now, wants to find something. Satanic hunting now onto the Disruptor. Can they chase down this bug? XXS getting controlled off to the side by DM. He's low, but they're trying to kill Satanic. XXS gets out. Satanic, not so lucky. Can they find more? XM, low on mana, can't break it. Yes, he does! 3 dead for P-Vision, and XG up the hill for the Tormentor.
Oh, finally getting themselves a win here as they head over to this objective. A Sunstrike will come through, but it's not going to catch anybody. So into the Tormentor kill they will go. XM goes right back to the mid with 9 Class lurking nearby. They might get themselves something here.
Low on mana, low on mana. XM in some trouble. Can he zip away? Get some separation, and with the TPs coming in, that stops the movement. Xinkyu already has...
Oh, Xinkyu.
Oh, Xinkyu, no! He's low. But can they kill off no one? With Ame here, they have enough damage, but do they have the control? The save is coming in, and the Sunstrike! Oh, XM almost dead! XM trying to get away, and XM is gone! It comes at a cost, but they do get the no-one kill.
Okay, they've still got a decent lead here, and now 9 Class as well. This is going to work out well for XG if they still get this to the end.
Can he jump away in time? I mean, Ame instead chasing over Ducal is just looking for a 2-hit, but P-Vision are getting away for the moment on the supports, the channel, but it's not going to stop the hits. Ame coming in strong.
All right, showing some signs of life here. They get the Tormentor. They get a little defense before eventually losing XM, but they're able to trade for a couple of kills, so it still comes out net positive for them. And it's Ame who's getting the lion's share of these benefits. Will he commit for the Nullifier? Is that going to be his plan here? And XXS for now going towards that BKB. Wants to have the ability to actually just like play through these engagements. And you imagine Satanic, yeah, thinking the same thing. After that fight, getting stuck inside the Static Sword, he was almost able to fight his way out with the Incapacitating Bite in combination with going for the Insatiable Hunger, but it wasn't enough.
Well, some of that too shows the value of having these two really quick heroes in the Lycan and the Storm Spirit, and they were kind of able to pull the fight apart for P-Vision and just sort of isolate that Broodmother left alone. We'll see if they can do that again on XG as they are smoked up with 4. Ame showing on the lane as they head into the triangle.
They got lots of sentries, lots of dust to deal with this Glimmer, to deal with this Invoker. And they're just going to start out on Roche. Now, 9 class is nearby. Sunstrike comes in. Crowd howls. That's level 3. Good work. Good job. I'll tell you when it's level 4. Then you got to get really loud.
And an Aegis onto Ame as XG. They will lose the mid tower, but Ducalis is going to pay the price for this one. They even dropped the Static Storm down as they glimpse, pull him back in, but Tornado is there, Sunstrike to follow. Damage out,
He's okay.
Oh, baby.
That Manta coming in clutch there. Ame now dominating as he walks away with a kill, an Aegis, and a Nullifier.
It's got to be frustrating, though, that that's the position 5. You're running him down, trying to find that kill, and it's so difficult to make happen. That's true. They did make it happen. You're not wrong. I would just be angry.
Yeah, P-Vision, though, choosing to kind of take this slow, right? Like, I think ever since they decided to go for the double auras on DM is kind of what they've resigned themselves to, is the inability to actually go for any aggressive plays, really.
Right.
It's been pretty slow paced because of that. They don't have that Blink Dagger initiation. He's going back for it now, but it's still going to take a little while. And I think XG has done a good job of taking advantage of that, kind of forcing these objectives. There's not a great way for P-Vision to start these fights. And even though if they have these visions from like the Helm Creeps, the Spiders, they have their own vision with the Wolves, that they're able to just like find these good fights and take them. And also XM playing really defensively, playing around this Orchid really well.
Well, and I do wonder now that DM is, getting his way towards that Blink Dagger, how much that's going to change the complexion of these fights. Are P-Vision going to be able to get that back line jumped upon? Will we see a little bit better engagements for them? Because while XG is winning right now, they're controlling the tempo, they have this Aegis, they don't have a tremendous gold lead. It's not something that's insurmountable right now.
Important. It is level 4 Howl.
Oh, there you go.
So the next Howl needs to be really loud.
You guys ready out there?
I'm
proud?
just saying,
Get ready for a big Howl.
When it happens, I want to hear it really loud and proud, okay?
To be honest, they're better at hearing it when I am. They know. On the lookout.
Oh, and it's nighttime. That's a buff as well.
Oh, howl it up!
Oh, that's good.
The crowd is into it. 9 class goes down.
I think it's what's empowering these kills,
Ame jumped upon BKB, held. He has that Aegis still. Are P-Vision going to stick around, or is this going to be a quick snipe? It's like they're going to call it. There.
Now, of course, there had to be the question, though. Ooh. At what point do we find a break? Right? Because it is a bristleback, and it is currently being worked on now by Satanic. Oh, sorry, I take that back. He's going Bloodthorn instead. He was leaning towards the Silver Edge, has decided against it. Because honestly, even without the break, he is falling pretty quickly, right?
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Don't lose your voices now.
That's a good point. We got a long time.
Got a long day. It's every 16 seconds.
And to be honest, the way these games are going, this is not going to be the last Lycan match that we see. It's going to be around for a while.
An unfortunate reality.
I do that with my dogs sometimes. They got all they
get pretty amped up.
I know. That's great. Sometimes. That's how you know there's still some of that feral blood in them.
Much like there is in XXS.
Absolutely. Oh! I need to stop. I'm gonna lose my voice.
All right, DM.
Thinks about killing the hero, realizes that's impossible, so instead tries to kill the Croaker. Now they turn on to the real hero, and with Ame here, they actually have enough damage. Forced to go for that Stampede, but the pullback in is there. Cataclysm ain't gonna happen.
I mean, he is just on an island. Absolutely no one nearby right now. As 9 class is being very annoying.
Just trying to be a tree. Don't mind me.
How well do you know your minimap?
You know what that is, too? That's like... It's like he got that huge Aegis steal before, and now he's trying to do it again. He's like, I just got to make it happen. I need one more.
He's going to have to wait a while, though.
Oh, yeah. It's going to be a bit. He's just, scouting it out for next time. That's what's happening here.
No, what if you got a Quelling Blade, cut the tree, and stood in its spot?
Oh, I like that.
Really just sell it, Some good cosplaying.
I mean, that could win you the game. You never know.
I mean, he's got the inventory for it. The guy, he just buys one item at a time, you know?
That's true.
Speaking of which, I believe his defusal is done. Once he can eventually get back to his side of the map to meet up with his courier, who's just sitting under the tier 2 mid. And that could become an issue for Ame, potentially. Although, his mana pool's all right at this point. It's almost up to 1,000.
Yeah, it's true. It's a strange one in a way, because you also have a lot of, activatables later on. I mean, I guess it's just mainly right now the BKB, but regardless, Blink Dagger is completed now for the Centaur. Oh, always so nice. Love to hear it. Satanic underneath a wolf.
All right, well, we're at 28 minutes.
Yes.
We've got, 14 more kills than last game. That's cool. Something like that. No one's really feeling too aggressive right now, Lyrical.
That's true. And we might just be waiting for the next Roche. If something happens, we'll let you guys know. But in the meantime, I want to hear from the crowd. How many out there think that XG is going to take this and we're going to Game 3?
XG fans? Ooh.
All right, now out in the crowd, how many think P-Vision is going to close this one out? I think they won 3 games. I feel it.
It's pretty even, I gotta say.
It is, honestly. I think people just like making noise. That's where the howl comes from.
That's fair. Yeah. You're not, yeah. Thank you.
That's good.
Yeah.
That was the loudest cheer of them all.
Yes.
They just love Lycan. You picked the perfect TI.
Yeah, you can do a good one if you're a Lycan fan, that's for sure. Ame's looking to change the game. He's going for the Abyssal Blade. He's almost got the recipe done. That, moving into an engagement, plus the Blink Dagger on DM. We got a couple different ways that these can now start. P-Vision, again, they're starting to play the Vision game, right? You're trying to battle up against this Lycan. You've got the gem.
Oh.
This monkey.
Satanic? Okay, no, they're just ganking spiders.
And remember, that still has 9-second BKB, so you don't want to waste this on anything too bad.
I think back to, again, that interview that we had this morning with Tundra going out and talking about this idea of what these top teams are doing, which is either taking risks or not taking risks.
Yeah.
And it feels like both of these teams are very risk averse right now, not wanting to give anything up for free.
Yeah, you want a lot of knowledge before you go in. Because even though they look kind of crazy game 1 on P-Vision, it wasn't really risky because they knew everything. Because they had all the vision, right? And right now, when they can get their vision and feel confident like this, they're very happy to step up. Alacrity Spider, look at this. Oh my gosh.
We're in daytime, tried to Manta dodge, doesn't happen, but does get pulled out. Now Glimpse back, in some trouble, jump forward, XM, trying to make things happen. Ame also hitting now onto that Spider, but all of the heals coming out from Ducalis, it stops the action in its tracks.
XSS is ready to chase though, he wants this.
5 heroes all grouped together for P-Vision. Do you run in with Ame? Is it a bit too scary? They're gonna hit creeps, kill creeps, still looking for heroes. DM there, glimpsed about 20 units.
Look at how they're just planting DM up front, right? He's just sitting at the top of these staircases, daring them to engage into them right now, and they just can't. There is almost a BKB done on XM. He's trying to get this done as fast as he can, because he wants it in case we start a fight in the Roche pit. We're gonna find out in 10 seconds how quick this Roche is. A really fast Roche would be great for P-Vision if it stops the Storm from getting a BKB first. Anything later than that, I'd say probably favors XG.
Let's see what the timing is. 2 minutes. That should be enough time for him to finish off this BKB and group up with his team again. So already out across the mark.
Tormentor. They do scan it. They know this is happening, but I mean, XM standing nearby holding a gem with a BKB on the way. There's no chance you're going to be able to get in there anywhere fast enough to stop it.
So BKB's completed now for all 3 of the cores of XG. And on the other side, we're still waiting for 1 BKB on Centaur. Has it eyed up at the moment. And less than 1,000 gold separating these 2 squads, anybody's game.
Yeah, Satanic trying to get the Silver Edge done as fast as he can as well. Try and give them a good answer versus Ame. See if they can catch him by surprise and just dump everything onto him and kill him.
And you know, if you have not seen Broodmother in a long time, a lot of people remember this hero as just like spider spam, you know, take down towers with it, don't really show up to fights. This is a whole new Spider right now. Incredibly strong right clicks, has a level 25 talent depending upon which way you want to go. That also lowers your BAT. It can be just an incredibly hard-hitting hero, and going now for that break option.
Yeah, and the reason why you see the Bloodthorn before the break is that Bloodthorn is one of like the most broken items on this hero. It just gives you an insane amount of damage in the right situation between yourself and your spiders. Plus, as you just saw, like Tormentors and stuff too, just fall instantly. So you definitely have the ability to just blow up heroes, not simply rat the map like the olden days.
That's going to be something to watch for. Is I think while we saw the early group up potential and taking towers that happen from XG, the later game shenanigans that can come out from P-Vision are going to be really hard to deal with.
I do think they have some of that as well on XG, though. Like, the Aghanims on XM, I think, could be a really big factor in this game. The Aghanims on the Lycan, this is a Sunstan game. You know, I heard him talk about his Aghanim being his favorite item. It's true. But
we got some claps out there. The crowd happy to see it so far.
We need Ags all over the place, though, on the side of XG. Except for Bristle. His is usually good, but with this build, you know, Ame's not really thinking Ags.
Smoke up with 5. XG as Roche respawns.
All right, they have the Wolf inside. Spot Satanic beginning it.
They know this is happening. Nobody else showing on the map.
Look at no one, though. He's just up here pushing with his helm, pushing into this tier 2 tower. What are you going to do now as XG?
You have to deal with one or the other.
Another Wolf goes in, sees that they're not there.
While top lane is pushing in, they're getting some damage onto that tower.
That tower is falling. It is done.
It's going to be gone. This is a problem for them because no one also is still sticking around. They can do this to the tier 3 top as well if it keeps them over here.
I feel like there's a world where they get frustrated and just send in Ame.
Yeah, I mean, they've got to do something. The current situation is XG losing the game by split push.
No, you can't, right? Like, there's wisdoms in a minute, right? You cannot just sit here. You have to find something else to do. That is a good reward, at the very least, for controlling mid. They will get an Arcane Rune on XM.
And meanwhile, that's happening. No one still pressuring in along this top side. Look at this damage.
Look at the spiders on the bottom half of the map.
Yeah.
They are just marching.
They're heading down.
The brood laughter.
Keeps that pressure on the bottom side. Ame shows up. Notably does not have his shard yet, which we often see on these bristlebacks.
Yeah, I think, again, it's just kind of the build, you know?
Yeah.
He's less concerned about stacks and quills and everything.
Now P-Vision gonna group together, see where they opt to make a move for. XXS is halfway to an Aghanim Scepter, and as Roche changes sides, now it's XG that might have the better angle towards the pit.
And there might be a different solution here from P-Vision, though. They are just shoving this bottom wave in. I mean, it's a classic answer to a team that when you think they're doing Roche, you simply start shoving their base, right? And they either respond or they get the Aegis, but you cannot just let this go undefended right now. Like, Roche is just getting to the pit now. They have to be so fast here.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to go down. They're going to get the Aegis, but how much do they lose in return? There is no way that you can come and contest that on the side of P-Vision and get there, but they are up on your high ground, starting to take this down. Cataclysm out, shows everybody still there. They're committing for the Aegis, but they've lost an entire set of racks.
Ooh.
A big trade.
You know, that's not the best trade deal, I would say.
I mean, once you're in that position, if you try and TP and defend, though, you do just die, so...
Oh, yeah, it's true. There wasn't really a great answer at that point, was there?
But regardless...
Wow, 100 FPS.
I wish I could get that.
I was going to say, Jesus. My golf clubs don't fit in the back of my Corvette.
As they will go for a quick disconnect and be reconnected in just a moment. Yeah, I mean, it's a tough situation, right? Because the ideal spot is that you are not having to make that choice between one or the other, but they had to commit, and that meant that, of course, you're going to lose your racks. No other great answer for them right there.
So demotivating when that happens, though.
Oh, yeah.
Like when you're forced to take such a bad trade.
I mean, I don't think it completely matters a ton for them, because they still have, like, you know, a great team fight potential. They're going to get the Ags soon on Lycan. There's a lot of answers they still have here. It's Brood reconnects. We're 36 minutes into this game. P-Vision takes the first lane of racks.
То есть 95
but not
тысяч.
pulling meaningfully ahead. What are the item tidings that you feel like either team is
Потенциально,
really
если
looking
это 3
to abuse here in this
знамени,
one?
For me, I'm looking towards XM getting some sort of a solution, whether it's
То
the
есть мы
Aghanims or whether it's the scythe that he's
9,
looking at. I think one of those two items is
15
massive for him,
6.
but he's a ways away, unfortunately. Oh, actually, no, that's no, that is his real goal. Never mind. Yeah, he's a ways away, unfortunately. Lycan, also, he is going for the boots of travel first,
Это рано.
so it also means the Aghanims is pretty far away, but that's because he has to deal with this bottom lane now. It's
Right.
likely the reason he has to go for this. Right now, XG look like they've just
На
fallen a little bit. You know, they've tricked.
65%.
Okay.
It's going to be a
Монет.
while, I think, before they're back up to itemization. It's going to make these fights feel really good, unless the fight somehow begins where Ame is like in the thick of it and wailing on somebody. Because if they actually secure their target, they don't have, you know, there's no depth shroud this game, and they've got the nullifiers on 2 heroes now to deal with this Pugna.
That's true. And a decent way for them.
50
Oh,
тысяч.
thank you so much. Love to hear that.
Или
It's
чё?
just like it's revitalizing, you know?
A little bit of a post-pause moment here where everyone kind of forgets where people are on the map, so just kind of move their way back a little bit here as we start crafting into that next round of neutral items. Ooh, got the Pyrrhic Cloak here on DM.
Okay. Seems like a pretty good answer. Obviously still has to run into the issues of the BKB, but once those are down, can do some good work.
Ame seems to love Satanic.
They
One of
miss
his go-to items.
multiple abilities onto Ame, and he is just going to walk this one off, obviously still hanging on to the Aegis. Perfectly comfortable with the current state of thing, and actually just Satanic's back up. I guess it's on a low enough cooldown. But I guess with this Aegis, there is this other thing that you could do on XG, which is just walk at buildings. We'll see if they decide to do that or if they're going to play it a little bit safer.
I'm curious what 9 Class does. He has 5,000 gold. He has a BKB queued up, but I don't know. I feel like he's going to go spicier. I feel like he's going to like buy a scythe or something and try and break one of these fights if he can get away with it.
100%.
For now, he's just jumping ahead, bringing creep. Look at this. They have 9 classes creep and DM's creep in the top lane, just grabbing these creep waves up here. Meanwhile, XM is at the base catching the farm there. They're pushing in through the mid. So they are successfully dealing with this a little bit. They also just don't have X success. So I don't know how far this push can really go.
Wow.
They planted the banner. I mean, he's got his boots of travel, so it's good that he's not
95%,
found by the Monkey King. He can get here.
Drops everything down. Ame low, not dead yet. He dodges away, but is eventually gonna die. Wait, he didn't get a BKB! Didn't pop anything. The storm is gone, and now Ame, he's in the ice wall. What has happened? This was not the way this was supposed to go for XG, and Ame just stuck here to the side, forced back away a second time.
I believe he was not supposed to get hexed. That's probably the issue there.
Oh, jeez.
As no one just catches him out, and that's the end of his life.
You remember what I said about taking chances, trying out new things? The BKB reaction from Satanic. And in the meantime, 9 Class jumped in, but immediately had to stop. Ducalis is already gone, though. Ame, can he survive through this? Oh, the hit Satanic, he takes him down. Does so much damage. And while 9 Class might be chasing, he's got the creep right on Xinq's back. And the squirrel is gonna be brought down. The Hex reaction is there. XG, they don't know what hit him.
Yeah, the fight ends just the way it started. Just a little sight there from no one. And kind of turning this idea of XG, thinking they can force something, into a whole lot of problems.
And they just got Aegis, and now they're walking up to high ground, and they don't have Ame. He's supposed to be the person standing out front, stopping this push from happening. 60 seconds before he's back up again. I mean, they might need to buy back on the hoodwink. Actually, I don't even know if that stops it.
I certainly don't think it would.
Oh, no. P-Vision open up a tremendous hole here in the defenses. Ame 1,800 gold away from buyback. I don't know if you would have wanted to anyways, but it shows what happens when this P-Vision lineup gets a victory. They immediately can start running down lanes.
I think the good news for XG is that there's so much gold on P-Vision, I don't think they want to push this right now.
Static Storm, Aghanim Scepter is done for the Disruptor. Can they find the target though? They need to get something. Static Storm down, they got him. But do they have the damage to kill? All the heals are there. It's not going to be enough. They take down Satanic. What a masterclass there from X-Nova, who will be punished now. XM in the meantime gets hit as wide. They do have buyback on the Storm. Ame TP's right in the middle of all of them. Forces back P-Vision.
Can't.
What a hold.
Yeah, can't get the grab either there on 9glass. He just leaps out of the way there. So things looking okay for a little bit, but then they immediately killed XM and kind of taking the wind out of their sails on any hopes of that being a valuable defense. But the game goes on. That is the good news for them. But as mentioned, there is a ton of gold right now on P-Vision. Like a crazy amount of gold. Everybody's going to get an item.
So we see this replay. This was assembled at the last second right before this fight. Ag's Static Storm.
A massive way to actually finally deal with Satanic here and get a bit of a streak there on XM, which was great until unfortunately 9glass puts down this Wukong, zones them to the side, and with the whack there, just double Sunstrike into the kill for DM, getting a double.
Too much and too quick. And 16 to 15.
Can the Wolf Bite solve it though? Could that be it? The Were Bristleback.
I mean, it's been such a weird little initiation because it feels like XG have just been making these little flubs where they get out too far ahead of themselves, they don't anticipate the Hex, and then somebody just gets blown up in the fight. And I think that if they can get an actual fight going their way, it still should be okay, but now they're 12K behind. Every fight gets harder. Tough situation. P-Vision standing tall in this, up one game, looking for a top 3 finish. If they can manage to take out one last set of racks, and a couple of those towers, they'll have access to the Ancient. And they've just got to hide now. Wait for that timing. I mean, the plus side at the very least for XG is that you can all in on this Aghanims if you want to for XXS.
That is true. It will be really nice for them too, especially if they're going to decide to fight at the Roche Pit. Okay, Sunstrikes come out there. They're able to dodge away from that. And, I mean, yeah, I think you're going to, right? Come on. Surely we're buying it on this as the Tormentor goes down. Right now, as P-Vision, they're just waiting for Roche. They're going to chill this out, get themselves the Aegis, collect all of the Infinity Stones here, and then go high ground. That's going to be the plan.
No one now having access to those Forge Spirits when he hits the Sunstrike, and he does decide to buy out on XXS.
All right, let's go. The Wolf Bite. Now that's a howl. That's when we're really going to get it, you know? That's
I mean, we've seen things like this before with Ame. Remember, time and again, getting the Wolf Bite and starting to run at people constantly. The problem is these lanes are just shoving out so much that it's hard for them to find a way to get a good fight in their direction. Of course, the big thing will be Roche, which is a relatively long spawn, which means it's going to be heading back up to the north side of the map again.
There's also a bit of a question of just like how long do these fights last? You know, like what if the Wolf Bite, what if they can't catch you? You know, then it's gonna look really bad.
Oh wow! And after finishing, instead of going for the AC, Invoker decides to go Refresher.
All right, so currently there is only buyback on Xingqiu. Everyone else has bought out on XG. Where we are all in, fully committed here into this next engagement for them.
Will be
as they slowly start to farm the back up. I guess X-Nova's got it. Ame's now got it, so we're not too bad actually. I love Ame's idea of the butterfly as well. I think that's a great solution on this bristleback.
Yeah, and if you can sort of surprise the Brood with it, could be really nice there too. I mean, obviously you do still have the Bloodthorn, which provides that pierce, but
and he just got the 25. He got the bat reduction.
Yeah, this thing right here is nuts. If you have not seen the bat reduction during Insatiable, it is insane how hard this Brood hits. Something to watch for when they get into the straight up battle against the Bristleback. Crowd trying to cheer on the Lycan here. He's gonna need it, that's for sure.
And the patience here from P-Vision, again, just not taking the risks, because why bother? There's not a whole lot to gain at this point.
You know what actually could make a pretty big difference in this too, is if Lycan gets to 25, because he has that Howl reduces total attack damage.
That would not hurt.
The Howl might actually win them the game if he can get to that.
It would be very fitting, wouldn't it?
Oh yeah. Because a ton of Brood's damage is plus damage.
Yes, yeah, 100%. Well, not literally, but you know.
But still a ways away from that 25 for the Lycan. Needs to find a kill or two. Ame, he does have 25.
Is he gonna send some wolves here as the Roche spawns, or oh, the scan's out now? They're probably gonna miss it. Oh, this ward sees XM.
They know the timing that it's capable of respond right now.
Abyssal on Satanic.
And P-Vision looking for a big wraparound. They scan and immediately TP out. All right, if they do this again, if this happens again, you need to respond if they go for your Ancient.
Like, they're sending the wolves. They're like, where are they?
Cataclysm down. Dude, are they just going to run for high ground?
That was only a Sunstrike, too.
Oh, yeah, it was just a Sunstrike. You're right.
They're going all
They're
the way
backing
back.
out. Or they're going to get this really quickly if they fully commit to it, but XG, I think, a little bit afraid based upon what happened last time.
They get roared, right? Because they took it last.
And they go for it. Start to take it down. They did go for the wolf bite. Roche roars and they back away. Tornado out. Meanwhile, they're dealing with creeps in their base. That was very bizarre.
You know, it's the pressure. They kind of just were YOLOing. They're just hoping that P-Vision are up here and they kind of catch them a little off guard.
Runs in, trying to find somebody, a target to stick onto.
The wolf bite's running out.
It's running out very soon. But that at least stops for a moment P-Vision. How much longer do we have on another wolf bite? It's going to be 40 more seconds. And while this is happening again down bottom, you look and you see and all of these waves are getting shoved in.
I'm surprised that P-Vision aren't putting more focus on just simply taking the Roche as well, you know?
I mean, they are being a little bit safe for my taste, but maybe that's why they're going to be able to come away with the victory here. Because it feels like you outmaneuvered them, right? You outplayed them around the map. You pulled them down to have to defend their base. Now go and claim the objective. But they're showing so much. A chance of Force Staff away, though, and he's fine.
All right, back he goes.
Ame dodges out of that. Does have Satanic to heal back up if he wants.
Fine, loses 2,000 HP. 2,000 HP from just spells hitting him in the back.
He's fine. He's fine. Don't worry about Ame.
He does have 70 HP regen. He'll be all right.
So Lycan gonna have to send himself and some summons back down to deal with the tier 4 tower. Hoof Stomp duration is out.
He's got bots level 2 as well. He can immediately just
call
himself on top of Ame for the wolf bite.
So XXS does have the ability to get back into this fight. And also, while this is happening, he's gaining levels towards 25. P-Vision not opting to make that move into the pit. I don't know how much this is gonna change things.
What are they waiting for? What are they hoping is going to change? 25 on Evoker is pretty nice. That'll give him a lot to do.
I mean, I think it's just, again, one of those, like, they never want to take a risk.
Yeah.
The BKBs are down now, so that kind of makes sense. But XXS is going to deal with the push coming their direction. Xingqiu, can he find that Monkey King? Doesn't look like it. Already away. 10 minutes away from 60-minute items. It's been a little bit. A lot of the games today have been going relatively fast.
We'll see if we can get there in this one as the goal just continues to pile up here on P-Vision. 5,400 available on DM.
I mean, this is always the thing that I think about. This reminds me of, you know, some of the BB team games back in the day too, where it's like they're so concerned about throwing away an advantage and they're defending this lead that they have.
Yeah.
That eventually, are they going to become? I mean, this is 25 Monkey King down.
Right.
Very strong.
Ame has sold the treads and has got a blink.
Looking. You already have a jump, and he breaks down the tree. Ame right on top of Invoker with a static storm down, but he gets pulled in the cart. DM saving his buddy's life, but they do have enough to find that Monkey King kill.
They got 9 class.
Can they get any more? Ame hides away for a moment, disarmed. He's still in the wolf board. Look at the damage out from Satanic. The Sunstrike connection down low, but one hit from that Satanic, a little bit bigger. 9 class now hits. That is a buyback from him. And as they get back into the fray, XXS running away, trying to escape. There's the hoof stomp, finds him from DM, and long range jumps. They get that wolf dead.
careful. They got a few things in that fight, but it's just not enough. No one tipping over to Ame. Buyback needed here on XM. He's going to have to retreat back to the base, and that's going to be the prize of Roshan here. Refresher and Cheese going to P-Vision.
Oh, the real curse, though, at the end is that Lycan went for the extra Wolves summon. It's so sad. But take a look at this again. It could have been so great, but DM, look at this.
Yeah, I mean, the eggs, that was one thing I really liked about the Centaur pick, is I was thinking, if this game goes late, they don't have that same save, right? They're missing it from 9 class this game, so they get it out of the Centaur Warbringer this time, and it absolutely came in the clutch.
Почему у Дизраптора нет аганима?
Very nicely played there from XM to chop his tree down. Takes him, that was a ridiculous heal from that Satanic.
Oh, yeah.
But just whacked there on the XM, no chance to escape. And now, perhaps the final push beginning to get sorted out here in the top lane.
We'll see at least if they can do it. The Refresher BKB ready to go. And at 51 minutes in, XG gonna need to really figure out some sick plays now to deal with the fact that they have the cart. 9 class drops down the big Wukongs. XM backs away. There's the break onto the spider. Glyph already used with no more wolf for 10 seconds. It's a hard fight to make happen. BKB is out. Ame starts to hit on the Satanic, backs away. XM pulls in, but the cart is there. The save is there. Backing away, there's a spider in a cart, but still a lot of damage done out there. Static Storm is down, but he got eviscerated. Ame no longer alive, and you do not have the damage that you need on XXS. XM backs out of there too, still 1,000 gold away from buyback. P-Vision, they have done everything in this series. They're gonna take another lane of Racked. This is gonna be Megas. Too much to handle as they run through XG. Eyes on the throne, a few more hits is all they need. GG is called.
Ёбаный на.
As this game went later and later.
Oh, look at Duke Collins.
Stone cold there. XG struggling to find their way into these fights. You know, it felt like whenever they needed this fight, this engagement, they just couldn't quite get there. The vision was okay sometimes, but the actual heroes, the tools needed to get in these fights, it just couldn't compare to what they had on the side of P-Vision.
Oh, and XG going to be denied that berth up to the upper bracket finals. P-Vision are going to be representing it on one side of the bracket.
Yep.
The crowd loving what they are seeing here.
No one, you know, he was the only player this morning. He came out, he's clapping to the crowd. He comes to the booth, his hands in the air, he's clapping to the crowd. He loves to be here. He loves to play in front of all you fine folks. It's powering him up, it's powering up his team, and it gives them a 2-0 here.
Not what I think people were expecting. XG coming in looking again so good, not dropping series, not dropping anything, and get taken out like that, and you can see the team
Получается, на том аке у
with
меня
their results in the
руинится.
crowd, giving them some love here as they are going to make it and be secured towards top 3 at the very least, but still looking for a lot more.
Руинится 2
Apparently
прогноза.
running out of smokes of deceit here as 9 class is snagged by
тут
Nomad,
верно.
trying to escape with his team. But pulled in like a
5-3
punch
руина, значит, у меня может быть максимум.
Absolutely.
На
Well, you'll love to
основе
see it as a solid performance. P-Vision able to take the victory 2-0. And I do have to say, a lot of it, a ton of it, so much of it was down to these early picks that they were able to get with one player, a disgusting little fish. We got Nomad down with 9 class on the stage.
Так, максимум.
Thank you, Lyrical.
На основе
Your
сколько может
very
быть?
first international,
5,
and you secure yourself top 3. How does that feel?
6,
It's very cool. I'm glad to be
7,
here. Yeah.
You've improved so much over the years we've seen you play, but how much did you learn, do you feel, coming from the road to the international to the actual international itself? How much differently do you think you're playing now you're on the main stage?
On main stage, I can feel additional power. It's fun. It's always fun to play in front of crowd. Yeah.
Реально 9, а
Absolutely.
здесь
I do want
может
to talk
быть
about game number 1. We had that Aegis steal from you.
3360,
What was the
ебать.
communications in your team like at that moment?
Это
Like GM
максимум
said,
может быть.
I have no doubt about that you steal, and I
А
said I'm just
здесь
collapsed.
может быть еще
That was our
10.
communication.
Just collapse. Awesome stuff. You're a very creative player, of course. What did you think about Arme's Bristleback, building the Battle Fury on the Bristleback carry? What did you think about that?
We knew that we would split with Domis and get our timing, but so we was just kind of delaying game and we scaling like 5 cores, so we was kind of prepared.
You really were prepared for Extreme here. And how much is that down to Astini? How much does he give you for this team?
I think Astini giving a lot, like ideas, draft, he showing us a lot of clips, and also he cheating us, so yeah. By the way, it's Astini's first time he said me, oh, maybe you try Slark, and I can try. Like the first time.
Long ago, and look at you now. You've made top 3, but 9 class, can P-Vision take it all the way? Do you think you can win this thing?
Yeah, I think, yeah, we're ready.
Awesome stuff. Hamburg, make some noise for one of the best position 4 players in the world, 9 class and P-Vision.
Congratulations on top 3 secured for P-Vision. We mentioned it earlier, this team, it does level up in front of a crowd. It's the team with the most LAN wins this season, and they do not show any signs of stopping here, because even though Effie, it was a more even game compared to that first one, it was still very dominant for P-Vision.
Especially after that 30+ minutes, that's where their lineup, or the way that they played, kind of adapted inside of the game, and they just played to scale, like we just heard 9 class say. But they just made excellent decisions this game. Their macro was on point, like where they were playing, when they decided to stop team fighting, when they decided to just push, when they decided to trade the bottom racks for that Roche. It was all beautiful.
Yeah, and this clip we're starting with, it's such a critical time, right? Because P-Vision, they're doing a great time, Duel is delaying, but when Extreme finally can get a creep wave to the point of the high ground, then they don't execute in the moment, right? Arme's hitting the tier 3, you got XM jumping in with a Storm Spray, getting hit by a Hex and dying. As soon as he dies, the fight construct collapses and they have to run away. So you have to deal with 2 things for P-Vision. Can you deal with the waves? And then can you execute in the fight, be it at a high ground or a Roshan or a Tormentor, anywhere. And XG, they just weren't able to deal with both major problems that P-Vision was presenting.
I'm really impressed with P-Vision. Like, their players, the fact that they can perform like this with such little experience, with like how young they are on their players in a game where you're pressured, they're down, but they know what to do, they know what they're waiting for, and even here, sure, you're top net worth on this Bristleback, but P-Vision, they got to delay it so long, they have all the items. Satanic, he is literally just 1v3ing them, running in with his Q later on talent. So overall, I think XG, they looked so good in this early and mid game, but eventually they had so much trouble, and I really feel like that P-Vision, they're like the masters of map pressure and making you feel like incredibly bad during the game.
I think XG really concocted up a beautiful
Ну тут
draft here for
может
themselves,
быть
and they played that early
сколько?
game quite well. But some of their
Ну, если в
decision-making was a
теории
little bit off,
сработает,
I thought.
тут
They could have
может
put more
быть
emphasis
10,
on wave shot
если
by the way
верно,
that
то
they
4
itemized, and it
плюс.
seems like they itemized for an early 5-man into wanting to force a lot of fights, and P-Vision just did not give them that.
Yeah, P-Vision, they're just so calm, right? I feel like you watch other teams in this situation, having the Storm jumping you, the Lycan, everything in the early game, like the way that they did play out the early game from XG, other teams would crumble. But P-Vision...
By the way.
But I mean, this is what
they won the game! Oh, I thought it was just after like a team fight or something.
No, that's winning the game.
All right,
you
they're
don't take your
chilling.
headsets off before the
People
game
have done
Yeah.
that before, Shiva, and it didn't turn out very well.
No, it did not. It did not. It is a very strong performance, and I think especially for the team that will be going up against
Да, ну
P-Vision
с
in the
фэнтези,
upper
конечно,
bracket finals.
позорничество.
One mistake, that was all it took for Extreme to have their entire momentum crumbling before them, and P-Vision, it felt like they always knew
Блядь,
that
ну я
that
даже не
mistake was
знаю,
going to happen
ребята,
at
это
some point. They just need
пиздец.
to be ready for it, and ready they were.
And no one on that Invoker, he played incredibly
Блядь,
well.
неужели
We
он
talked about the
Вана
difficult
на
early
миде
game, but
расставил?
he was the hero doing well in the early game. He was hitting beautiful sunstrikes. His supports were playing around mid. They were getting kills for as long as they could. And when the game started to get really tough, that Hex pickup clutched that high ground defense. When XM zipped in, he got hexed by the Invoker, and it was all downhill from there.
I mean, there was a lot on him to do in this game. You need to protect your supports with the Tornado, with the Deafening Blast, keep your Pugna alive. Like you said, the Hex later on to crush it back in, to keep the map in shape as well with your Monkey King and everything, to delay the game for Satanic to come online and carry. Just S-tier gameplay.
Yeah, and I believe, Kezu, you also want to highlight how exactly the wheels were turning for P-Vision in this game.
Yeah, I mean, Effie, you already mentioned
Бля,
it's
это
around
надо
like how
90
they
хотя бы
traded the map, like the
фэнтези
roach for
делать,
other stuff. Because here,
ёбаный
this is
нахуй.
first point of the game, 33-20. The game is
На кого
incredibly even.
падают они?
P-Vision, they need more time. They don't want to fight. So look at the vision that Extreme have. They want to force Roche, but it's really hard because P-Vision have the heroes here. Look at the map. Top lane, you have no one with his Dominator, with his Forges already pushing. We fast forward a bit. Mid lane is pushed in by DM's Dominator. At the same time, still a stalemate around the Roche. This is 40 seconds in between this. In the meantime, Satanic just really farming, so XG, they get forced back. Here, Roshan was still in the bottom side. Now, the game prolonged so long, Roshan actually walked all the way to the top river. XG, crucial mistake, they tunnel vision this Roshan so hard.
Если бы я сегодня поставил Falcons,
In this game, it's not good for you, because you already have a wave problem. Now you're gonna be down a Rax with this Aegis. P-Vision aren't giving you this fight, so these trades, these macro movements, ultimately, this is what makes the difference of you winning or losing this game. So P-Vision, honestly, hats off to whoever made the shot call.
Yeah, and then right after that, Roshan was taken for Extreme, and their bottom racks, unfortunately, for them, was also taken. We're going to take a look at the Lycan at that point, Effie, because you have something to say about that.
Yes, like Kezu mentioned, there was a wave problem, and around minute 36 is when they got that Aegis that they traded Arax for. But what I really wanted to look at was Lycan's items. He skipped Shard. He got his Shard like 40 minutes plus. But if you are playing at this state of the game and you have a wave problem, why don't you create that wave problem for the enemy team with your Shard? It was such an odd decision to me. What it seemed like was after he built that, nullifier, he just thought that he could keep going. He'd just eventually be a carry himself. They could force the 5-man fights. I really think that you could have wedged this Aghanim Shard into the item build even before the AC. It could have come out a lot earlier, and it could have made it that P-Vision couldn't play the map as well as they did. But if you're talking about map play and your Lycan is getting Shard at 40 plus minutes, you're losing a lot of that early game advantage that you can get from this hero.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a cheap item for a core. Yeah, probably has tunnel vision under the pressure of answering so many different problems, and mistakes happen, and clearly, I think he might have made a mistake there.
Yeah, there's quite a few things we still need to touch upon for this game, though, because I want to give credit where credit is due. That was a fantastic Broodmother coming out for Satanic. I know we gave MVP to no one, but I think you can make a good case for almost any player on the side of P-Vision to be nominated for that one, and I think that Broodmother Kezu is definitely going to be...
Yeah,
смотри, если условно...
And he has so many specific heroes, which is also crazy to think about how young he is. Like, this is not some 30-year-old guy who's played 10 years of experience. Like, he's new to the scene, he has perfect itemization, the nullifier, the silver edge, the bluff one, you buy the shard for the 25 talent. I mean, this kid's crazy.
У меня сейчас 5, может быть 4.
And clearly, we heard in the interview with Zhao Wei, they
Ну,
had to
скорее
find a
всего,
solution
будет...
right to the Broodmother. They went for the Bristleback, and clearly Arme was also trying to invent in the game, right? He goes for the Battle Fury. How many times has that happened in the history of Dota?
Well, I know the answer to this, Tigov, but we do also have the answer to show.
There we go. It's only 4 times now with Arme buying Battle Fury. In 2014, Universe bought Battle Fury around the 60-odd minute mark. He lost the game. In 2019, Gabby also bought a Battle Fury around the 60-minute mark.
Вот этот прогноз Херойком очень хорош дал и Фальконов. То есть проголосовал верно за Фальконов.
Arme, under the pressure of Broodmother conceptually,
Мы
bought
как
it
бы
very early in the
попадаем.
game and also lost the game. Therefore, historically, Battle Fury on Bristleback is a 0% win rate in all of the history of Dota 2.
It was an intriguing item because he was like topping
Короче, как я понял, здесь
but there was this one chase that happened early on where they chased Bristleback on P-Vision for almost a minute, and it felt like if he had a Lotus Orb and like an SNY, he would have killed everybody, but he's just running away with a Battle Fury. You could see the trade-offs that were happening because of that item.
I like this stat a lot because I think it's very funny that it's, I mean, it hasn't won yet, and I think in the other games maybe it's against Mega Creeps.
Надежда, что
But even here, like
если
buying it this early, put
падают
them in a
сюда
good
и
position, I
побеждают
think this is why
Херойков,
Dota is like so amazing. You can buy so many
то
different
есть
things.
потенциально это 7
Depending on what your enemy does,
прогнозов.
you have to react differently, and then this
Если
happens and this
Extreme
happens. So
выйдут
yeah,
в
I love to
финал,
see it.
Yeah, it was very
Финал
clearly
выйдут.
part of Extreme Gaming's plan. We did see this Bristleback queuing up that Battle Fury very early on. So we knew from the laning stage already what was going to happen. And speaking of that laning stage for the Bristleback, it's Purge that's going to bring it down.
5.
Thank you, Shearer. Yeah, I want to talk about the Bristleback because I thought it was such a good pick. It really solved a lot of the problems that they were encountering in this game. And one of the big ones is 9class's Monkey King. Most of the support heroes that he's playing are very annoying and they're hard to deal with. But look at this early ward that was placed that spotted 9class over here. And normally, the way that you escape on this hero is use this skill here to jump to a tree. But if you take any damage, it gets interrupted. And then you have to rely on your very low movement speed because you don't buy boots here. So with Pill Spray and the Vision, he actually interrupts 9class's jump. And with the power of the nasal goo, that basically allows you scaling damage and permanent slow against an opponent. So 9class actually had to play this lane completely scared because of this Bristleback pick that was also good against the Centaur, which is really cool. So now, because they got that first blood, Ame basically gets to do whatever the heck he wants in this lane. Look at him, he's 1v2 right now. We've got the Disruptor going through the Twin Gate. He's 1v2ing this lane because this last pick made so much sense. And look at this, even walking to the secret shop, maybe scare 9class again, he jumps on a tree. That just shows you how much kill threat that there is. So with this early advantage that he had, he rotates through the Twin Gate. A lot of people have been doing this with the Helm, the Dominator. He doesn't need that. He's doing it with his regular hero, and he's going to put some pressure on this tower. And he's doing this in conjunction with some other heroes. Once XXS shows up with his Helm, the Dominator, Ami's out of there early because he's like, okay, back to farming. I did my job now, and I can go back to getting what I want, which is ultimately going to be the battle period, which, as we talked about, extremely rare, but it does have a lot of good synergies. You're doing cleaved physical damage. Obviously, it's better to... It doesn't like leverage your abilities other than your ulti and your first skill very well, but the increased net worth that you're gaining and the AoE cleave damage paired with the Lycan. Do you guys remember how a Lycan lowers armor? Can you make that sound for me, please? Anyone? Thank you. Thank you. The Howl, it lowers armor by 10 in an AoE, basically global at night, but in an AoE. And that minus 10 armor paired with Bristleback's minus armor is super synergistic. And frankly, it gives them really good chances to get kills on the hero like the Centaur. But unfortunately, this decrep from the Pugna was extremely crucial in protecting him. It basically gives him a window to buy time. If that Pugna decrep isn't on there, they can just blast through this front wave of DM in the front. And so between decrep and later on the Ags of Centaur, it really undercut the synergy that they were going for with the heavy physical damage and the minus armor. It was hard for them to kill the P-Vision heroes, and that's what was ultimately their undoing, despite this really cool draft.
99,9. The undoing of extreme gaming.
Блять, но оно может сместиться.
Don't worry. There's a lower bracket. This was the upper bracket semifinals. Nobody's getting eliminated anymore for the remainder of today. So Extreme is also not eliminated, just down to that lower bracket, which is starting to look scarier and scarier. But we do have, of course, a couple more names to pen in on our bracket, Kazu.
Yeah, no, for sure. And I hope that we have maybe something that we had yesterday. You know, we had 3 2-0s into a 2-1. I expected all of these games also to go the distance. Well, they didn't. I'm hoping that this next series of Falcons versus, you know, BB team, maybe they can show us a little bit more. Because right now, I'm seeing a lot of one-sided affairs. And that's really not what I'm expecting.
No, me neither, especially not after that road to TI. You're absolutely right. And if we want those games to be drawn out and be back and forth, a lot is going to rely on the carries. Having a good game and being able to go toe-to-toe with each other. But who is the best carry? That is a great question. And of course, we would ask the pros that very question.
Аякс заскринил.
Hello and welcome to the International Hall of Fame. This year we asked every single one of the 80 players competing at our event to rate the very best TI winners in history by position. So we've got your carry, we've got your mid, we've got your offlane, and we've got the hard support, and we've got the support. And here to look over the results with me are 2 Dota experts, esteemed Dota experts, and see if they agree with the pros' choices or whether you have your own choices. Which carry would you choose as the best TI winning carry in Dota history? You can discuss amongst yourselves.
I think it's Ana, right? How?
Choose.
При 290.
How?
TI winning carry. You're saying how? Okay.
Who's on first?
Who are you going for?
They're thinking Yadro.
I think it's actually Yadro. Yeah, I think it might be. How do I choose?
You just select a name and use your brain to speak it.
Yeah, how? I select how.
8700. Но они одинаково выдали.
Who are you going for?
He chooses newbies how.
How?
Yeah.
To be clear to anyone who was missing the joke.
Probably for some of the younger players, they like watched Ana win, and now they're getting beat by Yadro, right? So it's like the legend that's gone versus like the bully that's here.
Yatoro and Anna. So for me, I feel like the carry debate is between those two.
So you think they're going to vote Anna because that's like ancient history? They don't have to play against him.
Exactly.
So they're more likely to vote.
They don't want to inflate his ego anymore.
I think they're going to take Yatoro. I think I would probably take Yatoro.
Я делал сетку на Нигму или нет? Я чуть не
You're
помню
saying
уже.
Yatoro?
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you, it was
Может, и
Yatoro.
делал? Не помню.
Yatoro overwhelmingly, by the way. Overwhelmingly.
Anna second.
Anna is not second.
Okay, well, it's obviously not Anna then.
Yeah.
Is Anna third?
Anna is not third.
Wow.
People hate Anna.
This was chosen by the players themselves. Anna is not second or third.
How? How did you?
We've covered that. He's not on the list, right? Who are you putting in on 2 and 3?
3-1
It was
сетка.
Matu.
Хуйня.
Really?
Yeah,
That
was
makes
second
sense.
place.
Matu.
Yeah, he's number
Matu.
2.
No way.
Хуйня.
Yes. I think it was kind of an unusual choice.
Yeah,
I might have put
Значит,
Anna in
есть
there, but
сетка,
I
где
think Matu is such a legendary player. Everybody loves Matu for sure.
What
Нигма
players did you
побеждает.
ask, Puppy?
Every single player at the
You
event
asked one
was
player.
most of the votes went
Что,
to
неужели
Yatoro.
нет?
Player here who's the oldest
Yeah.
player?
Over half of
Yeah.
Да
them.
ладно.
He got 7
And he
votes.
put himself third, so it wasn't
Но
so
нету нигде
obvious.
сетки, где Нигма
So,
идет.
give
А
me,
вот нет.
give me a sort of personal anecdote about
Но это
something
не
that
по
Yatoro
той
did that you
она
were like,
идет.
holy crap, that was amazing.
There were so many moments where it
No.
was just over and over again that team coming back from the
Ouais.
victory and just putting everything on the back of Yatoro and being
Oh.
able to take the win. Like that
Меня
guy,
все
he played
сетки
out of his mind at
заруинились.
TI-10 and he hasn't really stopped.
Over the wall, they go. JT drops the Echo Slam, but they're all falling on IGs and on to
Надежда на фэнтези, блядь. Марлина нахуй.
I felt like TI-12,
Типа
there was
сейчас
a moment
выдает
when he walked into the arena
где-то
before the final, and his aura was,
12
like, as the
500.
kids say, max aura on this guy. Like, I mean,
То есть
everyone was
разница
just
пока
like,
в 17
oh my
500,
god,
но
he's here to win
потенциально,
international. Like, he just walked
я
in,
думаю, здесь будет
bold boy
120,
buff,
120
and just,
минус
it was
95.
you could feel the enemy team just
120.
shrinking and shriveling.
Not
They
just play in the
Кстати,
game,
это
but outside of the
25
game, commanding that
Соответственно,
respect.
чтобы
aura,
войти
just
в
pure aura.
95
Yeah.
надо
A worthy
будет
winner, I'd say.
85 тысяч, чтобы 99 нужно. Сколько?
Yatoro might be a
99
worthy
сколько
winner
надо?
of the best carry. He's not going to be a worthy winner of the best TI
По-моему,
3-time champion carry
99
right here because
это
he's no longer, unfortunately, in the tournament.
70.
We're going to find out which one will be the worthy winner of our
Ну и
upcoming
что?
series. It is time to start talking about that
То
because
есть
it's going to be
95
quite
тысяч
the
можно войти в
blockbuster we got going here.
99,
Team
и
Falcons
чтобы
versus
99 и
BB Team. One
9
of these two teams will be
надо
facing
90
P-Vision in the upper
тысяч
bracket
плюс
finals and
25
secure top
тысяч.
3 with this upcoming best of 3. And I think this might just be the one that is
115.
very close.
115, чтобы войти в
I hope
99
so.
и 9.
Oh, you don't think so?
I don't think so.
Oh.
I feel like Falcons are the favorites. I think BB are going to be the underdogs, and it entirely depends on how pure he's able to navigate the emotions of yesterday through to today. Because when we
Блядь,
finished the series
Фальконы,
yesterday,
ёбаный
I'm in the
нахуй,
lift,
давайте.
going back
Еще
to my
надо,
room,
чтоб
I see Pure also in the lift.
ФБ
And even though
сделал.
he'd won the series, he'd looked like he'd just been
Это
eliminated from
понимаю,
the
если ФБ
international.
сделает,
Head
будет
was in his hands. He was just like his like soul just left the
ФБ
body. He was just a shell of
должно
himself. So he
принести,
struggled a
я
lot
так
yesterday.
понимаю,
So I think for them, if he can overcome that, yeah, it
1700
might be competitive. But against
умножено
Falcons, you need
на,
all 5 players at
на
their best
200,
game.
300,
Maybe he
400
wasn't
очков.
happy with himself, so they had a talk. I'm sure they
Ну,
also. I feel like they've
Станик явно
developed a
был бы
lot as a
круче,
team. They're gonna
но
help each other, like feel good, come in today, like
Ами в
fresh.
целом
Because I
неплохо
know he has the
выдал
skills. I'm
базу.
sure he knows that his teammates know it.
Если
So,
там оставил
you
X
made
снова,
it
он бы
to top
набрал
6 of
примерно
TI, second
столько
round.
же.
Like you should be happy. So I'm expecting a good match,
Но он
but I
бы
agree that
остался
Falcons
на
to me are
турнире какое-то время.
slight favorites.
And for context, it's because yesterday, even though BB Team did win, he lost all 3 of his laning stages. And there was one game where he even died 7 times in the first 20 minutes. It was rough for him.
It was rough for him. We're going to break down this matchup, but if we're looking at Falcons versus BB Team, we have to look at Falcons first because there is a lot of pressure on these guys. These guys were
Ну
the
тут в
best team
топ-100
of
точно не те люди,
2024
которые
and
раньше были
is
в
still one of the
топ-100.
favorites going into this and making it all the way through. And a large portion of that favoritism that people have might just be coming from the position for Tigo.
Yeah, and Crit, what a career he's had, right? Of course, ever chasing the Aegis, you could argue kind of the Western uncrowned king to some degree, but when you look at his career, right, in 2015, 2016, he was on OG, able to win both the Frankfurt Major, the Manila Major, ESO 1 Frankfurt as well. In 2016, shifts over to OG. Yeah, sounds great. He wins an instant Tier 1 LAN, wins Dota Pit, Manila, I think 2016-17, 2017 to 2022. I'm sorry, mate, nothing. Absolutely nothing. Moves to Shopify, nothing. Comes back to kind of the European scene and was able to get secure both 2 BBs, 1 ESL 1, Birmingham, 3 Tier 1 lands. But again, it's been like so many years of NA, shifts back, and then when you think about TI as well, he got 3rd place with EG, TI8, 5th, 6th, TI9. Falcons, TI13, when they had their good year, only able to get 4th. But when you look how long of his career he's had, the Tier 1 LAN wins he's got, plus that awkward NA stint, feels like it's inevitable he's meant to win one.
I mean, he's definitely one of the players where you have a lot of people who want him to lift the ages, right? Like we just saw, he has so many appearances. He's an incredible player. He's a great person. He's really nice to be around. Like even if you beat him in pubs, like the guy is nice. He always plays for his course. He can play anything. He's very adaptable. So yeah, I think this guy, he's definitely got what it takes.
Yeah, it's just odd to think about because in that 2015-2016 era where it felt like OG were winning every major, it feels like that's where he should have had his Aegis. He's one of those players that you look at and you expect to just have an Aegis. So this must mean so much to him because last year, like T mentioned, that was their year where they were the
еще реально нету ни одной сетки.
aren't the favorites, and they've peaked. Like they're playing
Ну там
so well.
точно есть какие-то сетки, которые...
Maybe it is what they needed. They also do have a lot of
Были
TI
какие-то
experience
странные
under the belt
сетки,
in
но где больше
regards to
прогнозов, ну хуй
championships
знает.
because there are TI winners on the side of Falcons, one of which is the carry, of course. It's also the support. It's Snaking and Skeeter. But in this case, I want to talk about Skeeter and potentially talk about him in relation to his counterpart
Там
in
же
Pure
тундра
Envy,
много
because
где
that is a pretty
стояла.
stark difference, especially if you take into consideration yesterday's results.
Yeah, we wanted to just put emphasis on the carry-to-carry matchup in this series because these two players have inherently different styles, but if you look at their average numbers, they're way too close to each other for having separate styles. When you think about Skeeter, he's always been not necessarily sacrificial, but not the real carry of the team. He's not expected to deal damage. He's just there to like be the stunner, win his lane, play utility, do whatever he needs for his team. He'll even give up farm for his other 2 cores sometimes. Whereas Pure, he is the greedy player. He is your carry that you take into the late game and puts you on his back. But his averages are not what you would expect out of a playstyle like that. And if you look at the hero pool comparison, there are a lot of common heroes, but both of these players have different styles. As I mentioned, you look at Pure, he's got that Void, that LD, that Ursa, that TA. He's playing for the late game. He wants to be the one dishing out all the damage. Whereas Skeeter, he picks what you need for the lane. You need an Abaddon? I got you. We need a Weaver because I gotta dodge some slows? I got you.
I feel like you have the miracle type of archetype carry player on your left with the hard carry traditional stuff. You have your Matumba man on the right, so with like more the I play for my team, I make stuff happen. I would say that these players generally get overlooked and overshadowed quite a lot. I think that Skeeter is very crucial to Falcons, both with his pick, the way he plays. He enables Malrine, he enables Amar, so I'm like really happy to see this because I think this guy, he deserves a lot
Не, ну
more.
Ам еще может выдать, он типа в нижней
We're gonna
сетке.
give him some credit right now because we have
Получается,
to,
Ами
of course, start this
падает
matchup very soon. And for that, it is time to get the players on stage.
на Нигму, они с Нигмой будут играть.
And we're back.
Team Falcons!
A lot of people would have said and would have agreed that Team Falcons has had the hardest road to get to this upper bracket semifinals. They played the longest games, they had the most clutch comebacks, and they have made it here. They started learning from that and adapting from that. Then yesterday when we saw them in action, it was a whole fresh team with tempo behind them, and I'm sure they want to prove that they still got that tempo against their opponent's BB team.
Choose wisely and crush those responsible. BB Team! wisely.
They have shown that they have what it takes to make the tough decisions and come back after being down yesterday. They were the only team to push a series the distance and take that victory after the fact. It was rocky, but it happened. And the tenacity that they showed yesterday against the Galaxy, they will prove to show again against their opponents in Falcons. There is one big question mark that I'm going to pose towards my panel here regarding these two teams, because one thing that stood out yesterday, Kezu, was that for BB team, their rocky situation was always those first 15 minutes.
No, for sure, and I hope that today we can see something, well, a little more stable, because what we saw from them, it's not normal. It's not what you expect, especially not from a tier 1 player, because, yeah, we have to go back to it. It had a lot to do with Pure. I want to see, you know, the prime Pure of like last year, because in the last months, he has struggled, but I have also seen very good performances. It's just that he is a little more inconsistent. So sometimes you just have to hope that, you know, today is the day. Sometimes that's what TI is about. You show up in top form, boom, you get this upset win, and you're good to go.
We also didn't really see much from BB. Even though they were to win, we saw 2 puck games in a row, playing to nature's profit. Like GPK just dominating, going 8-4-23, 5-1-18.
Хотя это рекордсмены, может быть.
New styles of BB having to react. It was just, oh,
может быть, есть люди, которым не повезло.
Yeah, I think for BB at least, we are going to see something new. Are they going to get pucked against Falcons? I think that's a really hotly contested hero at least.
It doesn't necessarily have to be new, so long as they're doing it better than yesterday, because they can definitely improve upon it. But we did mention Pure had a rough series yesterday. I want to talk about the other 4 players. They played impeccably well. If they weren't playing as well as they did, that kind of start for your carry is really hard to come back from. I think Save in particular really stood out to me. He was clutching these lanes, you know, hiding in the trees, Phantoms embracing Morphling, getting kills where he shouldn't have to. Later in the game, he gets an Ags, he soul binding. Like, this is a player to look out for. If your team is in a rocky situation, your support player clutching games for you is what you need on the main stage.
Yeah, for sure. Like, those 4 guys, they really stepped it up. Like you said, the Grimstroke from Save, like 2 games in a row. Like, he just had incredible performances. You also had Miro on his offlane, like, great. We talk about the GPK puck. You have the Disruptor or Naga Sirens on Kateomi. They're great. I just hope that what they look for is not like, oh, my carry player didn't do great, but more like, imagine how strong we can be when things come together. They fall into place. We just play well as a team like they know they can, and then you can just make it happen. Because here, we need to talk about the heroes that will be very contested or are very important for the team. So here, on the left side, you see how often Falcons take the hero, and on the right side, you have BB. So Hoodwink is going to be... It's going to be picked or banned in this series. You have 5 times and 7 times on BB team. You have the Sand King, the Grimstroke we just touched on. Mars for both offlane is incredibly important. Naga, Pugna, the team fight controllers, the healers, they allow you to play forward. Incredible heroes. And then we also have the undefeated heroes. Because when you get to this stage of TI, you want to be in the comfort. You don't want to be pressured. You want to play your S-tier stuff. The Snake King Chen, undefeated. 3 games of Pangolier, the flex between mid and offlane, incredible. 2 games of the Earthshaker on Marine, they always stack, he always gets his game going. And now for BB team, maybe you want to give, you know, the Troll to Pure. Keep him confident, you have the GPK puck and the good old Bristleback on Miro. So a lot of these heroes, we might be seeing them in the series.
Or the Lycan on Miro.
Absolutely.
That one was a big standout too. Maybe it goes up in priority this game. But for Falcons, I feel like every hero is a priority for them.
Yep.
We even had Mallory yesterday all chatting, give me Sand King.
Yeah.
He was given Sand King. He's daring the teams to leave this for him because he's saying he'll carry the game on his back.
Yeah, I mean, this guy, he's, in my opinion, I mean, I want to say that every player on Falcons is underrated, so maybe this is also my bias, but I do think they have very stand-up performances. You can throw Malrine in like the absolute most XD lanes, Primal versus Monkey King. He'll match the net worth, he'll make it happen. He's very versatile, so yeah, to me, one of the best mid laners of the tournament team.
But the way that I see the heroes, right, the Graphical and Grimstroke having 2 for 2 contested, that's 4 games. There's only 9 games total. When I look at Mallory's hero pool, do you really want an Earth Spirit, a Pango, Ember, a Primal, any of these heroes hit by a Soulbind? Like, we've not seen much of it TI, but I feel like this is kind of like the hidden gem as we progress in the final couple of days of the International. Both Crit has played it and Save. It really breaks a lot of the playmaker. I think Soulbind is the reason why this hero is good. Nothing to do with like Inkswell or Stroke, it's just the ultimate and Phantoms. So yeah, I'm hoping to see that hero more.
I think we're more likely to see that top row of heroes coming out from Malrine than those Spirit ones. A lot of teams have moved away from the Spirit heroes as this TI has progressed. Also, with Snake King on the screen, I want to talk about his Pugna. because he has been putting games on his back also from the position 5 as Pugna. He plays the dead lane, he builds tanky, he's always pushing out waves, he's being a nuisance for the other team. He's telling them, you have to catch me. We didn't even talk about what if instead of the Pugna, he gets this Chen, right? You have 2 problematic picks now that you have to think about. He is one of those support players that it feels you can't really ban. And if you even move away from Chen and Pugna, do you want to give away a Bane or a Naga Siren?
It's honestly hard because I think also what he does very well is like he's very good about like using his HP and his body, like where he goes. Ench does this very well. We saw it yesterday on the Pugna with the Essence Ring going to the tier 2. Chen helps everyone and he's really good. His expertise, they have AY as their coach, they value the map a lot. Where do you go? What items do you buy? So yeah, it is just incredibly hard. This is the hardest part against Falcons. What do you give them and what do you end up taking yourself?
It's why they go in and out of being dominant, right? 2024, they're heroes. You could list 6 heroes per player and how they were the best in the world and you want to try and ban them. In 2025, it kind of was shaky. They didn't have their heroes. Sometimes they did, sometimes they didn't. As we progress in TI, like you look at their heroes, I feel like we're returning to that 2024 moment of every hero you talk about on that top row of that graphic, you have to ban. And they're just not that many bans.
And we talk a lot about heroes that you have to ban basically almost against Falcons because they are so good in the hero-player combinations. What heroes do we want Falcons to ban? Because are there any hero-player combinations apart from the guy we just saw, Miero, on his Lycan? He was the key player in yesterday's series. Any heroes we want to ban out against him? Do you really want to ban out the Puck? Do you want to try to counter it one of the games? Because it is a Puck and they pick it up first. There is an opportunity to counter it.
I think Miro Lycan and Miro Beastmaster cannot be given away. For GPK, you can maybe let the puck through if you have a really good idea for it, and Falcons are one of the better teams at addressing pucks, I would say. But there are other heroes that come out later that we've forgotten about GPK, like the Invoker. But as we can see here, Kazu, Alpha heroes are up.
Yeah, I feel like also like Centaur has really been rising in popularity. I don't know if you want to ban it first stage, but like you need to keep it in mind in like the second stage and overall like also the Bristleback, just like anything for Miero to play forward, allow your team to like come to you, you help GPK maybe on some rune. This team has a lot of heroes like in their arsenal as well, like Save on this post 4, whether it be the Grimstroke, he busts out some Lion every now and then, or a Hoodwink. Like they've got a lot of it, but I do agree, these spirits, they don't really do it for me from the mid lane. They don't seem that strong anymore.
Yeah, they really don't, but GPK, he's famous for his spirit heroes, so it's unfortunate for him, but he's found a replacement for that in the Puck. And also the Shaker had a lot of consistent performances. The Void Spirit is probably the only spirit that feels good right now because of how popular Puck is and it as a counter. And also his ability to play Sand King from mid himself can be well contested here. Instead of banning the Sand King, they just first pick it for themselves. That's an option that they could choose to take.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of talk of cause, and I feel like we need to put some respect on Katomi's name, right? Like, how many times have we seen him outplay a long team fight on a Disruptor, or hit a clutch song like on a Naga Siren, you know, echoing Snaking's performance on a Pugna, right? Like, he feels like a critical building block in other players shining, and we just don't really give him as much light as the others. But yeah, I think if you can, I think they're going to have to look at Katomi as well. I
mean, we did see Nick McGalaxy put a lot of respect in banning out the Bane. That was definitely a good strat coming out for them. I would not be surprised to see Falcons going for the same route in the upcoming game. I do want to touch a little bit about the team's playstyle, taking it a little bit away from the heroes they'll play with it. How do these teams match up in playstyle? We've had so many different routes to victory. We talked in the previous series about how we saw Extreme being a little bit slower, and yes, they adapted against P-Vision, especially in that second game, speeding it up a little bit. On the other side, we did see P-Vision with a high tempo later on after the farming was done. How would we describe what's coming our way this time around?
For Falcons,
95, возможно, это 99.
Games, but not at the expense of their early game. Their lanes are strong, their macro movements are strong, their network game is very strong. They love to play for scaling on all of their heroes. They love to play the map, get these early objectives. And for VV team, their strength in the past, not this TI, but they were famous for their lanes. They would stomp their lanes, snowball out of that, and play an aggressive game. What we saw yesterday was when they aren't winning these lanes and they're playing from behind, that aggressive playstyle does get diminished.
Yeah, I'm hoping that BB team have an answer to this Falcons. Like I always talk about the 10 to 15 minute collapse. They're gonna break open the map, make sure that everyone has the space to farm. Because to me, BB team, they're more maybe on the side of the traditional like 4+1. You have your hard to carry, you play on pure. You hope that he can enable the game later and like just take it for you. Whereas Falcons, they don't always play hard carry. Skeeter, he's gonna play faster.
But it's not even a matter of Skeeter playing hard carry. I think during TI, he's actually shifting more towards heroes that want farm as well, to some degree. It's the fact that Falcons, they look at an objective in the early game and they bring the correct amount of heroes. like other teams, you might bring 3, you might bring 4, even 5, but on paper, you don't need 5. Falcons, every time, if they want to take a tower, contest a Roshan, contest a Wisdom, they bring the perfect amount of heroes, hence why they feel like they're always farming. Because if you take too many or too little, you don't win, your farm diminishes, right? So for BB, if they make a move in the map, they have to respect that Falcons are going to return with the correct amount of heroes to kind of rebuttal that aggression.
And the ability to make moves on the map, to me, that will boil down to the laning stage. I look at the series, and this is just about the lanes for me. Because if BB team play the lanes like they did yesterday, they're going to get a lot less opportunities on that map than Nigma gave them. Falcons will capitalize completely on the lane advantage they get and take everything. So BB team have to take it back to basics and make sure they're coming out an advantage from lanes. Look at your safe lane. How can you fix it? How can you make it easier for Pierre and Katami?
I mean, luckily for them, it used to be one of their absolute biggest strengths, like this laning skills and like all their players' individual skill that they bring together. So if they can just, you know, have a normal, stable game, these two teams will match up quite well into each other. I think the games will have quite a bit of duration unless Falcons really get this early lead with their stacks going on. So if your BB team also is something you can look towards, play into the enemy triangle, take some of those stacks away from Malrine because he is the tempo controller for Falcons. If you shut him down, their game slows down quite a lot.
Now, there is a mental factor to the series that I still wanted to highlight because for people that watch Dota 2 whole year round and follow both of these teams, last year you would have seen BB team lose a lot against Falcons. To be fair, everybody lost a lot against Falcons, so no harsh words there. But a lot of those series were in finals, and BB team was basically always the bridesmaid, never the bride, and it definitely got to them a little bit, getting a little frustrated potentially. Leading into BB's team's first victory only at the start of this season in Copenhagen, and the thing that Save said after that finals was it was great to have the finals, but next time he hopes he does it against Team Falcons, because for him still and for BB team still, it is Team Falcons that is the team to beat. They haven't played yet in a grand finals. I'm sure they would love to have Falcons as their opponents if they make it to the finals here, but I do want to take a moment to also respect the fact that BB team does make it to top 6, because for Falcons, we kind of always expected them to be doing well and not just be top 6, but move further. For BB team, we always have the same stories, like,
50-50.
Can they do it this time around? We know they have the player skills, but can they pull it together at the right time? We're going to find out if they can here in this upper bracket semi-finals. Winners of this best of 3 will be top 3 guaranteed at this year's international. And we are going to start with step 1 of this best of 3.
Team Falcons versus BB Team. Game 1.
Here we go for game 1. We got Falcons on the Radiant side, BB team on the Dire side, and the first pick goes the way of Falcons. And that means good news for BB team. They got 4 bans. That's a lot of bans, and that means you can basically control maybe a little bit more what is coming your way from Falcons. So a couple of poisons removed in the Naga Siren, the Pugna, the Chen, and the Monkey King. It seems like Snake King heavily targeted here.
Oh, he's so targeted, but are they just doing what Malrine asked and giving him Sand King? I mean, he all chatted it yesterday.
But if you know it's coming, I'd like to think if you enter a game 1 and you know teams like certain heroes, let them have the hero prepare a strong draft. So I don't mind giving Sand King, but then I need to see BB utilize that knowledge of they're going to take it with a really strong draft. And one thing that we have forgotten, of course, it is Skitter's birthday today. Is there a birthday buff? Does that make a player better, worse? Like,
it depends how much it depends, I think, how much he imagines the arena singing for you, because then you just might cringe into the ground.
Okay, fair enough.
But like you said, I feel like, you know, there was some Sand Kings, maybe some Beast Masters up in the row, but they take out the GPK puck. They get the Malrine Sand King, most likely. So, like you said, BB team, they knew this was coming. What's their response?
Я хочу посмотреть, что там написано на Егисе. Мне прям интересно, если честно.
Other teams will react with a Doom, and other teams will just react by Triangle Invasion. That's one of the easier ways to solve him.
Does this count as Triangle Invasion?
This is simply respecting the lack of bans they have. They have one ban. They already know that Sanking Hoodwink is a potent.
2000, они занесли, короче, говорили, что типа Нави нету на Егисе, потому что, короче, когда они выиграли, не было Егиса, но, видимо, их тут потом забили, то есть вот 13, 11 Нави, Invictus, так, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20 нет, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25 будет здесь. 26 здесь, и еще будет 4 места. 4 места будет. Хотя, возможно, снизу будет. Да, еще снизу есть. Снизу есть еще 4 места. То есть, грубо говоря, сюда влезет, как я понимаю, еще, получается, 25-й год. 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34 точно влезет сюда. До 34 года. В теории сюда еще влезет, если прям ухитриться, можно эти плашки добавить еще где-нибудь. В теории можно плашки по центру добавить. Место-то есть, штуки 4-6. Я думаю, можно туда еще штук. Вообще, можно даже не менять Эгис, можно просто плашек добавить. Ой.
A lot of time is going into this one with bonus time being used on the side of BB team. A lot of things to think about.
Так, погнали. Сэн Кинг, Фалькон, заебись. Надо еще, чтобы они ФБ сделали.
Wow, they're just going in an entirely different direction. This looks like it could be a Falcons draft on BB team.
I mean, I know GPK has had some banger DK performances like not long ago. I'm sure they can also play it on Pure if they want to. I don't know if they want to like kind of show this early on, but another strength of second pick. You can pick your core here, you can flex it until the end and then decide where you want it to be.
It's also just like layering the idea where Hoodwink, you can scurry through the trees. But DK as well, naturally quite tanky. You itemize to be tanky. If Falcons want to try and play a pickoff game, if they don't cleanly execute on the pickoff, at least these two heroes have a way to do it. Of course, Hoodwink, Epicenter +1, you're going to die, right? Yeah. But the elusiveness and the tankiness is what BB might be leaning towards.
There's something else that's kind of cool. I saw this a bit more in like the last years when the enemy team has Earthshaker. You know he's going to go Echo Slam the Ancients the first time, so he's not really much in the mid lane. I saw a lot of teams like try to go hit the mid tower. 3 different guys, 3 different lanes, minute 5, minute 10 you pressure. And yeah, Ringmaster, another hero we've seen too often, but I feel like Falcons, they know how Hoodwink works. Hoodwink wants to go somewhere, you have a blink stun.
Нихуя себе, Ringmaster инча.
And also helping your Sanking with teamfight. I'm all for it.
Ringmaster, I believe, has only been picked 4 times so far.
Да, ну хотя бы 95 нахуй, подожди. Какие правила фэнтези?
Yeah, it kills down.
It kills down.
I know because Fog was telling me it's the one way you can run a Dominator.
I still don't think you should get that.
А, за нулевой процентиль дают 60? Нихуя себе. Блять, мне, чтобы что-то сделать, желательно хотя бы 95-й, а лучше 99-й, нахуй. А еще лучше 99-9, нахуй, блять. Хотя, если прям повезет, возможно, 90-й. Ну, блядь, 90-й там просто очень по краешку, блядь.
The ways to beat him.
Знаете, в чем прикол, что если здесь отлетают фальконы в нижнюю сетку, когда у кого-то, кто ставил фальконов в нижнюю, не могут там сыграть. То есть у кого-то, так, какая там у меня была сетка, я могу по себе посмотреть. По моим сеткам могу глянуть. Мои сетки. Вот моя сетка, где побеждает ТТ, например. Да. Побеждают ТТ, фальконы идут в нижнюю. Тогда Там есть вариант залутать больше прогнозов. То есть для людей, для кого-то будет выгодно, чтобы фальконы въебали. Но я не такой. Для меня выгодно, чтобы фальконы победили хотя бы, блядь, вот этот, этот матч. Если они этот побеждают, тогда внизу может сработать еще один прогноз. То есть раз, два,
I mean, what I like a lot is this Mars. I
Three.
think, first of all, these two supports don't like this hero at all. Also, how Mars interacts with Bristle. When you spear him, he's gonna face you. So his passive absolutely gone. You have a lot of damage also going into it. I think.
Не, ну у меня есть еще надежда. Подожди, на основном аккаунте получается может сработать раз, два прогноза.
We have quite a couple of beefy boys on the board
Три,
at the moment,
четыре.
the 8 heroes that are picked so far.
Еще 4 может на основе сработать. Здесь может вообще еще 5. Если же там Марс заявись. Нужен кор какой-то. Бристлбэк. Бристлбэк это кто? Бристлбэк. Ну, такое, жирный драфт, но как пробить? Нужен герой, который пробьет. И нужно, чтобы Марлина сделал первую кровь. Ебать, чел 134 тысячи очков набрал, ебаный нахуй.
If Enchantress isn't burst in that duration, she'll just turn on her wisps, right? If it's not the Ringmaster, he will be saving people in that backline. And Bristle, while he does a lot of damage, he does it over time. He's not a bursty hero. So maybe they can look towards securing that burst from their safe laner instead, and then you run around with that DK and the knowledge that whoever you go on will die.
The problem there is BB, if they want to reset, they can't reset when they're in an arena. So if they initiate first and Amar's in position, you throw down an arena, you're going to have to try and survive through that moment because, yeah, Falcons will be ready to punish any initiation from BB. And it's a very scripted initiation. You know, if DK's missing from the map, if Vayne's missing from the map, you know they're probably making a smoke move or they're looking for that fight. And if Falcons can shove the waves with the Ench or the Sand King, Amar's probably going to have to be in the right place at the right time.
And from the perspective of Falcons, usually these Sand Kings, after the helm, they'll buy an axe, and that usually corrects for damage.
Блять, ну фальконы...
If the damage is purely coming from the Agnons...
Блять, если бы я поставил фальконов на победителей инта, было бы куда больше шансов.
It's true, I do think that the auras will be quite important in this game, like especially the offlaners, because they're mainly the teamfight controllers so far. Sure, Falcons do also have Sand King, like all Marine later, who can make stuff happen. What do we have here?
That's a Nature's Prophet. The Faceless Void was the final ban, and the Nature's Prophet there. This is one of the heroes that's been very successful for Falcons, and during the road to TI, this is one of the heroes that was picked.
Блять, на Сэнкинге он не грандмастер, но он может ФБ сделать. Если он ФБ сделает...
I would say it's pretty good in this game. I would say it's better for their own draft. Like, you have Ench, she's gonna want to go through the gate, you're gonna TP somewhere, you have this early collapse play, so...
Если в теории игра... Подожди, сколько мне надо, чтобы шла игра, чтобы перевесить?
You're gonna kill, I'm gonna stick and walk away, so Falcons, this is their recipe.
Yeah, more wave shots.
Каждая руна на счету.
Isn't afraid, sorry, to buy Skadi, right? Because of how quickly you farm Mjolnir into BKB, you get a Skadi hitting it onto a Bristle or a DK with the containment of the Sand King and Mars. That's a really good recipe for fights to go.
Так, 11400.
So what's the answer?
8200.
What is BB team lacking, and what one hero can solve that entire puzzle?
I think they need a hero that can just focus on this backline, take out the Ringmaster, buy an early nullifier, and provide you more burst damage, because BB team are lacking in burst. They're only getting it from Sharpshooter right now.
And they had no reserve time.
That's a life stealer.
I do think it makes sense.
Гуля,
like,
ну
if you see double strength 4, you see some Sand King, you see the Mars, you can get in there. I would say it's nicer for you if you have two guys you can go in with, because it's kind of still all about this DK. You can buy a nullifier later, you can split your radiance.
Мало карт
I would
было.
say it's pretty good, and it's within like his comfort.
It also means that GPK and Miro don't have to be the ones to go in first. When Pure's online, he will happily walk up and try and tank the arena, try and tank.
Не прислали выписку еще, ебаную.
Then everyone else can follow. A problem that BB had was they can't disengage from the fight. Lifestealer easily can with Infest or Rage, so So once they get online, Falcons have to be careful that their finite control of the finite team fight, is used on the correct heroes. Because if they waste it on Pure, don't kill him, then BB will just run through the entire engagement.
Yeah, I really like this lifestealer and what it provides for them in the game. I like that it contributes to the infest bombs, and like T mentioned, that ability to kite in and out will be pivotal. The question is he going to have better lanes than yesterday? Because if they come out of their lanes doing well in BB team, I strongly believe in this draft. If their lifestealer gets shut down on lane and has late timings, they're going to lose everything on the map.
And what's the laning stage going to depend on? Where does the if come from?
If Skitter presses TP.
Okay.
Not like Suno.
I mean, it's like the way that I see it too, I expect both teams to have pretty good laning stages with what's going to be happening. But also, to me, it's a lot about the first move. Are Falcons going to be the ones that take over the first move? They go to the Lifestealer lane, they, shut him down, maybe take his tower, or Pure? You, with the Gore Storm, do you go through the gate? Do you make the first move? How do you react to the first move? Because BB team, I think they would prefer to be the aggressors themselves. We have DK, he wants to hit the mid tower. Maybe you can invade the triangle. So Falcons, try to shut them down from this first move, make it unsuccessful for them.
There's also the Nature's Prophet. When you're playing against Nature's Prophet, you have to assume there's +1 in each lane that can join at any time. And you have to be ready to react to when the Nature's Prophet is going to be TP in. So the supports have to be freed up almost all the time on BB team and ready for those moves.
Okay, well, it is time. Time to get our first game of the final best of 3 on the way. Before we jump into the game, though, we're going to check in with the coach on stage and Tsunami.
Thank you very much. I am joined by bulk of BB team and Kinda High helping me translate. You were down to the last second there. Lifestealer was picked. All the reserve time was used. What was the discussion for that last pick?
При пике лайфстиллера вытянули до последней секунды. Соответственно, очень интересно, что именно вы обсуждали перед этим пиком.
Мы не то чтобы слишком долго думали над этим героем, просто больше обсуждали, что мы будем делать по игре, потому что просто сэкономили время.
We were actually using this time to discuss our game plan.
Okay. Well, it's a strategy time as well. How about the very beginning of your strategy, though? You guys pick a lot of Hoodwink. It's your most picked hero of the tournament. I was wondering, why does Save like this hero so much?
Вернемся к началу драфта. На ваш первый пик залетела Худвинг. Вы ее, очевидно, очень любите. Что именно Сейв в ней находит?
Это просто один из его любимых героев, и ему комфортно играть. Плюс это очень хорошо подходит под наш плейстайл.
It's just one of his most favorite heroes. Really fitting for their playstyle, so that's why they go for it.
Well, I hear the horn off in the distance. Barclays Arena, you ready for the last series of the night? Then let's get into it. Game number 1.
And we're going to start things off with the goal.
Марлину! Марлин! ФБ сделал, ебать! Да ну нахуй! Так, ФБ есть, пацаны. Теперь главное что? Руны, блядь, команда... Ну, руны это да, руны да. Что там еще стоит? На этот аккаунт уже поебать. ФБ Марлину, это заебись. ФБ Марлину.
They have some peculiar similarities in their playstyle and the structure of the team. I'm mainly looking at that carry role. 2 carry players that like to get aggressive, like to make early rotations, and join the fights. And I'm looking at the 4 positions. When you talk about some of the greatest
так, дальше,
ever
ФБ Марлину.
Sure, there's names
это
like
сходу ФБ Марлину дает...
I can't imagine a world where Crit doesn't one day become a TI winner.
1700?
This guy has had one of the most legendary 4-position careers of all time. And on the flip side, I think Save has quickly made an argument that he belongs in that echelon. He gets another 4 or 5 years into this career. He gets a couple more championships under his belt. People will look back at this guy as one of the greatest forwards ever played the game. Particularly since
1700 дали за первую кровь, пацаны, блять. Кстати, если бы я еще X-Нову поставил на втором аккаунте, туда, там бы тоже первая кровь сработала на X-Нове. Сука, я ведь хотел, кстати, я хотел. Я в конце поменял просто, как мразь. Так.
certainly is
То
going to be
есть
bringing
это
wealth of experience to
300-400
this matchup.
очков
And you
уже у
talk time and
меня
time
есть.
again how important experience is
Так,
on the main
дальше.
stage of
Смерти,
TI.
руны, командное
It's
сражение,
everything.
убийство.
You need those core players to hold you together, to keep emotions in check.
Понятно.
Especially if your games go, you know, an average of 55-60 minutes here.
Убийство, руны.
Falcons have a
Ну
tendency to
здесь
do.
типа
The other really interesting thing
самое
about this draft is
такое,
I think this
что
is the first
фармит,
draft Falcons encountered. I was watching in
это
the booth.
командные сражения
It's a lot
плюс
of their
руны.
heroes on the other
В
side.
командных сражениях есть
I mean, this
предел.
BB team lineup could be
У
a
рун
Falcons
нет
draft.
предела.
We have two Falcons drafts here.
Но нету
You're
крипов.
getting
Здесь же
mirrored, at
есть
least
крипы и
strategically,
руны,
hero pool-wise.
и
That
убийство.
can be problematic sometimes. Kateomi trying to fight it out. Cannot
Хорош.
get the last hit. That's going to be a strength tonic going into crit.
Главное
Really
только,
nice pickup here
чтобы
with the Carney
игра
Classics.
длилась
Let's see what he
не
can do with this
очень
Ringmaster.
мало.
Not a hero we've seen a lot at this TI. Got debuted at the last one, but a super powerful team fighter. You can get those saves going into the late game.
Oh, nice pickup. Beautiful bushwhack on two. Snake King will take a bit of damage here. He has his whisk coming up in a second, so should be able to undo a bit
О,
of
у
the
Сейва
damage done.
кровавый
But you can see the
арбалет,
potential
кстати,
is there.
набил.
You've got this
Здорово.
really nice physical damage minus armor duo between the Bristleback and the Hoodwink, and they
Блядь,
can
если б тут
actually
был
get
X
through and
снова,
maybe burst out this
кстати,
Enchantress even after level 6.
у меня было бы
Not the old,
30
you know, blight
очков.
orb tree bounce hoodwink. That would have
true.
made this
That
scene,
Сука, хотел же ведь
even more disgusting.
поставить
But if
по
they can put the
правилам.
pressure on this Fury and Enchantress lane, it's going to count for a lot
Ну да,
around the
надо
map. You're
было.
trying to whittle through the resources, keep them
Ну
low.
ладно.
That'll do two things. Stop the Enchantress making early rotations, potentially into this lane, which is going to be another very tough lane for BB team to get through, and stop those Fury on teleports from ruining Pure's game. We saw what Nigma Galaxy did to him yesterday. That was brutal. He just got decimated in that laning phase, and a big component of that was the Fury on rotations. Falcons could be looking to do something similar here, so the more pressure that gets put on this Falcon safe lane, the more time you buy for your other lanes to come online. And keep in mind, this is no regular Enchantress.
Yeah.
This is a Snake King Enchantress, the man who had the 27 win streak on this hero.
Well, I just want to point out, Avery, the last time we tried to highlight a certain player's proficiency with a hero, we did point to Ghost in his Morphling, and that one didn't go so well, so we might want to be careful with praising the players here.
I think that's a Morphling issue. I'm not going to put that on us. Look, I'll praise Snake King's Enchantress. I know the man, you know, if he says I cursed him after the game, he'll take it up with me personally.
Fair enough.
I'll vouch for it.
We did have the Hoodwink sneak over and take away the Water Rune, but Malrine seems to be doing pretty fine without it. Without the refill in the bottle, really only suffering on mana. Laning phase does seem to be doing all right. Pure having to use a rage here, and if that Fury on teleport had come in earlier, they might have been able to get the kill there onto Pure. Crit will survive, has to use the Lotus just in case Katomi rolls a little high. Good God's Rebuke for a double range CS and a bit of damage on a Pure. They are keeping this lifesteal low within the kill threshold if they can ever catch a spear on him.
Amar is just such a scary laner. He gets these early stat items up. He just straight out CSs you 28 and 5 on this Mars. And it's not a lane you can really stop him. And after he gets the early regen up, you can put some harass into him, but Ringmaster is still a really strong laner. It's a great laner against Bane. One of the heroes that can outrange him, put the daggers in. That strongman tonic is sitting in Crit's backpack right now. That's going to make some aggression a lot more difficult. And of course, you always have rotations that can come in here. So if you're BB team, it's really scary to get aggressive on this lane. You're just trying to secure as much farm for the lifestealer as possible and get the hell out of there.
31 and 6, top of the board. Still though, both the Dragonite and the Bristleback are not faring too poorly. So it seems like pretty much all the cores are doing all right. The only one who's a little bit farther behind is Skeeter's Nature's Prophet. And that is both due to the off lane of BB team and the fact that he's going to be teleporting around the map. We already had him be a part of one kill, right? So,
I mean, 14 denies on this Bristle. Significant work being done down here from Miro. This dual off lane for BB team putting in the work right now in this laning phase. And you're looking towards that 6-minute power rune. Could be a rune that Skeeter wants to TP to if the fight breaks out. Especially if you can secure the kill on GPK.
Блядь, знаете, если они во второй игре поют тоже первую кровь Марлину,
the
блядь.
supports are coming over like this. Katomi, nice spacing there. Malrine spaces it so he can burrow strike in to take the rune. Unfortunately for him, it doesn't spawn. But Katomi still gets hit by the stun, unable to get off a good nightmare. And now with Skeeter running in,
a little
blood
awkward.
grenade, and perhaps, okay, Malrine's going to cut him off at the pass here and bring him down.
More gold for Malrine. Having a tremendous start. Stacks will be waiting for him as well. I mean, this is Falcons Dota. They will always get that triangle stacked up for these AoE clear mid heroes. But overall, a very even laning phase. I mean, hey, this has got to be Pure's best start on the main stage. He doesn't have 6 deaths already. This is looking way better than yesterday. So he's got to be feeling a little more comfortable given the position.
You want to know something? After yesterday's win, in a post-game interview, he said he actually apologized. He said, you know, I'm sorry you had to see that. And he thanked his team, and he said, next game, I'll carry them. He wants to return the favor for his team, who managed to pull through in that clutch series yesterday. They dragged him across the finishing line after he had an incredibly rough first 20 minutes.
I mean, a lot of that was the GPK puck, which earned a first phase ban here. Falcons do not want to mess around with that. And he should have a better series here. This is a guy who has stepped up before and absolutely can do it again.
We've got a little stack clearing. This is, I mean, every TI stacking is part of the meta, but it feels like particularly important for Falcons, who have been playing the Sand King and the Earthshaker so much. What's the game plan? Because right now it doesn't seem like BB team are trying to contest at all. They've just let Malrine have all this.
The trade-off could have been the DK pushing your mid-tower, right? DK is a hero that can punish stack takers by just putting the tier 1 pressure on if heroes can rotate into him.
Yeah.
BB team didn't feel comfortable pulling supports off the side lanes to make that kind of play. Maybe GBK doesn't want to go up there with Sand King off the map. Doesn't want to risk a bad death in this early game, but at the same time, you're not using this Dragon Form to put some early pressure on Falcons, so Malrine is getting away with the exact type of game plan he wants right now, and we saw what he was all chatting yesterday. You got to ban this Sand King against me, or I'm going to win every game. If he all chats it again, at what point do you take this hero away from him? At what point do you start to say, there's too many heroes to ban against this team in general?
What's with Pure? Okay, yeah, switched it over to a normal Radiance build, which is what I would expect. He's going to use an early Infest here.
See, there's your stack.
Chris somehow, I guess taking one creep.
Slowing down the economy.
Bit by bit. A quick burst here on Kataomi as Falcons were
Блин, а чё ты килл не отдал Марлину?
Had all the information in the world and communicated it. Nice rotations from everyone involved.
Carries are having the slowest game, but Skeeter's going to recover a lot faster here, and Wrath of Nature contributing to the map. Gonna feel nice. Now you can start to look for these Enchantress rotations, either into the mid or the top lane. Start to put pressure on BB team in terms of having a numbers advantage. You leave heroes alone on the lane, they're going to be very susceptible.
Have you seen that one before? The Helmet Dom into being used to break the Bristleback early? That's funny.
It's a little touch.
The grab here, pulling him out, but Malrine got the kill on Pure. It's got to be a trade-off here. They have to get the kill on Skeeter. He's already been cut away from that bushwhack. Awkward little play there. BB team, did they cut down the wrong tree?
That was just awkward in general. I don't even know if you have the damage for him. That's 1,000 HP Furion. He's just going to TP out of here.
He's getting out. Crits away. No catch here from BB team. The best they can get out of this is the tower, which, thanks to GPK, they should be able to do so, but it's still a trade-off.
I don't know, Malrine, he has other plans. He has Epi available.
Oh, he's spotted immediately. And he's going to get that Sandstorm in front of the wave here. GPK, do you really want to commit to this? They do manage to get the dust, pulling the Sand King out of position here. No bushwhack.
Just wants the tower.
Maybe go for the Ringmaster, trying so hard to get this tower, but it's just going to be denied. BB team, they're getting nothing out of this. No kills, no tower.
And they lost Pure in that trade off top, whereas ATF, I was about to say he's not going to miss the last hit, but he missed the last hit. I couldn't even curse him.
Right in front of Creeps, gets taken away.
Blink Dagger done for Malrine, though. Benefit of all those stacks.
Yeah.
Now you're going to run this almost level 10 Sand King straight into that mid lane. Somebody shows here they are just gone, and you're looking at another quick tower push. This is the downside of failing some of those early Dragon Form moves. If you don't get the pressure onto Falcons,
вообще, если на самом деле эту катку закончится раньше, чем за 25 минут. А нет, там нет такого. Или есть?
No pump fakes. Malrine pulls the trigger right away. An epicenter kill onto the bane, and a tower secured. Gets lasted on that as well. Malrine is shooting up the network chart. Pure gets off the rage in time, but he's kind of stuck here. He's got to go for an infest. Oh no, he's been blocked out by the arena. He has to choose for the range creep, but that's pretty easy. Falcons can shoot through that one, and a Sprout to finish him off. And now the difference of the carries is beginning to show. We can see this Nature's Prophet, even though it was in a losing lane, is still able to be active around the map.
Really nice move from Skeeter. Beautiful arena to cut him off from that siege creep. You take down the carry, you take the mid-tier one at the same time. You're splitting resources, not getting punished for it. This is amazing for Falcons right now. BB have to respond in some capacity. They're trying to do stacks of their own, but the experience is getting leached here.
Yeah, and this is also just going to be way less efficient. Not to mention, Snake King, he's catching wards, he's blocking out the camp. He will die for it, though. So there's a little extra bit of efficiency for GPK, who's clearing out his stack, gets to get a little assist and experience.
You had to punish something here, right? It's just getting too much. And once more, it's going to be another BB team game where all eyes on GPK and Save. Save the playmaker, but GPK the anchor in this early game. He has the early blink. He can do some work in these fights. Nice setup for the Hoodwink ult to come through and some decent break targets. Like, you can throw the break into this Enchantress and Mars later on. You will have the substantial kill threat on them.
I just do not feel like GPK is set up to have the same kind of impact on this Dragon Knight as his Puck was set up. He's fighting into heroes that are just a lot tankier, and Dragon Knight just doesn't provide the same amount of damage.
It's going to be tough to go into all the AoE control. You jump on the Sand King or Mars, if they get boxed, if they get saved to some Enchantress heals, and then that second turnaround comes, there's very little to bail you out. There's going to be an infest later on, and there's, you know, some early sleep save potential, but you're kind of on your own in these early fights. I agree. It's concerning. It's maybe a reason we didn't see him push this mid tower as aggressively. He's worried about some of these TPs coming in. You just get locked in the AoE control. You're going to get bursted down.
Skeeter is still not the most farmed. In fact, every minute that goes by that he's not getting a kill, Pure is beginning to close that gap. Still doesn't have his Maelstrom, and frankly, is rather low level, too.
You would love for a fight to break out as long as he's not the first one in. It's just not Falcon's MO, right? They want to get all the item timings online together, then make the cohesive move. They're not just going to start random engagements without a good reason for it. They also like making these moves around objectives. You're looking at the Roshan, you're looking at the Torment, they're stealing stacks. Something of this nature is what's going to prompt that smoke trajectory. If Snake King doesn't see it, he's not going to force the issue.
They may be a bit of a slower team, but they are still a double Blink Dagger lineup.
And Wisdom Shrine spawning soon. This is what's prompting them to go to this part of the map. Even if they don't find anything, they're going to get an objective, and they will find something because you have to defend this experience gain right now.
But is Amar going to react appropriately as the smoke breaks? They run into the Bristleback, and they pin him, trying to burst him down, and they push him back into the arena. They do have the Abyss. That's going to help out. Miro, he gets a bit of help, but it looks like he's still going to fall in the end. They trade off the Nightmares, 1, 2, and a third, but a nice Fiend's Grip, and they don't have anything to stop it now. Marini may have gotten out the epicenter, but he wasn't able to blink into the Bane. Still, though, heavy damage rains in on GPK's Dragon Knight. He falls, and somehow all of Falcons keep each other alive. To a man, they are still up, and now Pure is being hounded by all 3 of the cores, and 2 of the supports to get the pin onto the Bane as well. And what about that Wisdom Shrine? Not even that. Everything will be denied from BB team. They will lose out on all the kills they hope to get. They will miss their Wisdom Shrine.
Бля, ну это было на тоненького, кстати.
Beautiful team fighting from them. They toggled the target priority so damn well. The saves are bailing each other out. The little extra sustain. Huge epicenter from Malrine. He dealt the most damage there. Sick bushwhacks from Save. I mean, they baited that out pretty well. That's a Blade Mail Bristleback that took the brunt of that fight. GPK on the side, his Dragon Form ran out. That could be a very different fight if he has.
Фальконом лучше прям в лейт не затягивать, хотя у них довольно сильный лейт, но там как бы Гуля, ДК, Бристол, В.
Pays off in a huge brawl. They get that 5-0 victory. That's massive for them.
Блять, подождите, они взяли Бейна в Рингмастера?
I mean, this is the kind of fight you want. The Bristle can survive, Infest bails him out, Blade Mail reflects a lot of damage here, and at this point, you're a bit scared to commit, but now you're bleeding more, potentially.
Yeah, Falcon's not slowing down whatsoever. They moved to the other side of the map, already picked off the Hoodwink, and they're gonna go for more. They're gonna chase down GPK. It's a long road back to the Tier 2, but a short one back to the Fountain.
I mean, I was about to ask, what does GPK want to go after this Blink to keep the early control going? It's been delayed. Whatever he was planning, looks like it's just going to be BKB. I mean, he was on pace to be the most farmed core in this game. He's now behind the entirety of Falcons. Gonna have to look to get this Radiance online and bring some of that team fight back. Nice dodge from him. Quick reaction.
And he's going to go for an Infest inside the Golem.
He doesn't want to TP off the map. That's the biggest thing. I mean,
oh no.
The
Quills will build up. They've got him, right? Oh, he's slowed down. He's outside of the range of the final Quill. They used so much for that. They used a Fiend's Grip on him. He walked into their triangle and still survived.
Spark of Courage, quite nice on this hero. When you get low, the heal kicks in, the extra armor. And now did you overstep?
And now Miro's gonna be punished for chasing after him. There's so much control to make him face a certain direction, whether it's the spear, it's the fear, or it's the wheel. There is tons of options for Falcons to get the Bristleback to face the right direction and put the damage into his face.
Man, that Wisdom Shrine fight decided so much of this mid-game. I mean, Crit is just having such a tremendous game after that. He has a full Vessel already done. So much damage into these cores that don't have early BKBs or Dispel. It's going to be great against the Dragon Knight, great against the Bristle. You can go into a fast Aether Lens here, and then you're just cruising in this game. Early Lotus for Amar. Seen him do this a couple times. Nice Dispel game, great against the Bane here.
And the armor never hurts when you're matched up against a lot of physical damage. I mean, all three cores are, you know, 90% physical damage here. Pure finally does have his Radiance, but I just feel like it's not going to mean that much. The team fights, if Falcons are winning the fights, which they mostly are, right? It happens fast, right? It's a lot of burst damage. Like, what are the chances that this Radiance actually gets to do a decent amount of damage over time, or that the miss percentage chance actually has an impact when Falcons are largely just throwing magic damage up?
It's a scaling item. It's a farming item, right? He doesn't have to get max value out of it right now. It'll be good across the entirety of the game, especially if he gets really beefy later. You can go for infest plays, though. That is something this lineup always has available. You can infest the DK and look for a quick pick-off or jump into some sort of objective or vision control.
Yeah, and that's why typically I would really like the heroes that BB Team have against Falcons, because they do have that tendency to split up, where the Fiend's Grip might be able to do things, but the box counter is too good. Grit in the right spot, the right time will save Amar's life.
Crit just reading this play perfectly. So close to that tier 2.
And
Amar, it's a risky play.
He wants revenge. Katomi tried to kill him instead. Oh, look at Amar. What a nice guy. No, Skeeter is struggling a bit on the network chart. He will wake him up so Skeeter can take the last hit.
Amar the friendly strikes again. Honestly, at first I thought he misclicked that. Thinking, you know, I've watched this kid for a couple seasons now. Did he lag out?
Maybe he's just evolving, growing as a person and a player.
Oh, this is the time to do it.
That's why he's got a Lotus Orb, so he can protect his allies.
We'll see who he ends up throwing it on here. I'm not gonna. It's going Lotus into the Lincolns. We saw him do this build earlier in the road to the International. Very obnoxious build to get through when you are relying on your single target spells to give you control in the fight. Super good against the Bane here. Nice against the DK stun, right? And if you rule those spells out, what is left in the tank for BB Team in terms of control? Bushwhack. I mean, that's it.
Yeah, it's not much. And it's showing in the kill score, 16-2, with Falcons up 7K. That Radiance timing, even the BKB timing for GPK, it doesn't feel like it's going to be enough. It feels like BB Team are just going to have to weather the storm until they get a second or third item on some of these cores. And that second or third item is going to be slowed down as Falcons keep on hitting with the smokes. They have not missed on one of these smokes yet.
Playing with more map control, slightly better vision. Furion and Enchantress pushing the waves in. You have more maneuverability here. Just finding more openings. I mean, I like that Pure's getting aggressive here. Like, you got to just take something off the map, right? You can't keep losing heroes, gaining nothing in return. You are pushing towards the second BKB on that Bristleback. Got delayed off that smoke. And now Tormentor's going to boost this net worth lead up even further.
Can they kill Snake King with the break? I think they might just have it. No, he's walking away. The heal is being outdone. The Radiance is just not going to do it.
The damage is just so pathetic.
It is. It's just sad. Save. Once again, he tries to get himself out of there, but Scurry, teleport, it's not going to work for you.
Yeah, and their Spotlight freshly delivered off that Tormentor.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, this isn't the craziest shard in the game, but missed chance against this lineup, it's a freebie, right?
Sure.
Just throw it out there.
And situations like that, finding the squirrel, trying to hide away in the trees, and they're going to play for another Wisdom Shrine. They took the last one, and BB Team, they learned their lesson. They will give this one up without a fight.
Experience differentials out of control. I mean, we're already at an 11 level difference, 28%. 20 minutes in the game, that is some serious damage.
It's nasty work out here. Malrine, he's got his Aghanim Scepter. He's closing in on level 18 and soon to be a BKB. So the Sand King is peaking here pretty soon. Obviously, he continues to get stronger, but I feel like Aghanims plus level 18 Epicenter is one of the strongest points for this Sand King.
Oh, Falcon, big problem for their cores in the late game, honestly. If he gets to sit in these fights and just throw out the impetus, it's pretty effective against the Bristle and the Dragon Knight here.
I mean, this is disgusting. Snake King's just by himself pushing out a lane. Not just defending it around the tower, but exploring this whole jungle area, getting information. BB team are just on the edges of the map.
Amar looking for the setup on Pure.
Pure immediately going to rage and then TP away. Spooked by the Sprout that was coming in. The teleport from the Nature's Prophet. They're Snake King. And once again, showing that he can't really die. This is so bad. BKB teleport out. That's your first use, the Black King bar. But BB team have no other choice. They're too far behind right now. They just got to do something like that. A smoke up play, though. This might catch Falcons unaware.
You do not want to catch the Enchantress with this, though.
No.
They're gonna
oh, man. They missed the bushwhack. Come on. They break the Enchantress. They'll get her. They got her. Ladies and gentlemen, we got her. It's all good. The Enchantress has finally died, and BB team have picked up a 3rd kill for the game.
I mean, honestly, he's level 13. That's a significant kill just to relieve some of the map pressure here. This is why this man is such a nuisance on this hero. He forces overreactions. Suddenly you stop playing Dota, you start playing Hunt Bambi in the woods.
Yeah.
Creates a lot of space, a lot of farm for the other 3 cores, and Falcons love their tri-core scaling.
And the supports too. The supports have luxury items queued up.
BB are still
thinking about like, oh, what am I getting? I'll get a Blink Dagger, an Aghanim Scepter. Like, who's thinking about Aghanim Scepter on this Ringmaster? Miro, once again, we see some maybe overcommitment from BB team to try and claim a tower. The punish is there from Falcons, not to get the kill, but another BKB forced out, and maybe a different kill, though save does manage to skirt on by the Sprout.
A lot of Nightfall going on in this game, dare I say it.
Yeah.
These BKBs are not getting the fight impact you would want. I guess it's getting you some farm. You are stalling this game out. No BKB piercing disable for Falcons is really causing them some issue. I'm sure they're thinking about some way to get an early abyssal or something.
I mean, when you're this far up,
this is significant. I mean, this is one way to get the lanes out when you're not using Helmet Dominators.
How does BB team keep ending up in this position? Because this was a squad that was known for their laning prowess. This is a squad that was known for getting the advantage in the first 10 minutes and 20 minutes. And then maybe somewhere in the mid game, they would sometimes fall apart or something like that. But now it seems like every single game they're playing, they're just getting run over in the first 25 as once again, Falcons will find their mark with their movements around the map. They're just catching BB team every single time they smoke.
Oh, they're getting everything they want off these. Continuing to scale everybody up. Yeah, you're finding some rat action on the side lanes. You're BKB TPing out, but you're also wearing down your durations going into this late game, whereas Falcons have not committed BKBs yet. If they want to go for them later on, they're going to have a nice timing advantage with that. And we've yet to see Roche go down. It's another big piece of pushing high ground in this patch. Falcons yet to claim it if they want it.
Epicenter goes out. Surprise, Pure. He's going to be caught by that one.
No
he gets off the rage, but it's so much damage, he may not even survive. Gets off the infest. Inside save. They're going to bounce back. They go up to Sand King. BB team.
Oh, what
a big play. BKB. Wait, no. Oh, okay. Still goes down. The Burrow Strike is not quite good enough. And that is a massive kill streak to get up. 896 gold for GPK and an extra 550 for the team.
I mean, this game may not have been pretty for BB team, but they suddenly have the top net worth core. They claimed a huge streak. They lose
Amar,
GPK.
Oh, instant response from GPK.
What was that?
A quick little stun. And Amar at half. Not so certain if he wants to keep going offensively anymore. Has to arena defensively. Still going to be Dragon Tail. And yeah, BB team saying, well, they don't have the Sand King. Good little clip. No, it's not going to be good enough. They still found the Bushwhack to stop him. The Fiend's Grip on top of that one. What is Amar doing trying to fight without his buddy Malrine?
That was an incredibly sick stun from GPK.
That was
absolutely once more, he has been the rock of this team, having an incredible TI main stage performance. And now BB team, they feel a little momentum.
Third kill.
They will take everything here. Maybe into Roshan. This game just flipped on its head.
What just happened? BB team double their kills and get Roshan?
They're going to even out this lead completely.
They are.
One bad gank into turnaround potential from that Infest on these tanky boys. They make the call to go back in. That's playing to win, right? You could just run away, lick your wounds, say, we got out, we survived. But they picked their point. They picked it well. They have a chance to turn this game.
Doesn't want to let anybody near the pit here. He's going to make sure they even get an extra kill out of this crit. He was trying to do something fancy, some sort of whip, maybe jumping into the pit.
It's just going to be another death on the board. I mean, that's basically a team wipe outside of the Furion into Roche.
Yeah.
This Bane is rich now. Oh, Falcons, what have you done? It seems you are doomed to enter 60-minute games no matter what you do. This one might go the distance as well. And now you have a BKB on this Lifestealer. The debuff immunity that has been causing Falcons problems is about to get a lot worse. This Lifestealer pick is good for that reason. Now he has an insane duration to play with. I just don't think you can really itemize against it. You were itemizing a little defensively against some of the single target bursts with this ATF build. Mallory's just going for pure damage, but none of this damage is going to do a lot to all this debuff immunity and the tankiness of these heroes plus the Infest.
Sure, they got to be prepared to play longer fights where you make the jump, rage goes off, and then a reset, and that's why he's going for Refresher.
I mean, Skeeter has his work cut out ahead of him. Trying to man fight this lineup with a Furion is going to be really tough. It's just not a hero that's going to, again, buy items like that Abyssal and put it to work, right?
Yeah. I mean, you're supposed to be operating off of a net worth advantage, and they still are, but there's another 4 minutes left on the Aegis. Katomi. He doesn't go... But there's another 4 minutes left on the Aegis. Katomi. He doesn't go down quite as quick as he used to, but they will still find the kill with the trio. And Falcons not backing down when it comes to being aggressive either. Still pushing towers, though those are illusions. Snaking will help it out. And looking after Miro in the mid lane. BB team,
if he wants to.
They do have this Lifestealer coming in. They can help him out. And he jukes him out entirely. Falcons completely whiff on that one. And the Dragon Tail stun does come in. GPK, he blocks the own stun back with the BKB and ensures they can get this kill onto Amar. Amar trying to walk it off. Force step. It actually gets him pretty far. He got the Radiance burn though. And he throws away the Lifestealer, but it's not good enough. The Spirit Vessel will bring him down. Maureen, a massive hit in the back lines. He takes down the Hoodwink, does good damage to the Lifestealer, brings down Miro as well. Maureen, he went for all damage and it paid off in this fight.
Pure trying to stick around, doesn't TP out, wants to infest, maybe the turn.
He does still have it. Dragon Tail and a Fiend's Grip both being used. Can they save this Sand King? They will. An Aether Lens, a long-range whip, that'll bail him out for now, and infest inside the Dragonite, knowing GPK should be able to get away. Zane jump back in onto Maureen. Maureen, yeah, he did have a heavily offensive build, but as soon as they can get a Dragon Tail stun on him with Pure next to him, he does blow up quick.
GPK is owning these fights. The fact he pre-BKBs to not get Lotus stun there counts for everything. You're able to kite this fight in and out. He has been a great infest target, and the tankiness of this lineup is showing. I think Falcons are punching a mirror right now. Like, they are playing up against the lineup that they would normally play, and BB team is abusing the strength of it, quite literally. And Falcons don't really know what to do. They're like, wait a minute, we're supposed to have the unkillable cores. We're supposed to be able to take the longer fight. They're getting worn through right now.
I love the fact that I think it was Robson who said, you know, like, you pick this sort of lineup, which is normally a Falcons lineup, and, well, they can show you how to beat it. Or maybe in this case, they're going to show that it's just unbeatable, and maybe you should just be playing 3 strength cores every game.
It absolutely happens. You can feel like you have a grasp on the meta. I mean, Falcons are going to play their style no matter what, and you can think it's unbeatable, and some team just plays what you do. They do it a little better, and you don't know what to do against it. It can be incredibly frustrating. We've seen it at TI before.
And this game that was one, you know, 65-35 sort of matchup is now dead even.
And Falcons afraid to try and jump this Lifestealer on the lane. Not an easy jump, but They're going to have to smoke up and make something happen. Lincoln's freshly done for Amar. This is as good as it gets for him for a long time. But it looks like BB Team's jump is a little scarier. Full nullifier on GPK. If he finds his mark here on a big core target, the fight is just over. Once
Malrine, it's going to break on him. He blinks backwards up to the high ground. Amar, he can't do the same, nor can Sneyking.
Nice
they
save.
get him the box. He might be able to get up to the high ground. He's still a bit in trouble, though. Skater comes in from the side. They do manage to get the Fiend's grip, but it's still Katome going down, and Save being caught inside that same arena. Both supports are dead, and a quick retreat from BB Team. They pull the cord on this one. BKB's TP's away. Nightfall to a man.
Smiley face coming through. I mean, what can you do? You don't have stuns for it. They can always just eject from the fight. That was a beautiful arena from Amar. He read that fight perfectly, hit in the tree line. No chance to jump him. I jump you. I killed both supports at the start. Take a lot of your control mechanism out. You can feel GPK's frustration with that angle, right? He wanted to jump past the Enchantress, but he didn't see anybody. He didn't know exactly where heroes were in that tree line. That's a very tough blind jump to make. Sure. He settles for the Enchantress, but immediately after you make that jump, you don't feel great about it. The box save comes through. You're on a bad target. Yet again, we've seen this before.
When is this going to be able to stop? Because these are not melee heroes that are going to build Basher.
I don't think it stops this game
soon. It's got to be entirely on Scythe, right?
I mean, maybe get an Abyssal on the Enchantress. I don't know. Get creative. Like,
yeah, you can do that.
None of these cores want to go that route. You pretty much just have to accept that that's the route this game is going. You didn't tempo it out and continue to scale in your own ways. Build your heroes up. Get the Hex on Amar. Get to Refresher territory. Refreshers can help you fight through this, right? If you survive through some of the early BKB duration, you come in with the second plunge. That can be strong enough to bring these heroes down.
It's not going to feel great for Falcons knowing the game is going late, because I do favor BB Team's lineup going late.
It's scary. These three cores together, they punch together and they punch hard. Looking for another aggressive go. No Roche to get off this play, but just feeling super strong on the map right now.
It's fine there on the ward. Putting the SNY hero on the front lines with that Stanish resistance.
I mean, to me, it's crazy Falcons are still up 7K, because it's felt like they haven't won a fight in a long time. I mean, they got the two supports top, they got another shard, but
I think that will largely be the advantage that Falcons have going into late game, is their supports are scaling up much better. Not that they are better in the late game, but frankly, the start that they had, and, you know, Enchantress is always pretty good at finding farm wherever she wants.
They will get more gold off the map. That's the difference right now, is the support difference. They can make the items work if they can contribute more damage in the fight or more saves. You get nags on the Ringmaster. That's his best scaling mechanism.
Sure.
Honestly, Ringmaster suffers a lot against T-Belt Immunity.
Epicenter, find save, and after that kill on save, looking at Miro, and if they could just kite him around, get another BKB out of him, that's pretty good.
He'll take that. Some pressure on the map. Does leave ATF solo top.
I can't believe Amar is showing this deep after they just showed all four of their heroes down there. It's not like he has a BKB. He can't do the same. He can't just BKB TP out. I guess Lincoln's Lotus does protect you against a lot of the initiation of BB Team.
He's confident in his defense against the Dragon Knight, as long as he can keep checks on where the Bane is or he has a good gut read of it. Somebody's got to get these lanes out. Another Wisdom Shrine steal. Have they gotten a single one this game?
Yeah, this is another reason why the Falcon supports are also scaling up more. They got to max out all their abilities so early onto the game, using those to farm up. I think surely the 7-minute one?
Yeah, they probably got the 7-minute,
but yeah, 14, 21. I don't know about
really
28,
hurts.
but 35 got taken. Though doesn't really make that much of a difference if you just end up losing certain team fights to BB Team. You have all those levels, but it just gives them right back when BB Team kills you.
And he'll TP out now. Looking at who's the highest level in this game. It's pure out of everybody. Not who I would have guessed out of that laning phase, but he was almost level 25. Nice talent for him to pick up. This thing about Butterfly here. Not a conventional lifestealer item, but could be really interesting. Nice against the Furion in the man fight.
Yeah.
I mean, I think Abyssal is good for him as well. Falcons grouping up. Roche, guaranteed spawn here very shortly. Got to get the vision out. Got to control the pit. This is not an Aegis you want to give the BB team, given the way this game has gone. Especially Ag's done on the Dragon Knight. I mean, their cores are scaling like beasts, but you put an Aegis on the Lifestealer, this fight is going to feel real impossible. I think this is a must contest Roche.
Yeah, I have a hard time seeing how they kill him one time between the Rage, BKB, Infest into another Rage. Give him an extra life, then that pretty much kills the only way the Falcon can kill that Lifestealer, which is through the initiation. But Amar does have that tool now, a Scythe of Ice, so they have a way to get through this Rage or get in front of it.
This smoke is slow from BB if they're trying to get here to contest. This Roche is just gone. Way too fast with the Daedalus Mjolnir on the Furion. Hex done on the Mars, Refresher done on the Sand King. Falcons, they're hitting a really big power spike right now, and they got a Roche for free in this game.
What, was this an intentional, like, BB team had to have known this was a possibility, did they?
Yeah, it was a guaranteed spawn time. They just gave it up. They rather play for their item timings. They say the Aegis doesn't matter. This isn't that third Roche with potential shard or any kind of nonsense like that.
Yeah, and you know, the butterfly timing that the Lifestealer just picked up is massive alongside level 25, so an extra second of rage duration as if the BKB wasn't good enough.
He's just so high level. You have Black Dragon available as well. This next fight is very tough for both teams to get through these cores. There's just so much tankiness. A lot depends on the initiation. ATF with the Hex Arena, and if you're BB, all on GPK, getting in there, starting the fight off. Your Bushwhack and Grip can do some work once the fight develops, but they're not likely starting it off. This Dragon Knight has to play fearless right now. And you have to keep crit in check. That escape act can absolutely ruin you.
And BB team, they'll take that bait. They will quickly kill him. There goes the epicenter. They go straight to the back line, trying to cancel the support. They only got Katomi. They did not get save in that. Amar does manage to get the spear onto Pure, and GPK is beginning to be kited. Now, he still has that Black Dragon. He can walk over these cliffs, but Malrine is caught up with a Burrow Strike. GPK has to respond with his own BKB. Pure out with the Rage, and they'll all retreat here. It did have to buy back on both the 5 positions. This fight was just too crucial.
A true mirror match in all things here. Even the fight's completely even. That was an impressive amount of kiting going into that Dragon Knight in the river. He just kept getting hit by daggers and vessels from crit. He just can't move. Pretty brutal.
Was pretty nasty.
I guess with the early nullifier, they can kind of ignore crit's positioning if they find a good core target. This box will not save you from the Dispel. So in some ways, you can leave him a little unchecked, but if the fight goes long, he's going to be an issue. Yeah. Still, it's an even fight while Falcons have this Aegis. If you're a BB team, you're probably okay with that outcome. You wanted more out of that if you were Falcons. You know how strong Skeeter is right now with the 2 lives. Just hit 25 as well. He has the removed teleport.
Yeah, 2 lives and soon to be a Satanic. So, in a way, third
interesting TP from ATF. He left.
It's going to find him.
Yeah, they did not expect this move coming through, or if they did, they were trying to get out last minute. I think ATF was looking for the split push setup bottom, but BB team making a very different call. So retake some of that Roche on area, but of course, I mean, Roche has already been claimed. Still 2 minutes on the clock for Skeeter here. They want to try and force the fight with the Aegis, and they're going to do that. They get scanned.
Amar goes for it. Side the Vice on the Bristleback. Lands the spear. Malrine with the epicenter. All in on this Bristleback. He actually went to the back line, hit JPK with his burrow. Now he's been Fiend's Grip, but that's fine. He got off the BKB. No, pulled it in by Bushwhack, and they managed to burst him down.
What
and
is
Amar.
that damage?
What is that damage between Pure and GPK? They just ripped through him, and now Skeeter is fighting this fight without his other 2 cores. They're trying to get him back to the base on this first life, but pulled back in by Save. That's life number 1. Do they have anything to buy back on the side of Falcons? Skeeter, second life, BKB, he goes out, pushing away Pure, and he's gonna try and teleport away, and he will be fine to do so, but what about his base?
I mean, you're not TPing far. BB team win a fight right outside their base with a Black Dragon. They are gonna go to town, and the all chat swiftly return here. Just
they're going straight to the tier 4s.
They only
Pure
know
has
one
made his
direction.
call.
Forwards. into the enemy throne.
They'll get one buyback out of him. But Falcons, they've got nothing left in the tank. They didn't see this coming. The tier 4 shredded, the throne completely exposed, and there is nothing Falcons can do to stop it. Maybe they delay it with a little bit of Sprout nonsense. They try for the Bro Strike. They try and do damage, but you cannot stop BB Team. You give them the win condition, and they will rip it away from you.
What a game from them to start this series off, especially stealing a lot of Falcons' playbook. They just ran it back into them, and they ran it better. They were outscaling them. They got through that incredibly terrifying mid-game that looked like Falcons were going to run away with it. They stabilized. They find that one turnaround top. They get so much out of that. They're able to stabilize.
He's got Phil stuck! What? He's gonna get
way Pure, and he's gonna try and
ready.
And I'm gonna repeat the question I asked early on in that game, Avery. What is it about BB Team? I asked that question in reference to them falling apart in some of these laning phases, but now, what is it about BB Team that maybe they don't win the laning phase, but they just seem to bounce back when it hits that mid game?
This team is relentless, and when they start to find some momentum, that is when they're the scariest, right? Some of these games look a little shaky. Laning phase can be a bit shaky. Sometimes they throw, but when they're feeling it, they just go. They are playing with an insane amount of confidence right now. That's what I love about this team, and you see it in that fight, right? Just go forwards to the throne. No hesitation. That's what's going to win you games on the main stage.
And we are going to go to the panel in anticipation of Game 2.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. There's a lot to talk about with this game because for the first half, I really thought Falcons.
Так, ну смотри, Марлин 12-3 сыграл, пойдет 310 крипов, пойдет. Рун сколько?
But like Cap and Avery were saying, there was this one turnaround on top GPK. He finds the stun on Amar before he even blinks in. They get the turnaround and then one fight after the other, like all this damage coming out. I think GPK had probably one of the games of his entire life. Like his performance this game was actually crazy.
Yesterday too, he was there.
Yeah, this guy's just popping off.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what's going on with BB Team, but they've somehow become a comeback team instead of an early game domination type of team.
Yeah, I mean, they are doing incredibly well. And this game for BB, they identified how to try and get back into it, right? They get, sure, we're going to watch some highlights of Falcons dominating the early game, but again, that doesn't matter. In Dota 2, you never give up. You play until your Ancient explodes. And for BB, they found the pickles on the top side of the map. They got the first Aegis, right? That is so critical for the side of BB. The fact that they take away an Aegis in a very heavily momentum-driven Falcons enables them to kind of breathe in the game, to identify what they need to do. And yeah, I think the scaling, the Tricore, the Lifestealer, the DK, the Bristleback, they're so tanky when you hit this like 30-minute mark that eventually Falcons just were struggling to get anyone, any kill.
I mean, it was such a good Lifestealer game too. Like the issue was making it through that laning stage, making sure you don't lose everything in the entire map, just enduring until your Lifestealer can get a few items up, and then all of a sudden, all of the difficulties you had bursting targets early on, they're corrected. You get these infest bombs, you have a hero that can chunk through all of these tanky heroes. Malrine on his Sand King, who is usually horrifying to play against, all of a sudden Epicenter doesn't do much. You just get this free BKB on your carry.
I mean, even look at this. Skeeter didn't even die this game. He died once with the Aegis towards the end because their damage was like overwhelming, but still ending up with the L. And I want to say, like, Falcons, they were feeling themselves, right? You had
так, ну неплохо. То есть 3
смерти. You get altered back by like 4 enemy players on the main stage. This is gonna get to you after this game's over.
Just to be clear, right? BB, they started the all chat, right? Pure started the all chat in the early game, then Amar, of course, responded with the rank 50 laning, and then
He started the tipping,
it was, all back and forth. Game 2, there's going to be more all chat, there's going to be more tips and everything. It is a very, very spicy series.
It is a spicy series, and for this first game, we did give the flowers to GPK. I think how could you not? This guy is, I think, one of the main reasons why they are playing in this upper bracket semifinals to begin with, and he, of course, delivered. I do also think we should highlight the Lifestealer in the sense that this was a player we talked about a lot because yesterday Pure had a rough time. This time around, he gets the overall last pick for his team, Effie, and he delivers.
He definitely delivered. I mean, he had everything that you wanted a carry to have in the late game. However, that early game was rough. Like, it does feel good to win this, but there is still an
That's
issue.
4 in a row.
There's still an issue that exists that for some reason, BB Team's safe lane are not making it through their lanes with enough. They've just really been suffering, and that is something that I want to see them correct, hopefully with the good morale that this game brought.
Yeah, and with this game we had, of course, Kataomi's Bane. It's one of his staples. Falcons let it through FE because they thought they could counter it.
Yeah, so one of the big problems that BB team had early on, as you just saw in this clip, was every time Kataomi wanted to grip or every time they wanted to make a play with their Vayne, something was going wrong. It was getting countered by Escape Act. Here, they just lacked damage. They did not have enough burst to follow up early on. Snaking just walks that off. Here, again, they try to set up with this Infest on an Ancient Creep. They get the grip off. Guess what? Crit is there with that Escape Act. As the game progressed and they won a Teamfighter 2, they were able to get their nullifiers up once Lifestealer hit that Radiance. Once he got more items, it stopped being that much of an issue. But a big part of the reason why that early game was snowballing so hard was because of all of the tankiness on Falcons and all of the saves that they had.
I mean, usually I feel like Falcons are quite clean. Like when they have this type of lead, they take it from start to finish, they're ahead, they do their stuff, and they're gonna like cleanly end out the game. This time around, I feel like towards this mid game, BB team had their number in like one fight, then the second, then the third. So I feel like it's the type of game where both teams are happy with the draft that they had and happy with how they played at some points of the game, but Falcons need to clean it up and like play more on the same page when it comes to the later stage.
Yeah, and if both teams are happy with how things are kind of balancing out, then a lot is going to rely on those team fights, Tigo.
Yeah, I just want to highlight how beautiful one of these fights was, where you had Falcons trying to escape the aggression of BB, right? Like, you know, Malrine starting the fight, but with all the utility available for Falcons, multiple 4-stars, you got Lotus, Amar missing spears, it's fine. Link as well on the Mars. Like, this is a fight for BB with the Aegis. They're in this, like, timing of aggression, but look how far Falcons are able to drag back the fight. How much resource and utility they're having to put into the mix just to try and survive. So the fact that, yeah, BB was down in the early game, but as soon as they hit this like post-Roshan 27-minute mark, the game fully switched because Falcons, like, they had to use everything for one Mars, but they were never really fighting. It was all mode survival.
The reason why they were able to make such a big comeback as well was because GBK and Save together in tandem were creating opportunities. Like, what led to that Roshan in the first place, right? It was that top lane pick that they found on the Mars.
Yeah, and of course in this clip it does kind of go well for Falcons, but killing a Bristle, but again, like the next fight is very, very different. But this was the best fight that Falcons could try to try and kite back from.
And it's also from this point forward, like you can even see it like on the cam, like Pure, he gets quite animated. Like, you know, it's a super long dragged out fight. We saw the double force earlier, they get a re-infest go again. You get a couple of kills, and this is where I would say the game like really turned on its head.
Yeah, it was quite the game here, that's for sure. And I do think we got to go back to talking about something that we talked about before, the draft and picking all your poisons. One of the main poisons that is, I believe it was on your 100% win rate heroes, Kezu, the Sand King, for the first time, Malrine Sand King.
Yeah, it was, and he had an incredible game, like from start to finish, really. But I'm still going to go back to, if you would talk to both teams about this game right now, they're not going to talk much about the draft. They're going to talk about the gameplay. This BB team is going to say our lane should go better, the game should be more even, whereas Falcons are like, we're up 10k gold at 20 minutes, like what else do you want? Our heroes are supposed to win, we need to clean it up, and that's it.
Well, speaking of that Sand King, and speaking of the early game that did go very well for Falcons, it is going to be Purge that is going to be breaking down that early game.
Thank you, Cheever. Yeah, the Sand King for the Falcons always goes immaculate. It makes Malrine makes the hero look so easy, frankly. And part of that is because of Ancient Stacks. Crit really focused on this in the early game while also helping his ally out by zoning the Bane and keeping him away from this problem. In this example here, both stacking and securing a kill on Kataomi as he gets ran down. Skitter also TPs, and Sand King just, walks over and says, okay, I'll take that kill for free, thank you very much. So, giving him 2 sets of gold, basically. He stacks again at the 7-minute mark. Keep in mind there actually is a sentry blocking this. Kataomi placed this earlier, so they're doing a little bit to decrease the amount of gold that the Sand King is going to get from this. But the problem is that he can still clear this very, very easily. Crit is going to hang out in the area to make sure that nobody ends up contesting it. One cool thing I noticed here, watch his power treads here. He's going to toggle these in moments that he wants the creeps to re-aggro to him so that they stay really grouped up here. So he's just going to toggle the power treads. That way he doesn't actually have to take damage. Normally you have to attack to break your invis here, but he waits to do it until the very end. One benefit there that power treads gives you over the phase boots, very cool. Then we see Pure on the other side using Gorestorm on an Ancient Creep. He's trying to apply some pressure here. He thinks he's very invulnerable, basically, in this lane because he can just press Rage and can't actually be stunned. But watch this really cool chain stun that they do on the Falcon side. They actually started off a little bit abnormally. Now, normally you could have Amar maybe try to throw a spear to get him to this tree, but what they do instead is they start channeling from the right to stun with this one first. That's going to apply a fear, and that's going to give them an opening to land the second stun. And naturally, here's Malorine doing the same. I swear to God, this is the 4th rotation I've seen him do like this. He farms well, he ganks the top lane, he gets a kill, and he turns that into a tower kill. And then what they do afterwards is he gets his Blink Dagger at like 10 minutes. At this point, he always has like 2 kills and a couple assists, and he brings a smoke with 1 support, and then he goes for the next fight. And in this case, it's on the mid lane. They blow up the Bane, they kill him. I just watch this early game every time, and I'm like, this guy just consistently gets tons of kills. He accelerates his team's gold advantage, and then they go into the mid game. So almost always wins, sometimes falls off a little bit if there isn't as much follow-up, but definitely still an incredible early game for Malorine on the Sand King, but it wasn't enough this game to beat BB Team.
And that means that they are 1 game down, and BB Team is 1 game away from being top 3 at this year's International. And that is a big. That means that they are going to have maybe a little bit of extra pressure. Tigov, I want to talk about how we're coming into that game number 2, because we said it's not the heroes. What are they going to do in game number 2 to make sure that their laning stage also goes correct?
Probably try and chill out a little bit more on the whole all chat kind of meme stuff, because I think Falcons in a different game, if they aren't in their own heads about the whole BB thing, then they're probably going Roshan earlier, they're making these moves earlier, but I think I saw an aura of cockiness in the kind of the mid game where they're farming it more, they're kind of TPing out, they're probably laughing to each other, kind of like, they're not killing us, look at them, they're fools, they're bad at lanes, and then suddenly Pure just wakes up and goes, nah, my time's to shine, right? So I think Falcons, a little bit cocky in the mid game, got punished, and you just stop that and you're probably fine in game 2.
Yeah, I mean, that game looked like it was theirs until they broke formation 1 time and lost that first Aegis. Like, had that not happened, had there been more heroes behind the Mars in that time, like, if they thought that the game was losable, then it would have looked different. So, absolutely agree with T there. And for BB Team, they need to work on their laning stage. Something is going wrong. I don't know what they need to talk about, but something needs to be talked about even though they won this one.
The one thing that BB Team have on their side now is momentum. Like, you have the enemy team that's trying to clown on you in all chat. You get to clown back on them, you win the game. I think there's not even like that much they need to like discuss. Sure, like do better in lanes, but it doesn't mean that much. So I think they take like this good feeling, this momentum into the next game, and sometimes you just need to let things happen.
It helps that BB had a clear route to being the team without scaling, right? Like when you have the life to the bristle, they know at X minute we win the game. I think that means you don't care about your lane, your early game, because as long as you get to that minute mark, you're going to be fine. So maybe Falcons can try and deal with the fact that BB are kind of playing for the perfect scale, the perfect point in which they are kind of unbeatable.
I think there's still an important question for BB Team, is that do they want to give away the Sand King again? Because yes, they did beat it, but it was a painstaking process to beat it. Like, we saw, Purge showed us how well he played that early game. He makes it so difficult. Do you want to give it away again? Have you decided that it's too problematic and you would rather deal with the rest of Malorine's hero pool? That's what they should be talking about right now.
They probably are talking about that right now. And then I don't know what everybody else is talking about, but I think we're about to find out because Slacks is somewhere amongst you guys.
Hello there, friends. Yes, we're here in the crowd. How y'all doing here? They're still alive. They're still well. I thought we'd do a little crowd vibe check here on the last series of the day. Go and talk to some random folks. How you doing? What's your name?
Hello, I'm Maxim.
All right. Who are you voting for here? Who are you hoping wins?
BB Team.
BB Team. Why do you guys like BB Team?
What?
Why do you like BB Team?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that works for me too. I like that. Fantastic. Thank you so much, BB Team. May they continue to go on. Let's find out. You just got here. Where you been?
Yeah, what's up? We're hoping that Parivision wins the International, and in this pairing, we are voting for BB Team.
Okay, more BB Team. All right. Is that a nice, delicious soda there?
What?
What are you drinking?
I'm drinking Zero Coke.
Coke Zero? That's free advertising. Chug it, young man. Yeah. Well, that was pathetic. Thank you so much for your attempt. Good try. All right, what can he do? Hello, do we have any Falcons fans over here? Is that a BKB? Holy moly. Yo, Ghost, take a look at this thing. You could use that. That's cool. Well, fantastic. That is awesome, man. What's your name?
Hey, Koya.
Oh, fantastic. Why'd you make the BKB?
What?
Why did you make this?
Because it's the best item in the game.
Wow. What position do you play?
None.
Even he knows. Well, you don't play Dota?
I do, but not good.
Well, I mean, neither do any of these guys, man. Let's not lie to each other. So, carries out there. For your reference, this is a BKB. It is the best item of the game. Thank you, my friend. Thank you for the educational moment here. Oh, so we do a crowd. Who else is around here? What do you got? Eat, sleep, Dota, repeat. Beautiful. What are you doing here?
What?
We are Falcon fans.
Oh, Falcons fans. We found them. What'd you think of that last game?
Sorry, he doesn't speak English that well. Man, we're sad. We're rooting for them. It was looking very good, very promising, but poof.
Yeah, very, very heartbreaking. Someone just wooed over there. Don't woo when he says poof. That's not nice. What language does he speak?
Czech. We're from.
Oh, Czech, Czech. Could you say a curse word in Czech real quick? No, don't do that. I don't know. You're right. All right. Thank you very much. Enjoy the game. All right, who else we got? Hello, you guys look ready. They're lining up like I chose these guys. How you doing?
So I'm doing great.
Oh, I'm great. What's your name?
Leighton.
Oh, fantastic. And who's this?
Sorry?
Well, what does this keep happening to me today? Who do you want to win?
XG.
Oh.
PV.
Oh, do you guys know each other? Oh, this got weird. I thought you guys were white. Okay, well, cool. Can you shake hands at least to show the connectivity of Dota 2? Wonderful. Look at that. They believe in each other. Absolutely. Somebody had some runes or something over here. Who had the runes list? I was talking to somebody. I think they left. Oh, yeah. You were decoding runes, right? Show me the runes. Why does this keep happening to me? All right, somebody else. All right. Who's over here? Oh, here we go.
Signature, and I met Sumail today.
You got Sumail's signature today.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Any words that you'd like to say to Sumail that maybe you didn't say there because you were too nervous?
I love him, and the whole Pakistan loves him, and I wish him all the best. I know. Let's go, Enigma!
That series is over. All right. I promised someone I'd talk to one more person. I promised him I would run up here. Hello there. What is this?
This is my collection of all the autographs here.
Oh!
So, same with Nigma. I'm going with Ghost. So, yeah, that's my man from Malaysia. I'm from Singapore. I flew 20 hours here. I slept on a bench, and I'm here now.
He slept on a bench! Thank you, Germany, for your comfortable benches. All right, thank you very much. As you can see, the crowd is alive. We're still rocking, and we're ready for the next game. Let's go one more. Everybody, from Hamburg, back to you. Woo!
Thank you very much, Slacks, drifting about in the audience over there, and I'm sure that everybody's still having a good time, and I think that it would be very nice if we can push this a little bit. Maybe get a third game out there. I know there's Falcon fans, and to be fair, I think BB Team has a lot of fans as well, hoping that they get to see more of their squad and therefore having that third and deciding game. We gotta have to, keep everybody entertained here, and I do think that Falcons, amongst all the teams here still in the playoffs, Kezu has the most experience in game number 3, so they can push back.
Oh, absolutely. They know how to play long games. They play long series, and I can only imagine that this stinks right now. What happened to him? You're ahead in this game. We're gonna talk about the alt chat. Like, you go into the next game, you gotta do it clean, play your stuff, make it happen. Because this team, they don't go down without a fight.
Coming into TI, I was promised long games. I was promised this, 2 o'clock in the morning Dota. It's only 7:30 right now.
There is still time.
I'm sure. I mean, this single 2 games potentially could do it, but I want to be here at midnight. I want to be here at 1 in the morning screaming about Dota. So yeah, I'm hoping for 3 games. I'm hoping for a bit of a comeback, show some life.
It does beg the question, and in the game we just witnessed, and the history that we know from Falcons, Effie, why couldn't Falcons, after they were with their backs against the ropes, how couldn't they push back and delay the game, as they have done so many times during the road to TF?
I think what Lifestealer and DK were doing in that late game, their heroes just do not naturally solve, and they were playing for a much earlier timing, and they lost that window. They didn't get the Roshans the way that they wanted to. I mean, they were leading by 7K net worth, like minute 14.
Yeah.
Like, losing from that position does not feel good. When you have that kind of start, you expect to be in a position where you don't give anything to your enemies, and they don't win off of hero matchups alone.
I would say the net worth lead for Falcons is also a bit of a bait where that 7K, 10K, whatever, it didn't translate to anything that meant BB was under pressure, right? There was no Roshan contest. There was not like a tier 3 contest. There was nothing to say, hey, you're one mistake away, BB, that we're going to punish you. And also, BB never felt like they're forced to overlap the farm too much. They have a static tricore between Lifestealer, DK, Bristle. It's why the early game was difficult. They don't want to make moves. They're not contesting runes. They're doing nothing. They're just farming. So the fact that Falcons never really played the mid game with conviction means the heroes always will come online for BB.
Yeah, no, I like what you both said. Like, their heroes just aren't that good against a Slicer or DK. And then the same, what he just mentioned about the gold. Like, Amar, he has Lotus and Lincolns. They're great items, but it's also how do you set them up into the fight? Did you ever, like, clutch it out in other games? You have Lotus against Roars, against, you know, Grips to reflect it. But that didn't really happen. So in the later stages of the game, with the fights, BB team, they just had their number.
And if we want to examine their support duo and how it scales, or what the relative strength of that support duo versus other heroes that are popular, Ringmaster fell off hard. That hero is countered very easily by Nullifier. His spells lost a lot of damage. His cooldowns went up. His talents got nerfed. Look at Enchantress. She has had a rough year, right? So when you're talking about scaling, these heroes are just not doing it for you either. And Falcons typically scale very hard on their support heroes. They go into the late game with their supports packing a punch. This time around, their heroes could not do that.
And this was a game where, correct me if I'm wrong, Snapfire was still in the pool.
It was available.
Yep.
Yep.
It was in the second phase where they picked the Ringmaster, right?
Yeah, they'd seen the Hoodwink and the DK, they picked the Ringmaster. But again, it makes sense. Clean jump, map play, and we saw from the clips, Ringmaster was able to do an exceptional job at combo breaking.
Yep.
It's when you walk down the line of the draft and one DK, one Bristle, one Lifestealer, there's so many different problems that, sure, you might survive for 20, 25 minutes, but you need to make something else happen. You can't just farm.
Yeah, the hero definitely lacks when you get overpowered and the nullifiers that come out, as we touched on, so that later you do lose a lot of value. One thing I could see going to the next game, maybe, I mean, Hoodwink was picked very early on, so maybe Falcons themselves are like, okay, we're going to raise the priority as well. Is one team going to ban it? Because it is the most picked hero of both teams.
Yeah, what adaptations are we going to see for this second game? I think one of the major changes will be the pick order, and that does just mean that there is less ban potential for BB team that we discussed was going to be a little bit more important compared to maybe Falcons bans, because there are just a lot of heroes that you do not want Falcons to get their hands on. So that will definitely change things up, Effie.
It will for sure, and I'm still so curious about the Sand King. Do they feel like their approach was good enough? Because the lack of the scaling on Falcons did not come from that Sand King pick. It came from the supports and to them getting Lifestealered when they had a Nature's Prophet carry. Do you want to give away Sand King again? He kind of destroyed that early game.
Oh, sorry. Why did Miro yawn? It's quite good.
He got you good.
He got me good, yeah, sorry.
You good?
Yeah, I'm good now, don't worry.
Wait, to go to the... I would not give up the Sand King. Like, if I'm BB team, I'm like, let's take... Like, this guy, Purge showed it to us, and he is not wrong when he says he's seen this 5 times. Because I've seen it 5 times. They stack every time. It then not just gives golden XP to him, it allows his 4 to get XP from the stacks. It allows Crit to go to the mid lane and soak more golden XP. And it really snowballs very, very quickly. If had BB team not played incredibly well to like find this comeback in this mid game, they would absolutely, the only thing they will talk about right now is take out Marine Sand King. So try not to get baited just because something specific happened. Try to keep a clear head on what actually matters.
Yeah. I did really enjoy watching GPK on that DK though. This hero's fallen off. We've seen him as a carry from time to time, but we don't see that mid DK come out often. And clearly with that first pick Hoodwink, they were building towards this DK idea. They were building towards this duo that would play and make space for Pure in this game. They knew that they were going to run around with this DK's Blink and try to get what they could.
Yeah, after game 1, it feels like there's like a pick your poison situation. You either got to ban, respect the DK, the Puck, or the Earthshaker. They're like the big 3 I think GPK's shown so far at the International. And for Falcons, they're going to have to decide which one are we probably going to play against. And if it's available, they are going to take it.
And we already mentioned it after game number 1. We did see Skeeter 0 deaths in that first game on his Nature's Prophet. Do we want him to get a little bit higher priority in this game number 2 draft, as maybe also with a different style of hero, as this Nature's Prophet did not end up working out despite it having such a good game?
I wouldn't necessarily change anything with how they prioritize Skeeter. Honestly, that game really must have surprised them. It caught them off guard extremely quickly, but Skeeter did play a great game. Like, he was everywhere, he was present, he built items to scale, he died 0 times like we've talked about. It's just the nature of the draft and them getting them getting caught off guard by this lifestealer is what put them in this position.
I think there's one key stat there that is showing the big problems with Falcons game 1. 256 building damage.
I was going to say, that is quite the difference.
Yeah. And of course, it just boils down to what we've been saying, right? It's the progressing the game, getting the kills, feeling that the map state is yours, but not progressing the the fundamentals of the game. Something that obviously Aoi likes to say time and time again.
When you have a lead as big as the one Falcons had, that first Aegis becomes very important because you have to find a way to keep that lead and not give away the gold you have and make your enemies have that entry into that game.
Well, we can theory craft a lot about what might or might not happen in game number 2, but it is time to find out.
Team Falcons versus BB Team. Game 2.
Here we go. We got BB Team on Radiant this time around and Falcons on the Dire side. First pick goes the way of BB Team. Second pick and overall last pick to Team Falcons, and that means it's a complete swap over from a previous game. For BB Team though, they still want to pick up that Hoodwink first, regardless of which pick order they are. In regards to the bans, I do want to point out that this time around Falcons did not ban out the puck, so now we have our options open in regards to that as well. That Sand King though, still in.
I think not banning the puck is the fact that Falcons are second pick. If BB were to first pick it, there's plenty of heroes that Falcons like to play. The DKs, the Shakers, etc. So I don't know if Falcons are that scared of it, at least from BB being first pick.
I'm a bit surprised that they've lost their confidence in their Sand King, that they've been happily first picking. Maybe they think that the approach that BB Team had was enough for how the game state goes. Even if Falcons had that great early game, the DK plus Hoodwink duo does enough to offset what Sand King does on a map.
They haven't respected it in the sense that their first 4 bans haven't addressed the Bristle, the DK, or the Lifestealer. So if they were to pick Sand King here, and with one single ban, 2 are still going to flood into the second phase, and then BB can construct the same type of draft and have the same kind of recipe to winning a game 2.
Yeah, I wonder if they're still thinking about it or if they're swayed away from it. Falcons players generally don't strike me as the ones that lose confidence in themselves or their heroes, generally speaking.
Yeah.
So it might be strategical or to just save it for later. Ench overall is considered a very good hero against Hoodwink in the lane. You can out-trade the hero. You have your, you have your heal to actually offset some Acorn trading on the side. So overall, it also looked good. Snake plays it well. So I'm not too surprised about the start of the draft so far.
Yeah, Hoodwink being also the most played position for hero of the International and the road to the International. So having a great track record there, and of course very comfortable for a lot of players.
She's made quite the comeback.
Yeah.
You didn't see any play after her fastlet got nerfed, the trick shot, or whatever it was called.
Чел в
Not
чате
even
пишет.
nerfed, deleted.
Дали
Players
фору.
couldn't find a way to make it work, but I think she's come back into meta because of her ability to play from a distance. She's a support that's very hard to catch, can disengage very easily, and provides a lot of burst damage. And all of the supports that are popular right now seem to be able to keep a large distance away from threats and teamfights.
It also seems nice when your fours have like the follow-up damage, and I would say it's Falcons that kind of brought back the rushing shard on Hoodwink with like this follow-up damage, spell amp, get it into your core. But there's something interesting that happened here. BB Team were the ones that banned DK going into this phase, so now Falcons, they didn't have to. They take out their TA, they get their Sand King again, so we have a very similar setup.
Yeah. And interesting, with the TA ban, they still are enabling potential lifesteals and all the things that we just saw previously. But they want the Sand King, they want that pace of play.
And the Bristleback Disruptor coming out as well, so we most likely have our offlane set. Depending on where the Bristle goes, I'm going to assume it's Miero's hero. That's the only player that has picked it up so far, but we know Pure can do that as well, and Disruptor cannot go wrong with that either way.
Hoodwink and Disruptor both thrive when you have any hero that likes to aggressively position, and Bristleback is probably one of the top offlaners at happily running into fights, not caring. Even if he does get 100 to 0, you're probably using multiple heroes, multiple spells, and yeah, very solid draft so far.
I think they've doubled back for the Sand King because BB Team ended up banning the DK themselves. And maybe what they didn't want to play against was a potential Hoodwink plus DK again versus what Sand King does. But this DK ban indicates that maybe that GPK puck is coming out anyway.
That's true, especially with these supports that you're seeing come out here. I like the SD. Again, having like a save is very good. You get the break later, you help your Sand King who goes in. And most importantly, the post 4 that Falcons pick, Crit, he always has an ability to stack the Ancients easily. You tag one, you spell the other, double stack, easy stuff done. So if you're Falcons, you're most likely picking the Skeeter hero here because you don't see too much, at least you do see the offlaner.
There it is.
very solid. Sven and Ench, they lane well together. Sven is someone who you can leave alone. Ench can move, another stack clear. You have armor against Bristleback. You have overwhelming damage too. I'm a fan.
You also just need to respect Shadow Demon with Promulgate, Facet, plus Disseminate. You put it on a Sand King, even put it on a Bristleback, put it on anyone. They're in the middle of the fight, damage we're getting returned. Aggressively, defensively, it is really, really potent when you have jumping heroes.
Yeah, there's a lot of value coming out of SD this draft,
There's
but
a
also there's Disruptor and the Static Storm and the Ag Static Storm that will come out later in the game. Shadow Demon's one of the better heroes to play against. If he's not caught
you've
in
been
that
unlocked
backline, he
to
can
ask me.
save against some of the big
Let's
win
move on now
conditions
to
that
the
comes
lower
from
bracket.
Disruptor too.
Heroic dropped, Tundra dropped. In my scenario, if they beat them once, they won't beat them twice. But it's not...
Да, получается, Себ гений, потому что он угадал, что фальконы падут в нижнюю сетку.
That is going to be the question.
I will say, statistically, it's looking pretty good for BB Team.
Yep.
100% win rate on the puck, 100% win rate on the bristle. Surely they can't lose.
This is super high comfort for them, absolutely. And also they had full reserve time going into these bans too. They should be feeling good. They do pick out of phase. Do you guys feel like they are going to run back the Lifestealer? Should they look for something else? It is still a double strength core. Sure, there's an SD. Do you want something else?
They have free choice though. Like there's an Ursa if they want to be tanky and kind of soak up the jump, you don't die. There's a Lifestealer as well, like we just saw with the Infest. You don't care as long as you don't get 100-0'd from the Sven jump.
Они отдали Пака.
Yeah, so many options for
Зачем?
Pure to pick up.
Yeah, let's see which ones Falcons is gonna
Чтобы он не
eliminate.
пошел на
And it is,
ДК,
of course, BB Team
получается.
that will be banning heroes that most likely will be played from the offlane with the Mars already removed.
I'm just looking at this Puck plus Hoodwink and comparing it to the DK plus Hoodwink of last game that was really instrumental in their comeback. While GPK is undefeated on this Puck right now, I don't think they're going to have that pacing that the DK gave them. They're still going to struggle versus the Sand King. The issue is still there.
And they're... Okay.
That's a troll removed.
How are they going to make it through that early game?
I mean, both teams are relatively equal in their pacing, where it's like Puck can make reactionary plays, Sand King wants to be proactive, but Sven still needs to farm, Bristle wants to farm an item or two. Like, it's not as if there's this perfect core plus mid lane completely break the map. There is a bit of greed here. That's why I think Falcons might even look towards, you know, a last pick do.
Ебать, уже 115к.
Buy some Midas, you do Bristleback, delete one hero, the Sven, the Sand King, they focus on the Puck. There's some options for Falcons to try and slow down the game and hit their stride of farm that they like to do.
BB Team, I'm also looking, you should look for a way to do something against the Sven. Like if I'm looking at minute 20 to 25, Sven is gonna have like Mom, BKB, Blink, maybe an Echo Saber. There's nothing that really like stops him. Are you gonna burst him with those heroes? No, not really. If he jumps you first, he's gonna BKB and run through all of you, hit you down with an Ench running in, SDs behind Sand King as well. So BB Team need to find a way for the early game, like Effie already mentioned, could look a little bit iffy there as well, but also just to have this answer for Pure that he can feel good and that the scale is on their side.
I mean, to me, the issue of lane still exists. If you look at Miro's lane on Bristleback, he's playing it into Enchantress plus Sven. They're going to have Warcard, they're going to have Sustain from Edge. They're not really going to be killing or diving
Сейчас
anybody.
Pure на воде
They're
выйдет.
on farm to come back. But if that safe lane goes well, they're running into BB Team's triangle early on and taking it. They're also going to get their pick of the litter for a last pick here.
Давай
on
да проще переиграть, что ли?
Like, what can you pick for Pure that can give him a strong lane blind?
It would have been Ursa. They do ban it out.
I mean, it depends. I'm not too sure what else is like in his arsenal. The TA would have been nice. It's also out. I'm still kind of looking at maybe the Lifestealer because it does give you the matchup. It is blind, which, you know, it sucks. You might get like Slardart on 24. But the problem is you have to pick blind. You're gonna have to suffer somewhere.
Yeah, we see the Faces Voids as one of the only heroes that we just saw of his most played that is still in the pool if he wants to go for something like that.
It's something I can see, but it's also it is volatile and slow. It takes a long time to come online because I do see a potential damage problem, and Void, he doesn't deal damage until like a couple items in.
I mean, there is one option with like a Morphling. You don't really die to the Sven, you can disengage. Sure, there's an SD to take clones of yourself, but SD's probably focused more on saving.
There's also Marcy. She's been ignored. You could just play for kills. You can pick her blind quite comfortably.
That's true.
She doesn't have the scaling that Pure necessarily wants to play with, but your Bristle can do that for you. Your Puck can do that for you.
It's something we've seen Tightbound do. Like, I would like it a lot if they're looking more at like their own draft. Disruptor, Marcy, again, it's a combo I love a lot. Strong lane, go together, you can double gate, you can make stuff happen. I'm maybe a little worried. I would say SD is kind of annoying, but you can play towards like with the rest. So it depends a lot on what do they value more. Is it like, do they want to counter Falcons? Do they want to worry more about themselves? Do they value the scale? Do they value the tempo?
Do they even know what they want right now? They're using all their reserve time on this ban. Because of course this ban is to then protect your blind carry pick into the Namar seeing absolutely everything.
I will say I do love that they had the almost full 2 minutes to think about
like
that. They ban out the slaughter and then insta-lock an anti-mage. Now that was not on our bingo card at all.
No, I honestly just always forget about it in drafts. And sure, I think with Helmet Dominated it does have a bit more life.
Типа они закрыли вариацию тройки Медузы.
Kind of awkward, but because of the pacing that you apply, the map kind of pushing, scaling into the game, yeah, it's going to be annoying.
Is it time for the mud Elsie? We haven't seen
that
in a long
would be,
time.
it's actually really goated
Good game
pick.
shot.
You're against Bristol, you lane well into AM. I mean, I will say one thing, AM is good and he buys Dom, he's good against Sand King. You can sometimes maybe not get stunned by Sven, but I don't think you stop Falcons from what they're doing. So yeah, you're playing for your own scale. I personally don't love the anti-mage. Of course it can work, it has been banned a lot, but it also depends on what do Falcons have here on the slot to counter it.
Well, I do know what they don't. Hopefully Huskar. They do not have any time. Is the Huskar, the anti-mage versus Huskar. I'm sure it crossed a lot of people's minds. But everybody is like, nah, surely not. And then it does come out. But this is
Ага, как
actually
законтрить антимага.
3.5 seconds away from talking
Берем
about
героя
it.
без маны.
Yeah,
Easy.
offlane Huskar, just delete the lane. Go
Easy.
aggressive. Make sure Pure has to think about the jungle. Make sure he thinks backwards. We saw in game 1, all right? What did Amar type in all chat? Rank 50 laning incoming. Now he last picks a Huskar to show the rank 50 that is Pure, that his lane will not be fun. He will be.
Так, давайте, ребятки, Марлину ФБшку давайте.
I love this pick because to me the issue with BB Team right now is their laning, and if you build another net worth advantage, BB Team do not have the same kind of draft they did last game that allows them for the same comebacks. They have to come out of lanes a little bit better because they're still facing the threat of the Sand King, and now they've got an anti-mage who's going to play pretty slowly.
Yeah, I didn't like the AM pick that much to begin with, and I think this Huskar makes it like 40 billion times harder for you to play. I'm looking at BB Team to do something like creative and cool, start 3 people top, look for like some early TPs. In my opinion, you gotta change something to AM's game, because if this goes default to what it looks like, I don't like their chances at all.
Are you going to dodge the lane? Are you going to lane shenanigan it?
I mean, maybe, but then you gotta do something. Whether it's lane shenanigans, triple top, I don't care, do something.
But also if the game gets to later and anti-mage has like butterflies and abyssals and Sean all this stuff, then yeah, it's going to be great. So
you gotta get there.
You gotta get there.
You could try lane the Huskar.
Yep.
I mean, Miro's not going to have the easiest lane anyway. Might as well just bank on him to make a comeback through the triangle, make sure Huskar doesn't beat up on the anti-mage too much.
Do we think at all that this Huskar was still on the radar for BB Team? Or do we think they completely forgot about it?
I would never have this on my bingo card. 24 pick offlane Huskar. Sure, Amar maybe, but no. This is a really tough one to read.
Any final thoughts, T? Shaking your head.
I just want to watch a Huskar absolutely batter a lane and then probably lose the game potentially 40 minutes. Who knows? I don't know. It's offlane Huskar. It's kind of cool. It's that TI. That's nice.
Well, it does seem like my panel is kind of unanimously thinking that this Huskar might just push us to a 3rd game of this series. And I think that will make a lot of people happy. But we're going to find out what's going to happen in game number 2. But before we do, we're going to jump to the stage and see Tsunami with AUI 2000.
Thank you very much. Yes, I am joined by AUI 2000, coach of Falcons, where we had a very exciting end of that draft, but we'll go step by step. You let through GPK Puck. This guy's got a 100% win rate with it. What's the idea?
I mean, honestly, we're pretty confident against Puck as a hero. I think GPK is playing Puck the best in this tournament, but we felt like the other heroes were more deserving of bans.
Makes sense to me, but then some of the other heroes who maybe don't deserve bans come through. Anti-Mage 23rd pick. What's their plan here?
I think Pure just wants to carry the game because I think like the lane's weird into SD because he burns your mana. But honestly, I don't know. Like we picked Huskar last. I also have no idea, so we'll see.
Yeah, I know you're a mechanics nerd. Huskar, no mana. What's going on in the right-click situation?
Well, I assume his mana doesn't get burned if he has none, but I don't know.
Nothing gets past you, Curtis. You're a real authority on the case. All right, then. I just gotta say, when Amar demands a last pick Huskar, do you ever push back? Are you ever like, I don't know if this is the game for that?
And the thing is, he's clicking the buttons now, so you can't stop him. Like, we're just like, Amar, just pick your hero, and he just clicks it. We're like, oh, we thought we were picking Pangolier. Okay, it's a Huskar now. So, you know.
Amar is unchained. Let's see if it'll bring him to success. Good luck in game number 2.
It seems Falcons have themselves a rogue offlaner. He has picked himself the offlane Huskar, and I can't really blame him for it, Avery.
The man's feeling himself. He wants to get some revenge in this game to play his signature hero. The Huskar Masters have arrived at TI. How much damage is he going to do? It's not a question of will he do damage. It's a question of how much. This is going to be a very difficult laning phase for Pure to get through, and then he has a long road of recovery. Whereas he's against a Sven who might have a lot better time and stacks to go back to. And the all chat is just raining in.
Oh yeah, Amar starts it by saying he's going to end the game by 20 minutes. Pure saying that Amar can only play cheese heroes. He's not good enough to play real heroes, apparently. It's quite the back and forth, and I'm sure we'll see more of it as the game progresses. But I cannot believe that coach interview. I thought, okay, Falcons are insane. Why are they giving GPK as Puck? And then when they picked the Huskar, I was like, oh, okay, it all comes according to plan. The Huskar will be able to provide an answer to the Puck after the laning phase. But apparently that wasn't even the idea at all. Amar just went rogue.
You can't stop him doing what he wants.
I guess
if
not.
If we learned anything, that is the reality. I do kind of agree with AUI's assessment. Like, most of the cores, as Save will go down to snaking quick first, but most of the cores that Falcons have in their arsenal are innately good against Puck. It's a lot of beefy heroes, a lot of heroes with stun and disable, a lot of initiators, right? You think of Skeeter's hero pool. It's all these carries that go in, stun, lock heroes down, give you some utility on top of the damage. These kind of lineups can be really difficult for Puck to play into because he has a trouble bursting them. Yeah. He's constantly getting jumped. I agree with that assessment, but it is a scary hero-player combination to give away. He has absolutely salvaged some horrendous early games on this hero.
Yeah, he certainly has. I think Malreen's hero pool as well, right? I mean, hit the 3 heroes that come to mind right now for him: Beastmaster, Sand King, Earthshaker. All great answers against the Puck.
Seeing this laning phase already heat up for Falcons, they absolutely want to push this to a game 3. They are hungry to get that game 3.
They may have gone even in series against BB Team this year, but last year at TI, Falcons were the ones to eliminate BB Team from the International. Now, this is not an elimination match. We're here in the upper bracket, but revenge is still on the table for
Pure
BB.
was the one to eliminate them.
That's true.
Do not forget that detail. So there is definitely some year-long revenge on the table here. He is working his way towards Helm. These early waves have not been pretty. Burning spears, nothing you can do about it on this hero, and no mana to burn. Very little defensive potential, no offensive potential. It's not even skill in it. Just get your Helm up and try and evacuate this lane before the real damage is done. Rely on your other 2 cores to pick up the early game. I did agree with the panel. Like, there was a tri-lane potential. You tri-lane Huskar, it's really rough for him. The hero needs experience. He doesn't function that well in the 3-on-3 fights. I think that was an option. BB Team say, nah, it's fine. Like, we have played a lot of games where Pure's laning phase is really difficult. We believe that. I mean, they have a lot of experience here, right?
I mean, there's difficult, and then there's flat out impossible. What is going on? Pure is going to gank the Sven with a Bushwhack Blood Grenade. They slow him down, and they will get that kill. And now they might get snaking as well. No, too many heals, and Pure's going to die for it. Wait, one more hit for the tower, and he falls. Was it worth it, Pure?
Kind of. He couldn't buy out the Helm. He's very close to it. He just cannot lane bottom anymore. You have to do something around the map. I like the creativity. If you can soak XP down here with Kataomi, I mean, this is what you're going to have to do in this game. It is an unlaneable lane. The Equilibrium got pulled back very quickly. Crit knows how to play these kind of lanes super well. He's going to block the camps. You're not going to get pulls off. You're not going to be able to reset it. And ATF, he will hold this here forever. And now you're mid, looking for, you know, you're just looking.
He's looking.
What's up?
He is looking for sure.
I'm sure
not finding anything.
You know, this is like what happens in pubs is where GPK is like, bro, get out of my lane, man. You're stealing my experience.
He's hitting neutrals as a level 3 Animage. I mean, if Pure makes a comeback from this, it's an all-timer for sure.
This is not fast. Not fast at all. Well, GPK, You got your signature hero. Let's see what you can do this game. It's going to be a carry job for the ages, if you can pull it off. This is where you just lie, you know? It's like, you know, if you're GPK mid, hey guys, how's bottom lane going? It's going great, man. Yeah, we're owning. We're getting solo XP. Amar is suffering.
Yeah, Kataomi's like, I'm doing great on levels. That's going really well.
He's getting a little leech down here.
Yeah.
Let's just not look down here for a while. You know, that lane's over. AM's into the jungle. We've all been there in our pubs. Just 5 reports on him. Focus on the mid lane.
And hope GPK can carry BB team through the mid game once again. Crit, I was going to say, he's the one who's kind of freed up in this game. He can run around and do what he wants, and that's extra disgusting because if he ever runs into the AM, it gets a disruption on him. Animage does not like facing his own illusions.
Crit has the most freedom here. Sometimes you have too much freedom. It can kind of be hard to decide what to do when your lane's just empty very early. You can try and harass the support out. You can go for stacking here as well. They have an incredible stack clearing lineup. Shadow Demon, one of the best in the game. Ideally, you give solo XP to Amar.
Ooh, Amar, half a second too late to stop the Lotus from being grabbed. That seems like an unforced error there. Blood Grenade going to be used on Miro. They are
not getting him. And
I was optimistic, but maybe they still catch him. Burrow Strike and the stun. Okay, chaining up the disables a little bit. Not great. Miro will be able to walk away from this.
Too much damage. Gotta respect the Quill Sprays coming out here, even with some Sven armor. Way too much to commit on to. Failed rotation from Malrine. ETP top for that. Does have the regen rune, so these moves are not costing him too much in terms of resources, but time for GPK to farm. Puck top net worth out of the laning phase. Despite Huskar having an empty lane, this Puck is up there with him.
Kataomi, a Hail Mary, hoping that he will be able to glimpse the support off this Wisdom Shrine and take it for himself, but he is sadly going to find that he is being sandwiched in this situation. Teleport away though, smart, so he will not be ultimately punished, but that does leave Pure alone in lane, which he was already kind of alone.
I mean, he TP'd down. He TP'd down here just to get the 1 CS before the Huskar came back. And that is all he's going to get because he's about to get
no, he's been burrow struck, and now he's going to be silenced, and the spears will finish him off. That Helmet Dominator, it may have unlocked Animage as a hero, but what happens if the Helmet Dom is just far too late?
He needs to find 1,000 gold somewhere, and that is going to be a difficult 1,000 gold to find. This bottom tower is just going to go down here. No one can come and defend this. And it's also the inner fire silencing you now, right? Really nice.
And he just needs straight physical extra, but heroic.
Now, right? Really nice interaction against this AM for a lot of the early game. It's one of those matchups where losing that disarm doesn't hurt you too much if you can continue to hunt him and just build an insurmountable lead. This Huskar is off to the exact start Falcons want.
And that's why it's also going to be a good answer to the Puck going into the mid game. Right?
Nice rune snag. Yeah, it's going to be great against the Puck. I mean, honestly, not even bad against the Bristle. This might be a lineup you'd rather have the silence than the disarm for a lot of this game.
Yeah, they were talking about Legion Commander being a great answer to the AM and also an answer to the Bristleback. You have the duel. You can force the Bristleback to look a certain direction. That's an opportunity the Huskar has later on to the game when he builds an Axe.
I think the Huskar is giving you everything the Legion gave, plus an absolutely free lane. Whereas the Legion, you could have played that lane with the AM. You would have lost it, but you could have gotten more XP. You would have gotten to your helm off the lane. The Huskar just prevents that entirely. It gives you a 3-on-2 in terms of the core battle here. A lot of stacks coming out from the Hoodwink. Maybe they can give him the Pure, you know?
Yeah, win. 30 minutes from now?
Just keep stacking them up, you know? He's getting beat up by these Marsh Mages, man. Good news for him is his tower dive. Normally not good news, but very good news for him because now he will at least be able to grab some CS under this tier 2. Little harder to push him out of that area.
I'm sure not for lack of trying, though. Amar, I'm sure he's going to be quite aggressive. Level 7 Huskar, totally free farming. 4,400 net worth. An armlet done. Tier 1 already taken. Guess the question is, when you succeed this heavily in the laning phase, like I sometimes feel a little lost after I take the tower. Like, what do I do here now?
It can be awkward because the game progressed faster than you're used to it normally progressing. You don't really interact with heroes in the same way. You almost wish they would have stayed on lane longer so you could have killed them a couple more times or whatever. You know, the stacks might not be ready yet.
Yeah.
Amar's definitely going to have to keep the pressure up, keep playing on BB's side of the map.
He just uses Blink. That's a little dangerous. And Amar will punish him with a couple of spears to the back.
No, you are on fire. That is what the tooltip says.
That's very helpful, very helpful. I mean, fire is kind of self-explanatory. You should know what comes with that.
Getting XP on the Hoodwink, GPK continue to just sit mid. It's going to be about this mid tower to me. Like, that's the next pressure point for Falcons, particularly with this Enchantress. They're currently swarming it. This is a tower you want to defend in this game if you're a BB team, because it's going to hold the map together. You lose this, your AM is just going to have nowhere to go in the long run. But your outspam is really limited right now, and nobody was set up here. They're going to keep this catapult alive. This is good, efficient damage. What's the response?
The roaming anti-mage. That'll be the response. GPK does actually sneak in a teleport here, but he does not go for Snake King, who is already level 6. So they can't even attack him, really. You one hit in, there goes the Epicenter Burrow Strike, and Pure almost dies to that much, and Orb goes out. And does a good amount of damage with a double bushwhack, and the ult from Save. He got his level 6. He was left alone in lane, and what a turn. A jump in silence from Amar catches GPK. It's not entirely free for BB team, who cannot fight back against this Amar Huskar.
That's a massive win, though. You defended the tower. You got Pure involved. He got so much off that fight just in terms of experience and gold. And you brought down the Sand King. A huge win. He's the big tempo setter for Falcons here, besides the Huskar taking objectives. It's Helm done for the AM. I mean, that was probably the lowest impact Mana Void I've ever seen in my life, but it got the job done.
Yeah, he did get there. And right now, what an amazing amount of space the support Animage is creating. Got himself a Lotus.
Also, like, he went in that fight, instantly helmed the Enchantress creep, insta-died to Sandstorm, plus 100 straight to them all. Wasn't the greatest usage. I mean, his early games have just been rough, man. I feel for him. Like, he has been targeted. He has been last pick, counter-picked. It's not a skill issue. It's just you're put in rough positions.
You know, I think my favorite part about this situation, there is somebody out there who's 3K MMR who is an expert on this exact situation as Animage.
Oh, they have
Snaking.
Somebody out there has hundreds of games on this.
Like, what is this guy's doing? His map movement is terrible. This is not how you're supposed to play jungle Animage.
I mean, that was the expert they should have consulted in preparation for this game.
It's true.
Another Dom creep kill. Added up here. The lead is building. The thing is, it doesn't look too bad right now, but I mean, it does look bad, but it doesn't look as bad as it will soon if this Sven gets away with what he wants to do for free.
Yeah, they keep on finding kills, thanks to largely GPK and the supports. Another Mana Void attempted, but now he's going to be silenced off of the disruption. A lot of damage comes in. He will burn out again.
Nice patience from Crit. Gets that counterspell out of him throughout the disruption, set that easy kill up. No Mana Void to come.
They're going to try and break him. Huskar bursted down. Amar thinks that he is untouchable, and he may be true on the one-on-one against Pure. But now he's drug Crit into a bad situation as well. Looks like they will both fall to the GPK puck.
You gave this man his signature hero. It's gonna do work. Malrine trying to counteract the play.
Do manage to get the Epicenter right on top of GPK. This is gonna be a decent amount of damage. Bushwhack pulls him away, and GPK with the coil and an orb will be able to escape. Snake King is here on the other side. GPK does have enough mana for TP out. Oh. No! Malrine catches him right on the tail end of it. What a hit from Malrine. And now to run down Save as well, who's going to stick himself in the trees, but that Scurry, it'll only last so long, and the Sandstorm surrounds him.
Oh, what a sequence from Malrine. Turns that fight around completely, puts this amp damage and Blink Dagger to use. The push will come from the AM, but not enough to secure this tower.
He's got a haste rune. He's got mobility for days to relocate around the map. At least Miro's getting some time to hit the tower as well, so there was a decent amount of space on both mid and top. Damage being done.
They're just farming so much across all three cores, whereas this BB lineup is a bit gimped. I think their scale is also going to be a lot slower to come online. Like, you need to go really late for this AM puck to get in a position where you're battling these three cores.
Sure.
The script is not the same as it was game one. You didn't mirror Falcons' lineup. You don't have that innate tankiness to fall back on. This game can accelerate a lot faster for Falcons, particularly if the Huskar starts going through the Roshans and pushing high ground. That's when you're going to be in big trouble here. Need to keep ratting this game as much as possible.
Glimpse back, keeping the Shadow Demon out of that range to catch the heroes as Malrine was right behind him looking for a kill.
I mean, this is good action for BB if they don't lose anybody off these plays. Make Falcons run around, don't give up kills. Continue to find a little farm here or there, get the lanes out. The Bristle's going to shove in mid, the Puck's going to shove in bottom. That's effectively a failed gank move for Falcons. I mean, we saw how much work BB did in that game 1 in terms of playing from behind. This is not a bad team at playing from behind.
Oh, Malrine. There was an opportunity there. The Animage had already used his counterspell. And Pure is just dragging him around the map. It feels like Falcons is chasing too much at this point in time.
It does feel like that a little bit. They just want to shut the AM down so much, they're committing a lot of resources for it, but there's easier kills to snag here.
Malrine will hold the tower. Amar has made the call. He doesn't want to be the man to do it. His BKB is flying out now. Did not want to risk getting picked off before that is in his hands. Now that it's here, I would imagine some of Falcons would love to be able to take a fight, but initiation is a little bit awkward unless Malrine is the one to do it. If Malrine is trying to clean up lanes, they don't really have anybody to start it.
Sand King shows you know where the catch is. That's the big issue right now. He is pushing towards the Ags. At that point, you can easily force a fight. You can also just put this Huskar into the Roche pit and let him clean it up. Dare BB to contest you.
I was a little bit surprised that Amar didn't go like the Glimmer Cape or the Blink Dagger build that we've seen some of these Huskars go for.
Could have been interesting. A lot more aggressive early. This is going to scale a lot harder and give you the Roche confidence to just solo it up.
Crit will be found by the smoke through the gate. Was unaware of the situation because he had that ward on the Tormentor area. Still though, Falcons will still look for that fight. Trying to get a silence on him. Burrow Strike. Now the silence attempt, and they got him. The puck is going to be controlled, and despite the bushwhack, can they take away at least Amar's life? Not quite. They are super clumped, but no punish from the BB team.
Nah, just nothing you can do to capitalize on that. No good mana void target. And that'll be Amar going into the pit. He came to this part of the map for Roshan with this BKB timing. He will leave the part of this map with Roshan, do or die.
Yeah, this is the part where Falcons may start really escalating that network difference, right? You take 100%. This Roshan, Amar sticks up here, he starts taking some of your Ancients, he takes the Tormentor. It's going to grow and grow unless BB team can find a way around it. Certainly not going to be through contesting this Roshan. It's got to be through ratting out the map, which BB team have shown they've been able to do time and time again, particularly Pure on some of these more annoying carries.
It's going to be a tough game. Malrine looking for the setup.
Pure, does he know what's happening? He does not. Burrow Strike hits him. Demonic Purge as well. He will attempt to teleport out. The Demonic Purge, though, it kills him inside of the fountain.
That was so close.
That extra bit of epicenter damage that found him as he was teleporting away, I think, spelled his demise.
Yeah, he got hit by Searing Signet off the Shadow Demon plus level 3 Disseminate. Little bit of extra damage boost to help you push through that.
True.
Nice pickup from them. I mean, every time you take AM out of this game, you gain another 5, maybe even more minutes that you're going to have to push that high ground. Second Roshan, that window's going to be a lot better for you.
Sure. And then, you know, it's even worse because then you still have the problem of Sven versus Animage, which, you know, is still a matchup that Sven can take to the lake.
Oh, yeah. Skeeter can just take this 1v1. No problem if you get super far. And great Silver Edge fire. Sometimes surprise stun that AM if the counterspell's thrown out early. Huge burst damage, huge physical burst.
Miro trying to draw attention, but he's going to draw perhaps too much attention as both Amar and Skeeter double down on him and will take away that tower kill they were hoping for denied.
This feels like game 1. Falcons taking an early lead off of a lane victory. This time they did it with a little extra cheese.
So in that case, do do you think BB team is just as capable of making a comeback as they were in game 1, or are they in a worse position? Got the bushwhack, a lot of burst. Skeeter,
huge kill if they can get it.
Static Storm, they just need a bit more. They're going to dance around him a little bit, but look at the heal coming out from Snaking. It's keeping Skeeter alive, and if they miss certain things like that orb, it's not going to go well. They actually go back into it. Now that Amar's here, Skeeter goes after the kill on Nakatomi. They claim that, and an extra one. Crit in from behind, gets the disruption, and the Demonic Purge on save to end his life. 7-13, an 8,000 net worth lead now for Falcons.
This game is not going to be as easy to wrap for one big reason. You can't BKB TP out. Like, your heroes are just not going to get it online super early. I mean, you can, theoretically. They have no BKB Pierce, but you're not going to build it early on AM. You don't have the Lifestealer Rage that's going to let you rat around super early, right? You're not going to get it super early on the Bristleback here. Puck's not going to want to buy it this game. So you can't play as confidently super deep in the lanes. The Helmet Dominator is going to have to give you the same type of action here. That's what Pure's trying to replicate, but it does make it a lot more difficult. Falcons should be able to find more here. They can play on BB's side of the map and constrict the lanes, particularly with how strong this Huskar is. He's just going to be able to push lanes in and show. You have the Hoodwink Sharpshooter for some burst damage to try and bring him down, but heroes are tanky. And we saw how much the two supports as well. They're both saving supports. The Enchantress can run in and tank the sharp shot. She can heal the target you're trying to burst, as we saw there. You have a disruption to play around this game as well. And I think Falcons are going to feel a lot more confident scaling in this game with Shadow Demon versus the Ringmaster. Just a way better hero at that 50-60 minute mark.
I think also the how strong the Bristleback is going to come into question when you're matched up against double Dispels, right? You've got the Demonic Cleanse and you've got the Cauterize, thanks to the facet on the Huskar. Yep. So the goo is just not really going to be too impactful against the Huskar most of the time. Run into the Enchantress. Again, the Hoodwink.
Yeah, I've seen this one before.
Yeah, but they do get it because Falcons they're not going to back up from the map position that they're in right now. They want to stay on the Radiant side of the map. They're going to take these tier 2s. They do not want to go back and try and bail out their 5 position.
If I'm Falcons, I don't want to turn this game into trying to catch the AM. I want to turn it into we buy Pipe and go high ground behind this Huskar with Pipe, Solar Crest, something like this. Buff him up, give him a little extra sustain for the burst, and just force BB to respond to you time and time again. That's the type of gameplay that's going to feel great if you can get there.
I was going to ask you who was going to go the Pipe, but then I see it. Snaking is so farmed. He's got Solar Crest, Drums of Endurance, and is working towards that Pipe.
This is the power of Enchantress. Spells, not always that impactful in the Pipe compared to a lot of other 5s, like a Phoenix or something, but you get to farm so much more. You can contribute a lot of utility. And this can be something that helps you go high ground early in this game. Way before Pure is ready to take that engagement.
Pure he's getting there. He's got the Battle Fury. He's working his way towards his Manta. Once he gets to the Manta, you've got full rat action. I mean, even more disgusting than traditional Animages because he's going to be ratting with both his hero and his illusions and his Helmet Dom creep. But Mana Void on the creep. Goodbye.
That feels real good if you are Falcons right now. That feels so good. Skeeter has a full BKB, by the way. He is mega farmed. Level 18 off that kill. Level 3 God Strength already available. You're looking at level 13 AM. The problem with the Dom ratting is you miss a lot of the experience. You get extra gold, but you're not getting XP there.
Sure. There's that disruption. They still will be able to land the shot on the Huskar. The BKB, Demonic Cleanse, they've got a lot of options. Just beautiful Burrow Strike with the epicenter on top of it. There is no chance
Where's
of
the
BB
all
team.
Yeah,
Where's the all chat? Where's the tips is what Malrine is asking.
This is going to be a very fast game by the looks of it. Falcons, they got him in the draft. They got him with the last pick. They said you ratted us at game 1, but never again. They're just going to force the issue. It's Huskar completely out of control. He has heals behind him. He has saves behind him. You just don't have the time.
And Amar the Friendly, he might be a tad bit tardy, but he did promise a 20-minute victory. 24 minutes in, and it feels like it may already be over.
I don't think you can ever come back to these base defenses of Pure either. Unless they completely overextend into your tier 4s or something. Like, you just don't have good Mana Void targets. It's really only the Sand King that you can turn around, and that's 870 mana right now. This is not Leshrac. It's not Storm Spirit.
Yep. Well, we'll see what he can do.
Another quick smoke from Falcons. Just looking to jump the Sven in. He'll take anybody here.
They've got to try. Go after the Bristleback. Bristleback does get jumped, but oh wait, maybe. They got the coil on him. Any more damage? Anybody? Anything? Nothing. Cauterize heals him up, a disruption goes out. BB team was close. They really were. But it slips through their fingers. And now that high ground push is coming. Falcons, they don't need to wait for an Aegis. They can kill you without any of all that.
You just don't have damage. You can land all your spells perfectly. It's not going to matter. You maybe bring down one hero if you're lucky.
And Pierre's hitting the tier 3 like he's really a threat, but he doesn't have the damage to actually hit buildings yet.
This pick just completely backfired with the last pick counter pick. That's why that slot is so hard, because you have to pick a carry blind there. You're worried about all of the laning heroes that ATF has that can ruin your day. You will always find one. It's really difficult to find a carry.
I did like GPK just rushing straight to the Parasma here. It's the only chance that they have to be able to burst down the Huskar, right? Like, he gets that hit on him, amping up some of this damage, the hoodwink with the boomerang and everything else. They really have come close sometimes. Not that they would, I feel like it would change the game too much, but...
that's the issue. You could go in a fight, you bring this Huskar down, you still might lose the fight.
Yeah.
That's the scary part here. All that execution can count for nothing. You have to go for that route, though. I'm not even sure he can afford to go something like Aeon Deskure that he's looking at. I think you have to just go full damage, full throttle, try and go for that kill. Pray that's enough. Full Daedalus now online for Skeeter. He is looking to double up his opponent's net worth in this carry matchup if he can get there. And level 20 as well. Very nice timings for him. You're looking at second Roshan, guaranteed spawn in the minute here. You get that, you go high ground again. This game is just over.
Might be over even sooner if they stop what is one of the only high ground defenders that they have. Miro, he's spotted. He activates the blade mail. Mars gonna wait out the blade mail, but Skeeter, he doesn't need to wait so much. And they've got him controlled. He's just gonna put himself in a corner, beg for his life. But Falcons give you no mercy. Nice disruption there. Oh, it was a close call.
I mean, Skeeter blocked the shot anyway.
Oh, he did.
Falcons on point. Maybe still looking for something.
They don't want to let these supports just take the outpost like this, but you can't jump. And Skater has already jumped you, Kantomi. Second one down from BB team. Back to the Roshan pit they go.
I just don't know where the damage is going to come from. Has to be third item on Pure, something else on this Bristleback so he can survive. I mean, this Roche is just gone. No way to contest this. Rat bottom lane. Creep has done a pretty good job continually pushing it in, forcing somebody back.
Yeah.
Plus 100.
Tower's not really in danger of falling anytime soon, but he can draw their eye. I feel like you have to go for this.
Yeah, they might just try and contest it. It's a really tough contest, but you give up Aegis here, it might just be the game anyway. Falcons have the read.
BB team, their last stand. It's going to be on the offense. Boomerang goes out. Amar, he's already gone out the BKB, so it's too late to get that kill. Miro, he'll run after the supports as best he can, but Skeeter is making short work of him with all that extra damage. 3 down on the side of BB team. This is truly a hopeless game for them.
Yeah, this one looks like it's just in the books. I mean, you tried to go for this crazy play, you didn't get the angle. Falcons were ready for it. You jump the AM in, hoping you find an isolated Shadow Demon. Guess what? The whole team's there. There's the Enchantress pipe. This will break the high ground completely. The only question is, will there be any more all chat in this game too?
I think that's what we're all waiting for, bated breath here. Because I think we all know the outcome that's coming. A 5-man push from Falcons with 4.5 minutes on the Aegis. You add the pipe. Hard enough to get through that as is, considering BB team's entire focus right now is this magic burst. And the Animage, he's just not ready.
The one point of hopium here.
Okay.
You do have Kataomi rushing Ags on Disruptor, and he will get it here.
Okay.
He has just absolutely gone for it. Always a powerful item. I don't know if you have damage to bring the heroes down under it, but Falcons might confidently group into it because they've done it time and time again and they've just shrugged it off. Might not expect this Axe to come out in this game given how one-sided it is.
Yeah, there's a real chance if, like, the Enchantress gets caught inside of it so you don't get the pipe off.
Yeah, the issue is you have Shadow Demon. You can always bail a hero out under it anyway.
Yeah.
But hey, maybe you land a 4 or 5 man here.
I mean, Falcons, he hit a 4-man Static Storm earlier. Falcons have not been shy about clumping up. If they could burst down the Enchantress at the start, that would be beautiful. Unfortunately, it doesn't quite work. And now Miro, now the Epicenter goes out. There goes that Static Storm. The BKB is already activated by Skeeter. It's not good enough. It would never be good enough. Falcons, they'll stay healthy. They'll stay up as 5. They will not lose a man as they push into the high ground to end game 2.
Malrine asked for the tips and he received a few as this series will go the distance. The all chat's heating up. A little toxicity heating up and some good old last pick Huskar. I don't think ATF is going to get that again. You catch him once, fine, but you should not catch him twice. That said, this is a scary team to give that last pick to when you have to pick that carry blind. And I think if BB team are in that position again, they're going to have to adjust in terms of what hero do you want that can stand better, because you cannot give Falcons this kind of lane domination. They run away with it. Like, people meme on them for being one of the slower teams to end the game and go high ground, but this is a squad where they will also just push if they feel they have a strong enough advantage.
Absolutely, and we may see it again in game 3, but I think one thing we won't see is that Huskar.
Yeah, definitely. I do think that this one was one of those games where the writing was on the wall from almost the get-go with this Huskar pickup against the Anti-Mage, and I think BB team also would agree with that.
Капец, они все потные, вам видно, да? Они все мокрые.
I mean, it probably could be of. I mean, we can mention other things
Уже
also
так
that
жарко
matter.
там.
So I want to say that this was the best possible last pick Falcons could have gone for. But at the same time, I do think it
И
starts with you
видите, они
picking
держат
Anti-Mage. I don't think it was a
руки прижатыми к
particularly
телу,
good
как
AM
будто у
game.
них
We're already gonna
подмышки
lane against
скосили.
SD4, it's gonna disrupt you. Mana
А
hurry.
нет,
So I
мне
think,
показалось.
you know, it's not just like that you let Falcons have that hero, but also starting yourself. And overall, Falcons, they get their good heroes. The snaking Enchi goes in, he makes it harder for you to triangle stack. They're happy with what's happening. They're protecting each other. So it's also the gameplay that comes on top of it.
I think another key ingredient to this game being so stompy was also Skeeter and that top lane. That was complete free farm too. Both of their side lanes were doing whatever they want. Miro on that Bristle couldn't do anything because Save was trying to, like, you know, fix whatever he could wherever he could. He couldn't stay on that lane and try to make a play with him secure his farm. They were chasing this Huskar, trying to, like, slow him down a little bit. And because of that, Sven was also free to just hit his timings without any contesting it.
Yeah, I mean, Save was having a stellar time, but of course, you know, Huskar doing such a
Ебать,
great job.
чел.
Even, you know, Marine asking for a tip there on that highlight, but, you know, with SD and an Enchantress, no matter who goes in, you're going to either have a heal for an Enchantress, a heal and a Dispel from the Shadow Demon, a Disrupt from the Shadow Demon, and so you have this confidence, there's like this ability to not care, and that's what Falcons were lacking in the first game. They couldn't just simply go, they had to kite and team fight and put on like an excellent show. This time around, it is just pure brute force, just full send, in you go.
Сколько рун здесь было?
Is jungling at minute 4.
I mean, they needed like a, I don't know, quadruple like performance from
5
even all
убийств
the
на
other players to
Марлине,
actually like
что-то
make it work. Like
мало.
everyone puts in like 3x, 4x overtime. Because yeah, it's not that common and normal, especially in nowadays Dota, that you get like this Exodia last pick where you're just like 90% of people watch this game, they're like, yeah, they're screwed. What are they gonna do about it? And he tried with like some early movement, you know, minute 2, you ganked this offlane. It doesn't look real. That's how hard the game is.
Yeah, I think the only thing you could have made a case for was just Hoodwink starting bottom with that
Ну,
anti-mage,
кстати, неплохо,
trying to get a couple
15
of
рун.
kills on that Huskar before they leave him, before you then start bringing your anti-mage from the gate. I mean, their read on it was that they could just leave him be, and that wasn't the case. But even if they did tri-lane, like having to adjust that much says something about how much that last pick got them.
Oh, it was honestly, it's the most ruining thing I've probably seen in maybe more than 1.5 years, maybe even 2 years, because it's just so uncommon. Like you usually have like maybe cheese picks that come out with like, okay, but you don't have that many of those anymore. But yeah, standout player, I think snaking, you know, look at the pipe, the Solar Crest drums, the early gem. It's just when you give these guys like their heroes, and especially too, like we have to say, offlane Huskar is not traditional. You need the guy to even be a Huskar player. And Amar, he does it 617. there's nothing more I can praise him for.
I mean,
It's
not
impossible.
even that. I think when we heard AY on stage talking about how this draft went down, he's the one that just clicked the button. At that point, you know, it is all on
You
him.
can't stop it. Like,
I'm gonna play this.
yeah, like you're in for the ride.
Yeah.
And this is a damn good one. Like he can do this to me anytime.
Yeah, but
If you're on his team.
Exactly.
the amount of times he's done it in pubs, though, to be fair. Like these last pick Huskars, he doesn't care. He also first picked Huskar in pubs. He kind of does it all in regards to Huskar. And the story of this series, though, is whoever has second pick feels like they've utilized last pick really, really well, right? The lifesteal in the first game had this kind of inevitable timer. The Huskar this time dominates the lane. So I feel like whoever's got second pick is going to have the advantage. I don't know who's won the coin flip for this one, but yeah, second pick just feels broken, at least in this series.
Yeah, I will also say, I mean, they should have maybe thought about it. Is that really mean to say? Because I do remember there was a period of time when everybody played the Huskar against the anti-mage.
But it's like all things, it comes in and out of favor, right? Like 7 months ago, Phoenix off lane and Phoenix mid was the counter to the monkey mid and the monkey carries. It then disappeared. The joyous thing of meta, it is never set. Meta is able to be set through the players going, I want to play it. There's no like rule book which says you need to do this, you have to do that. We don't have game mechanics that stop you unlike other games. You know, like we can do literally anything in Dota.
It's true, and this is like, just look, so, I mean, Pure has 100% kill participation at this point because he's like roaming, but just look at the network. This is a 2k deficit, and yeah, I feel like it's not easy to fault them for not banning Huskar. In hindsight, yeah, you can swap out Mars for Huskar if you want anti-mage, but like, there is no other player, there's no other team in the world that is gonna do this to you. I think it goes back to the AM pick itself. What do you think, Mira?
I mean, I think that all of this is true, and maybe it's hard to remember things like
Плюс
Huskar, but at the
12,
same
итого
time,
17.
Anti-Mage is wildly optimistic in that position.
Absolutely,
like,
yeah.
Like, it's not like, oh, you know, they should have banned the Huskar if they're gonna pick Anti-Mage. Why not just pick Marcy? You had the opportunity to pick something more stable that gets countered by less, but they went for something a little bit wild. I think they wanted to give Pure a hero he'd have fun on and maybe catch them
that was
off
very
guard.
fun.
Yeah, they wanted to catch Falcons off guard, but what they ended up doing was just tripling down on that. If BB team don't have a good laning stage, their games look awful. I mean, that hasn't changed at all from yesterday.
Yeah, this was definitely a rough one for BB team, but hey, man, it might just be a fan service to get us to a third game, you know? That's always fun. What was not fun was, I think, the amount of fun Pure had in the game. I don't think that was fun at all. And I know we talk about it a lot, and Purge is going to talk about it some more.
Thank you, Cheever. Yeah, I just wanted to break down why it is so bad. For those of you that don't know exactly how these heroes function, some changes that have happened in the last year since you've been here. If you haven't noticed, Huskar doesn't have any mana anymore. He used to have mana, he no longer has any mana. That means that when you're playing an anti-mage who drains mana from your opponent, you just don't get that bonus damage. That means the first skill you have that you normally skill here just doesn't do anything to Huskar. So that's the first problem. The second problem is you're also laning against a Shadow Demon, who's actually quite good against anti-mage. Because if Shadow Demon disrupts anti-mage and he has his first skill skilled, your illusions that are created will drain your mana as well. So he just doesn't even get to skill his first skill. It doesn't do damage to Huskar, and it would hurt him against the Shadow Demon. So he basically relies on his second skill, the Blink. That's going to allow him to disjoint some attacks that are flying at him and decrease some of the damage that he's taken. He could also skill his third skill, which reduces the magic damage he's taking, which he is by the Burning Spears, but it's only going to reduce 15% of the damage that he's taking from the Burning Spears. He could maybe reflect a Shadow Demon spell, but it's not looking great. So basically he gets into the situation where he is just dumping regen into his body, trying to keep his health up enough so that he can get some last hits, and he's just struggling on it. He's at 860 net worth here, and the Huskars are already at 1200, and once he gets a boots advantage, it's basically impossible to lane here. So AIM is just getting what he can, which is why he went for that cool rotation, which did work quite well. The fact that he assisted in killing the Sven is huge. Him dying afterwards, I don't even care that much because it's going to get him back on the map a bit quicker. But this was the next problem. He's teleporting into lane. He gets a Helm of Iron Will. He tries to drain some mana from Malorine. That doesn't quite work out. And then he goes to jungle. And here's something that basically has not mattered in almost any game is the Rabble Rouser here. This is the buff from Enchantress. This means that any creeps that are attacking your enemies do more damage. So he's forced in this jungle at an abnormally early time, 4 minutes in. And these creeps are now doing 20% more damage to him. So his life is already almost impossible and made even harder by the fact that there is an Enchantress in the game. So extremely tough situation for the anti-mage here. Goes back to lane finally, and then he just immediately gets ganked as well by Mallory, who probably anticipated this based on the fact that he went to heal. So insanely tough game for him. We'll just have to run it back and hopefully give him a better hero.
I don't think we're gonna run back that anti-phase, that's for sure. And rabble rouser, I mean, not for me. I learned something new today.
I forgot about that entirely.
Yeah, me too.
Because that innate from Enchantress was not really relevant when they gave it to her. Like, we thought it would be game-breaking when we first saw the change. It sucked. It didn't mean anything. Carries were still clearing camps anyway. Not if your carry goes jungle, level 3, then it owns.
It definitely did own, and right now I'm sure that there's some good talks happening with both teams about how they're going to approach game number 3. And while they're talking, of course, you see loads of people still around the arena, and they're walking back and forth, and you're wondering, like, what could they possibly do other than watching Dota here in the Barclays Arena? Well, Slacks has found out exactly what you can do here.
We are here for the meet and greet session with Heroic. Now, you guys might not know this because you're not at the arena, most of you, but if you are at the arena, after everybody wins, they get to go and have a meet and greet. We're not talking about a lame-ass signing session where they're away from you. Look, they are physically touching you. So this is the greatest kind of moments you can have. Let's go ahead and talk to some of the folks in the crowd. Hold on one second. Sir, if I may, what did they smell like?
They smell like honey.
They smell like honey, ladies and gentlemen. Get down here quick. Quick, so sweet, so beautiful. Let's go talk to some crowd members here waiting in line. So sorry. Who's over here? Oh, whoa.
Серьезно,
We've seen you
29?
going absolutely ballistic in the crowd. Every Heroic game, you're top of the tier here.
No recollection of that whatsoever. I don't know what you're talking about.
Fantastic. Well, it is so good to see you here in their winning fan meet and greet. Did you go? Oh, you couldn't go to the last one. They didn't win. But are you going to do more of these? Are you going to come every time they win?
Of course, yes. I'll be here all day, all night if that's what I need to do.
Fantastic. Well, thank you for keeping us alive.
Здесь может быть только раз, максимум. Раз, два, 3, 4.
Delete Sniper, thank you very much.
I have a tip for Ice Frog. Who makes Dota the best game in the world.
Максимум здесь может быть 9, 5, 400.
Do you agree?
Please, yeah.
Hell yeah, best.
Stacks back.
Yeah.
That's it.
Best of both worlds, baby. Thank you very much. And I
Если
did want
прям
to say, would you
повезет.
mind if I showed off your cosplay? I
6,
love
7,
cosplayers, and we finally have a Grimstroke cosplay. I've never seen a Grim before. What made you want to choose to do Grimstroke?
I haven't seen it before.
You have not seen it before either. Well, that is fantastic. Thank you for oh, the Glimmer Cape? I didn't even notice. I'm such a noob. I'm so sorry. Okay, please, Glimmer Cape and disappear for us on the camera, all right?
My boyfriend told me this is your favorite hero.
What the f is this? Thank you. I thought we were friends. I don't want your disgusting win range. I'll take it. Thank you very much. Absolute filth. And that's it. After every single game, you can come and see one of the players or the whole team. You can see them, you can talk to them, you can greet them. So make sure to find your favorite winners whenever you want. There are a few things to do around the arena here at the International. Thank goodness we have some really cool stuff to check out. And one of these really cool things is this nice wall of history, which features all of the different jerseys from all the different TIs, including their championship rings, which is really, really cool. This one, 2019, beautiful with the purple and the little indents in there. The golden TI, I think that was 2021. The best jersey, I have to say, that represents Dota 2, in my opinion, I do have to give it to the purple jersey. Look at it, it's iconic. Rings, though, are super sick. Let's take a look at the rings. So, we have some not too interesting rings here at TI1, but they do grow in power. We start going for the Aegis to the nice, more purpley Dota logo, but the years of the NA Dota, that's where it begins. EG on the ring, that is super sick. The Wings ring, unbelievable. Liquid is nice. OG, very nice. It's what second OG is a little better. But if I had to choose, best ring ever, guys, this Wings one is unreal. I could see some very, very rich person wearing that in real life, so very nice. Anyway, cool trip down memory lane. What else do we have going on in the arena? Let's check it out. Okay, next up is the graffiti wall. This is a classico of the International. Lots of people coming in and signing it. See if I see anything interesting here. Zowie, I wonder who that was. That's very nice. Oh, here we go. Death is my enclave of the beer. Let's see here. Oh, somebody did their Twitch handle. Twitch, Kitty, I'm not gonna read it. Kitty Kraken, I hope you got 1 million subs. Thanks for putting it on the wall. You got 1 sub right here. That's very good. Anything else? No, it's just literally a bunch of random Twitch channels and names and curse words. It's fantastic. I actually think that sums up the community pretty well. Good job, guys. Well done. Those aren't the only activations we have, of course. There's a bunch of stuff all around the arena. Like this beautiful little monument. There's a little selfie station. You guys thought I was toxic before. Now you can pretend like you're Viper. That just like that. That's a classic Viper voice line. Poison berry. Just like that. Thanks for watching, everybody. Back to you guys.
Awesome to see all the things you can do and take pictures with. I will say, though, that Glimmer Cape definitely for me took the cake there. That was very cool to see, and I hope that the upcoming series we're gonna watch is also very cool to see, focusing our attention on game number 3. Clean slate with these two teams here. We got Falcons, we got BB team. Both teams very much deserving and to be the top 6. One of these will be top 3.
Yeah, I mean, even though BB team won that first game, I'm a little bit worried for them going into this game 3. Because in both games, the one that they got crushed in and the one that they won, they also got crushed in that, especially at the start. Like, there is something going wrong with their early game that needs to be fixed.
The one good thing is the fact, like, the manner that you just lost in is so bad, or like, it's so easy for you to just say,
True.
We can go next. You know, it's like the one time where I feel like usually people say this to like cope. It's actually real this time. It's like, guys, whatever, 24 Husker, like this guy, he won't get it again. You go free and easy. And I think Falcons are gonna do a similar thing about game 1. We were up 10, 15k gold. Make it simple, go.
I'm watching the coin toss. That's all that matters for me. It's going round. You don't see it, but BB won the coin toss. So I think they're probably gonna take second pick. And with that, they can protect themselves from this ultimate last pick. Because again, both teams have shown that they're very good at utilizing this, and in game 1 BB showed excellent scaling under pressure, the ability to fight. In game 2 they never got to even get to the game, right? So if we ignore the previous game, BB are competitive along the side of Falcons. It's just draft dependent.
I think if you give Falcons first pick, though, you're in for a world of pain, because there's either going to be the Sand King coming out, or the Chen, or the Enchantress, or even the first pick Hoodwink themselves to take it away from BB team. That's a tough one. There's not enough bans for a Falcons first pick.
Yeah, I did want to touch upon that, because both games now, BB team did open with that Hoodwink. Of course, once from second pick and then once from overall first pick. Surely we're going to see something different for game number 3. At least I would imagine that there's something different prepared.
Yeah,
or do you think that Hoodwink is still so highly demanded?
I think it will probably be picked again, but maybe if BB team get to like close the phase later and then get into the bans, maybe it will allow them to take out the Enchantress, which Falcons have now ran twice into it, which it seems to be posing a huge problem to them. Or Falcons, like Mira is saying, maybe they first pick the Hoodwink themselves, but I'm not sure. I feel like they should still rate the Sand King incredibly high. It's 2 games in a row where he just rolls on everyone. He has good early game, has the stacks, does his Blink Dagger. We've seen it again, and we'll see it again if they allow it.
I think you just break one of the 2 pieces in what BB team have shown is their Sand King solution, DK plus Hoodwink. You either ban the DK so you can comfortably first pick the Sand King, or you pick the Hoodwink, take that away, and then see if you can get that second phase Sand King.
But it's also in the interview, right? In game 2, before game 2, Aoi contradicted himself. He said they're a good team against puck. They liked it. They don't mind playing against the hero. But in game 1, they banned it. In game 2, they give away the puck. They beat it. So maybe going into the third game, they just don't bother with puck anymore. They just let that through. And then like you were mentioning, you ban a DK, you ban a Bristle, you ban one element of how a second pick BB was able to pick apart Falcons.
Yeah, I will say the DK was banned in the previous game, but by BB team themselves.
That's because they were in a position where they could get their puck. So they wanted to ban a puck counter, but when Falcons saw that DK was taken out, they were like, okay, we'll pick Sand King.
Yeah,
so there is something going on there with like the DK plus Sand King.
No,
element.
for sure. And I think this is also really cool when you do get deeper like into these tournaments, and suddenly it's like this series, we don't see the DK, then suddenly you do see it. You see it banned in the next game too, even by their own team, because they're like, okay, if this is banned, we can take the other thing that we do want. So yeah, going to this game 3, I'm just expecting, both teams to play in top form. I feel like neither of them have really anything to lose. Like in game 1, BB team make this incredible comeback. Game 2, Falcons kind of get like a freebie win. So going into game 3, both teams should be feeling, I would say, maybe as clean as 2 teams could going into a third game at TI.
Yeah, I was going to touch upon that, because how do we feel these teams are feeling? Because we've talked about both teams, and the experience is there. But for both, other than for Skeeter and Snaking, the TI experience is not. And it is different still, T.
Yeah, I think Falcons, if anything, probably toned down just a little bit going into the second game. Sure, they're still spicy with their all chat, but you could feel that there was no, cockiness anymore. It was just like disciplined, strong Dota with the element of like the odd, typing here and there. Game 1, you could feel that they were being a little bit more making mistakes, and for BB, I feel like they've had every emotion possible so far at TI. They've had the lowest of lows, the highest of highs. It's like, I don't really know where they're sitting right now.
I know where they're sitting. They're right there.
Wow.
Got him. I'm sorry.
You had to do that one. It was too easy.
Oh, well, that's okay, because we should be talking about this third game. We should be talking about what is coming our way. And I am happy to announce that it is time to see exactly that.
Team Falcons versus BB Team. Game 3.
So we do have BB Team on the Radiant side, and they will have overall last pick, and that means Falcons is Dire with first pick for themselves, and we're in the draft, and we are about to see what changes will be made. There are some things that just don't change though, because the Naga Siren's still getting banned, we see the Pugna still getting banned. Lycan, also not a hero we're gonna see a lot of anymore, because today it had great success, even on some of the losing games, but we'll see. There's already bonus time being used right now to go for this ban, and they do respect ban the Kataomi Bane.
Yeah, it seems like it. So they did play into it in game 1. Maybe they didn't really love their Ringmaster response, so like where they feel like, okay, if they do this, we're more likely to pick this type of hero. I'm not sure if there's much else, like maybe they want to first pick a specific hero that also Bane is very good against. But yeah, you're also taking out the comfort in BB Team. They're doing the same, taking out the Sand King.
The dance is over, but Sand King, DK, Hoodwink, we're going in a different direction, which suddenly becomes the question of Beastmaster. He's been relatively ignored in these games.
Wow, Chen also. They've left in the Snake King Chen for the first time, I believe, in this series.
Correct.
That's a scary one. I mean, last game, you had Falcons that broke 2 of the unbeaten heroes from BB Team with the Puck and Bristle. Let's see.
And the ignored Marcy is actually banned on the side of Falcons, and we will see the Chen from Snaking in action.
But we did see this in the first game, right? The idea of BB gave Falcons a dominant hero, and then they picked it apart, right? Same thing could be happening here, where Falcons finally get access to their Chen. Again, very strong hero for them. And yeah, I'm interested to see which angle BB's going to go. Against Chen, you can go for like Primal Beast and really dominant, strong offlaners to try and bully through the lane, not caring about Chen. But you have to respect all the auras they're going to bring.
Oh, just go for the Hoodwink again.
Yeah, sure.
3 games in a row, why not? I will say, for similar reasons, Chen is considered pretty good against Hoodwink. You have the mana burn, you're kind of annoying, you can fight back. So both teams, again, should be happy with what's happening. But this is an undefeated hero and a most banned hero against this team for a reason.
I need to see damage on pretty much every pick, though, from BB. If they just go for like light control and scaling, Chen will take over the game. You have 20 to 25 minute important fights around Roshans and towers. You just feel like you won't be killing anyone. So I really want to see if BB want to be competitive against Falcon's best hero. It is killing in lanes, damage in the early game.
What do we think here for BB Team? They do have to open up again out of the phase themselves. They have another band that they can protect themselves with.
Could still be DK. I think they're pretty happy with how their DK plus Hoodwink went.
But if we argue that that is picked up against the Sand King, Sand King's not in, do you still like it as much?
I think it did a lot for them, and it enables their Hoodwink. I mean, another approach they could take would be something wild, like picking some anti-zoo hero, like the Timbersaw that we haven't seen in a while. Beastmaster still in the pool as well. I wouldn't be surprised if they try to build their own Miro.
Something nice that you kind of want to do against Chen. Chen lineups generally fall apart if you can kill the first guy. Like AoE is not, sure it's good against Chen, but then there's Hand of God, there's a pipe, there's your AoE magic resist creeps, whatever it is, you need to kill this one guy to break this formation. So if you're able to have a single target high DPS hero, or like Effie's mentioning, you have a DK with a Hoodwink and give it like another DPS guy that when you jump this first guy, he just gets blasted out of the game through the heals.
Heroes like SD still being available for Falcons. If Falcons identify that's
scary.
That's a route BB is going to be taking, Crit's going to be able to pick up another hero to try and combo break that.
Has Miro played much of Pangolier? I know that people, this is a hero that tends to be liked, they can't be flags, it's like okay team fight. I'm not saying they will pick it, but I'm looking more for something like this. I would say there are other heroes like Crystal. They feel like okay early on, but there's a lot of auras and physical like armor that the Chen gives to his teammates where I feel like Crystal isn't actually that amazing against the hero.
Miro has not played Pango so far at this.
Okay, then I feel like that's just not happening.
And are we really just forgetting about Beastmaster? Have they just deprioritized that hero in this series?
Maybe they feel like they will just go for the DK. Why not? Maybe to go back to the Beastmaster, maybe they don't really want to play it into Chen, even though you can still play with, you know, the Axes and the Aghanims. I don't really think it matters.
Well, what if you play it with Chen, because it's still in the pool?
Oh, you mean 4 Falcons?
Sure.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
I mean, it would have been good for either
No, this
team.
is yeah, why not?
I mean, we mentioned the DK, but yeah, it's just half of their duo that allows them to play make, lets them set up for quick kills around the map, always have some kind of potential to make it so that Falcons don't farm for free.
Yeah. I mean, you have, in my opinion, one of the two approaches. I like what T mentioned, where you could look for a save with like the SE. Here's the hero that you want with the Beast. Yeah, I was saying you can either go for like, you go for the save against the DK, or you just give yourself enough damage that you kind of lacked earlier. Against the DK with like the long range, you don't have the hoodwink, so maybe there's like Grim, there's Snap. Yeah, this looks super chill.
I prefer it with the fact that Malreen's been playing it mid more than offlane. I think in the way that Falcons are playing, I don't want to see Amar take it to offlane. I want to see it still go to the mid, still be the pick-off style of play, and kind of give life to your game. Because Beastmaster will always activate a Snap or a Chen. And then it opens up for both Skidder and Amar to be farming a lot.
So a main stage favorite. It's always fun to
Magnus
watch
is like
in action.
iconic TI hero. You've got the scaling, you've got the displacement, you've got RPs, you can flex him, he lanes well. Yeah, this is just an amazing hero.
Doesn't have the win rate though, but that's okay.
That's okay.
And what if their idea is that because you see a Beastmaster plus Chen, you know there's going to be early tower pressure, you know there could be early attempts at high ground. Magnus is a hero that's good at punishing those attempts. Maybe they want to have them 5-man into like skewer isolations, maybe forcing them to go a little bit too far out into the map and punishing that with Magnus.
106 000 мало
Magnus is a
для
very good insurance policy to
99-го.
have. They just need to make sure they have layers
Если
of the
верить
fight with
статье,
it, right?
то для
And for Falcons,
99-го
when we talk
нужно
about killing that one guy, right? Because you were saying about bursting that hero, when you have the Snapfire with the Aghanims, you get a good enchantment with cast range, you get a Blink Dagger, you're going to be able to stop that DK hoodwink initiation on a hero. Sure, if you get hit by an RP, you're also going to be dragged back and killed, but there will be
Если
so
верить
many moments in
статье,
this game
то
for
для
Crit to shine and to
9-го
give more life to the fights.
Just a nice combo too. Mortimer's into Roar, like you've always got some kind of play to make.
It's also something that Falcons have in like every draft. It's like this 1+1 kill combo, sometimes even on multiple people, like 1+5 or 2 with 4 or the offlaner with the 4. We get a Warlock. It's not a hero we've seen too often, but it's a very good hero. He has good laning, can have an early ultimate, can also buffer people. Makes it easy for your carry also. It's most likely a last pick hero. You lane with Warlock. I mean, you should be chilling.
Warlock's the support which gives life to any carry against any offlane combination. Because of the heal, the Fatal Bonds, in a difficult lane, you shove the wave. In a good lane, you find the kills, right? So Warlock's enabling Pure to utilize that last pick in the draft and go, no matter what you want, we will try and give it life. You're not going to be an anti-mage in the jungle, because this Warlock will fix every problem.
Yeah. It also just lets them play versus the Zoo in the sense that you have the Fatal Bonds for the early group up that's going to happen on the side of Falcons. It seems like they have this idea that they can just punish the early group up with their big team fighting spells. I don't know if I personally believe in that idea. I think playing against Beastmaster plus Chen feels so overwhelming and so exhausting, even if you think you can out-team fight them.
It does, and they're proposing some very strong lanes. So you still have most likely a Mars here that's going to be picked later, but Chen plus Troll is a very strong lane. Like, you've got the creep, Chen is hitting you. Troll is one of the most aggressive carries in lane. He will always help his support on the side. You're going to get 2v1'd over and over and over again. And it's a lot of buffs too.
He's also not a carry that if you skewer back, that means that you've killed him successfully. Unless you chain it with the RP and you have enough burst to kill him during that, he's going to live through it, turn on his ult, get healed by the Chen, and then the team will turn the fight. It breaks the idea of wanting to skewer back a carry and kill them.
And it feels like every core that Falcons have at the moment is the same recipe, right? They're independent cores that if snaking is a second late with a hill, it's not that much of a problem, right? A mid Beastmaster, he goes for Aghanims, BKB, early refresher. Like, as long as he doesn't die in the RP, he's going to be able to turn it around. Like you mentioned with Troll, the same thing. Yep. So Falcons, no matter which core is offered up to the Magnus, there is a chance that the fight can kind of be extended, dragged to the new position, and they can still take it. It's not as if the one person who's dragged away, I'm really sorry, it's not like we're seeing like a sniper or a drow, like these type of heroes that once they're caught, they are just deleted from the game.
So Falcons...
Dead heroes, by the way, at TI. Don't know why
It's true. Like, so Amar has to pick out of phase. Generally, when Falcons play, they like having this double team fight. Like the double jump. Like, so I'm assuming that they're going to look for like another beefy guy that's going to go in. You have a strong lane with Snap. Unless they want to run the Beast offlane, which I feel like they're probably not going to.
They could play Pango, and then they'll keep it open. Pango could go either mid or offlane.
That's true.
It does seem like Falcons, with the ban of the puck, they still keep it very open as well, where the Mag and the DK are going.
I still do quite like Pango for Falcons, but what I need, regardless of what comes out from Falcons, is a wow factor pick for this overall last pick for BB team, because I think their idea of just punishing a group up early by out team fighting them is so hard to pull off. Like, you have to play exceptionally well to do that, and you know one of your side lanes is already losing because you see this troll warlord.
It's definitely not that. I mean, these picks, as always, like the last two picks in the draft, they're very detrimental to both teams. I would say for now, I see a slight ease of execution for Falcons. Luckily, what's on BB team's side is that they are the second pick team. They're supposed to wow us with like the very last pick of this entire game.
The thing with Falcons is they just need additional team fight. Right?
Топ-100 имели 150 тысяч, значит 99,9.
If I'm here, we can fight around it.
Team Falcons.
The
Oscar ban coming out. Gotta appreciate
I mean, I guess
that.
it kind of makes sense. Like, if you're a BB team, you most likely want a melee carry in this lane or DK, because you do have the Magnus offlane to play with the Empire.
55, то есть
If they don't care about
88
stuns
плюс
in regards
55.
to Mars and Pango, then going back to like
143,
the
блядь,
from Mars could be an
нихуя.
option. Just another hero that can quickly jump in. When Mag grabs a hero, you just pit right on top of them, TP in, throw down whatever order
115,
buff or
если
right
ты
things they want to
гонишь.
provide. Again, there's a lot of options for Amar. Again, we've listed 3. He might even just probably pick a 4th different one, but
Yeah, he's got plenty of good heroes or like signature ones available. You mentioned the Mars, they banned the Ursa. There's some other like even dead heroes. I mean, we don't need to like go down the list. He's got
so
a lot
many,
of options that are all very good.
Let's see which option Falcons go with for themselves.
How often has the Melon Man been picked at TI?
Not very frequently at all, I'll tell you
That's
that.
a bit sad.
that's Tidehunter.
Yeah. Well, let's see.
Would be pretty cool. Outside of the break of Hoodwink, other than that, yeah. Strong, independent Tidehunter.
Well, let's see. The one other good thing for BB team, they have a lot of reserve time later.
I don't know if that comes through on the microphone at all, but a couple of very happy people here.
As they should be.
As they should be.
2 seconds.
And
just
And that's the Mars.
Yeah, they go for the Mars. Like,
Oh.
Pangolier.
Instant.
They don't even think. They wanted it. Of course, the pressure of the Chen. If he goes to a tower, you want a bit of wave clear. BB didn't really have that hero to just stop snaking from running around the early tier 1, tier 2 towers. And GPK now on the mid lane from Pango, he can be that force to give time for.
Короче, нужно, чтобы игра длилась
more
дольше.
comfort as well in their ability to play into this early zoo, this early group up with the Beastmaster, because the reliance on, okay, Magnus and Warlock are going to have big ultis and pop off, that's way too hard. Pango, on the other hand, he can always play into them. He's always going to give you that AoE damage and the means to like fight into the arena as well with the Rolling Thunder.
I like this quite a lot. It's quite good against lane, like in the lane against Beast 2, you're physical against the boars, you can kill them. Like you were saying, the team fight against the Chen, against the Snap, against the arena, I like it quite a lot. I would also say pure DK takes me back like 1 or 2 years. I've seen him own on this hero quite a bit. To me, this is the most even draft that I've seen from the 3 games.
То есть, если
And that says something, because if we're looking at Falcons draft, I feel like that is comfort all the way. This is a lineup that you could literally hand pick if this was what Falcons got to this place to begin with. It would be these 5 heroes.
And this is what this series feels like it's becoming, right? After the type of games that we had in Game 1 and Game 2, I feel like we're expecting the Game 3 to be a lot closer for both teams to show that. And yeah, I think Falcons will be very happy, BB's going to be very happy. I'm interested to see, will Skidder and Maureen ever combo a Raw plus a Troll ultimate to kill off the Pango during the roll? There's a lot of cool little things that can be happening in this game.
I think Falcons got almost everything that they wanted.
Я так понимаю, типа
сейчас
мы
for BB team, what I like that they have is a safe lane
какой
that's not going to
разрыв
get completely
был
destroyed, like we've been seeing for a while. So maybe
между
their entry point into the mid game will
99,9
finally be
и
comfortable for once,
топом?
because DK should not die on that lane.
7
I'm saying he
тысяч.
should not. With that being said, I do think
Это
this Beastmaster plus 10,
99,9
that's tough to play
разрыв.
against.
Yeah, overall, I'm also leading. I would say Falcons, maybe slight favorites. I'm looking for BBT to maybe invade a little bit. You've got the Pango, play to the safe lane, make it happen, but I'm expecting a long, even, close, and hype game.
Oh, we want that. That's what we come here to see here in the Barclays Arena, and it is time for that third and deciding game. Which team will be top 3
Ну, интересно, может ли Ами набрать больше?
That's right, there is a podium finish on the line for
Именно
one of these
за не
two
умирать,
teams,
много
but there's something even greater on the line here,
смерти,
Avery, a
крипы,
chance
башни.
and revenge.
Ooh, that is sweet, especially on the TI main stage. There is no better feeling in Dota than knocking out your
был бы
nemesis.
сатаник.
Someone who's been trash talking you, someone that's been saying we're gonna do it to
Если
you all
был бы
year
сатаник,
at the biggest
там,
point of the
скорее
season.
всего, было бы
This would be a very sweet victory for either team if you can take it
не
here in the last
42,
game
а в
of the
районе...
day. Give yourself some momentum going into the rest of this event. And boy, do we have another draft that is scary for a BB team to go up against, because you are looking at so much tempo coming out from Falcons, and you gave them a Chen, a hero they've just not lost on, a hero that gives you so much pace, so much scalability, and Snaking is a master on the hero. You gave them the Beastmaster with incredible scaling with the double roars going into your hard turn potential. You counteracted a little bit with scale from that Magnus
Где-то
and
было
Warlock,
бы 48,
this could be
наверное,
another
как
game
я
where you just get
понимаю.
run down on the towers, and
Плюс 6
it's
тысяч
all on
очков.
GPK to try and control any of that, right? Like, he has to bring some pace.
Бля, если вот, если
What'd you think of the
ФБ
swerve here?
сделает...
We're going to see the Dragonite moved over to the safe lane and instead a different pickup for GPK. Did you like this adjustment? Because either Falcon saw it coming a mile away or they just didn't give a damn.
I think it's just pure saying, I don't want to get punished on lane anymore. I'm going to construct a safe lane that I know I'll be able to farm with. Skeeter maybe getting run down?
Yeah, maybe the punish comes Skeeter's way instead. Does not happen here for First Blood, but perhaps laning phase will still provide that opportunity.
Not the best chase down for that First Blood you've ever seen.
No, not great, not great.
I think this is BB compensating. Like, it's really hard to fix gameplay in a series compared to draft, and they're going to try and fix the laning issues by just building a draft that cannot lose that safe lane. That was the biggest pressure point teams have exploited. That was the biggest pressure point in that game too. They got that last pick in the draft, so they were not counter cheese picked. That's a big component of it. But Warlock DK, I mean, if you can't farm the lane with Warlock DK, I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, that's true. Now looking at it that way, they really did put a heavy emphasis in making sure that Pure actually got to play Dota in the first 10 minutes.
Yeah, he will be able to lane. He will probably have more CS at the 3-minute mark than he had at the 6 or 7 last game.
Yeah.
And this DK was a very successful hero for them in that game one. It gives you a lot of scale. It can be a tough hero for Falcons to just power through because it has some extra sustain, armor, scalability in the late game fight. I think it can be a pretty nice matchup against the Mars as well. Some cool things going for the BB in this draft, particularly if they can get the bonds and the Empower online. I mean, their team fight is insane with Warlock Magnus as this game goes later, and they have a lot of BKB Pierce, which has been a factor in this series. That said, Falcons also made sure they had some. They do not want to get BKB TP'd out ever again in their lives, I think.
What about the Pango itself? A hero that has been nerfed so many times and yet still comes back for TI. GPK, is he happy about the matchup that he ended up against? I mean, the Beastmaster obviously has the counter to the Rolling Thunder later on, but Matt, like laning phase-wise, it's actually pretty good for Pango, right?
Oh, he's chilling here. Especially if you can get some of those power runes. If you can ever invade and steal stacks away from the Beastmaster, you come online a little faster. The mid Beast can be slow. If he loses lane, if he loses some stacks, he can fall into that I'm trying to farm for that big item for a long time. GPK can drive the pace of this game. He's had a really good series so far. I think even in that puck game, he played it well. That was just a hopeless game too.
Yeah,
and here he's
sure.
starting off really well in lane. 15-6, leading that CS chart. Really nice start for him. And on the flip side, Skeeter up there on that troll. Not having the best early time despite having the Chen. Having issues CSing against the super high base damage on this Magnus.
Do you think that over time the Troll wins this because of the impact of the Chen? Like he's just going to start burning through all this mana? Like eventually you're just going to chip him down, right?
They've already used a lot of the resources on the Troll, but he gets Lotus, so this is actually a big win. He got all CS under the tower into the Lotus. This will refill the mana pool for those axes, continue winning this lane. try and delay the Magnus Helm as long as you can, because once that's up, these heroes become way harder to kick out a lane. Nice bonds on this bottom lane for the Mars, as Save also taking some harassment. These lanes are heating up. I mean, there's going to be a kill here soon, because nobody wants to abandon these lanes as you try and race towards the Helms. Don't want to be giving up free CS, and at the same time, there's a lot of harassment coming through.
First blood is still on the table.
Oh, this mana burn is just insane. I don't know what you're supposed to do against it if you're Miro. Just get wand charges and spam for some range creeps, but this lane is getting really difficult. Strong start, impossible lane to win over the long run.
Oh, Cookie back, and the spear into the tower, not quite good enough. They do have the God's Rebuke to push him back under the tower, and even a Blood Grenade to try and slow him down, but Amar taking too much damage, and they didn't have the burst anyway. If it was just a little bit longer, they would have had the pin, and maybe that would have served to be enough damage, but as it stands, the sustain on this lane, it's pretty overwhelmed.
I mean, again, they built this lane to say, I don't care what you do, I'm not going to have a bad laning phase. And this DK will be guaranteed a good laning phase here. Bonds is super good against Mars. Just painful to fight through. So this will be an even laning phase for once in this series, by the looks of it. And if you're a BB fan, that's got to be a nice sight to see.
What are the adjustments that you think Falcons made in turn?
I mean, let's be real. This team doesn't really adjust, right? They just play their game. They're gonna pick their heroes.
Yeah.
They're gonna do what they've done for 2 or 3 years now. You know what's coming. It's just a matter of, can you out execute them in the team fights? Can you outscale them? And can you survive the laning phase? I mean, there's not a single hero in this draft that anybody is surprised to see Falcons playing.
Yeah, I actually think the only, like, everybody is playing one of their quintessential heroes except for maybe Crit. I don't really think of him as Snapfire. Obviously, he's played it a fair amount, but
he's super comfortable on any of these 4-position range playmakers.
I mean, if you were planning on picking Mars, obviously this is one of the best combos you can get your hands on, right? Cookie into a spear back like they tried earlier, but then obviously when you get 6, that is also a death trap. Get the arena with the kisses going. It's a team fight victory early on, guaranteed.
Nice bombardment threat against the Pangolier. If you go in and stun this Pangolier, suddenly these kisses start coming through. He might not have time to get the Rolling Thunder out. You might not have time to bail him out with your turnaround in the Golem or the RP. I think that's the big threat it provides this game. A lot of extra magic damage to bring the Pango or the DK down early before they get too beefy.
Once again, Amar, he has to spear defensively. As many bracers as he builds up, he simply does not have the HP regen to deal with all this harassment.
And first power rune goes GPK's way. Maybe not the rune he wanted, but he'll snag it up here, and he's still top of that CS chart by a couple denies here.
Does feel like Falcons have given GPK a lot of runes in this series.
Just not their biggest priority, right? They're more of a stack, farm-oriented team than a get early power runes and make aggressive plays with them team. It's a stylistic choice. It will give GPK a little more freedom, but then it's up to BB team to use that to build an advantage. Not always the easiest against this team that's very disciplined and doesn't provide a lot of openings. They maintain their resources well, they keep high HP pools, they TP and react very quickly. Something like going for a dive play under a tower to kill a troll with a power rune or something can easily go against you. Just want to get that diffusal up and start skirmishing. That's your game plan here.
Well, while BB team are clearing out some stacks, it leaves the troll alone in lane, which the Chen is happy with. Staking's just been able to play farming jungle.
Build your own Dominator.
That's true.
We're seeing the Chen and Enchantress come back for a reason. This creep shove has been super important this TI. At least this is the honest form of it.
That is true. Now, Crit's play here. This seems a bit of a stretch. If he can get the Cookie onto the troll and he slows down the Hoodwink, then maybe, but...
I mean, this tells you how strong that safe lane is for BB, that Crit doesn't feel like he can exert any pressure down there with a Snapfire Mars. That he feels the better play is to go up top with this Catapult and the Chen timing.
But GPK he has wanted to rotate up to this top lane already once, and now he finds some time to make that rotation come through. The Cookie trying to push away from the Rolling Thunder. Skater tries to skirt the edges, gets the other side of the cliff. It gets him away from Rolling Thunder, but still, Save and Miro will pursue. Blood Grenade to try and slow down Miro. Good swashbuckle hit, and they've got it. First blood goes the way of BB team.
costs them a lot of resources, but they get it. They defend the push.
The lineup had some issues. They picked Phoenix because he's going to be able to lane.
Power rune, which he does get it. It's an amp damage, but it came at a certain cost.
I think there's definitely some mid players that might have tried to rotate up there and play for that, even with the Beast, but it's just not Falcon style with this hero on the mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, isn't that the point of the Beastmaster? You're just supposed to match the Pangolier every single time he tries to get a Rolling Thunder. You just meet it with the roar and
No, your
done.
job is farm Axe.
Oh.
Я не понял вопроса.
Stop again until you have Axe on this hero. You need to prioritize it. You need to get that up as fast as possible. He's going to try and make a move with this amp.
Got the arena on Pure. This is not an easy kill. Managed to get the Dragon Tail, stopping the spear, but there is still going to be that roar and a follow-up spear after that. Sometime, maybe today, or maybe never. Amar just holds on to it and lets Malreen's amp damage do all the work.
The boars are super effective against these melee cores in the early game. Stick some boars on them, hold the stun, nowhere to go, nowhere to run. There's the defusal for GPK. Still having the best game on BB team. You'll have to make this item work.
Yeah, these are not heroes that have immense mana pools. All three of these cores on Falcons are dependent on mana pools because they have low costing spells. They do not like getting mana burned out whatsoever.
Downside of these, pseudo triple strength core lineups. Your mana pools are pretty lackluster. Your spells can be equally as important. Diffusal can absolutely do some heavy lifting here in the early game. Rune denied from a boar. GPK will have to settle for some tower damage as Malreen pulls ahead off the stacks, man. This is classic mid-Beastmaster gameplay. You got that one nice gank with the power rune that he did get, and then straight in the jungle. Clears through all the stacks before any contest comes through. He is giga-farmed right now.
You fought and died.
Crit bites out of smoke. Let's see what they do with that, because Malreen has headed back to base, and he's going to heal up right as his TP comes up, and he has another 12 seconds to roar. So I imagine you clear out this mid lane, and then you and the Snapfire go from there.
You have really good single target focus from a decent range. You don't want to go into BB.
Oh, nice cookie play. Crit. He'll get the solo on save and an extra bit of damage on GPK. Very nice.
Big plays coming out on this mid lane. That's going to finish his arcane boots. Nice little pickup in XP as well. Level 7 3/4 on this snap.
Yeah, massive level difference between the two.
I don't even know where he found all these levels, because he made the one move top, but didn't really work. He abandoned bottom early.
I think he probably shared some of the experience from the stacks, yeah.
I mean, it's a huge level difference. And these are the two playmakers for the squad. Almost level 8, and this Hoodwink is still level 4 for save. Incredibly sacrificial game from him.
It is also part of the MO of Falcons because they have these strong laning cores that are rather tanky. They've been able to just leave them alone in lane.
Oh, yeah.
And, say the Beastmaster, for example, doing those clears, the stacks, Snapfire sitting in mid, soaking up experience. Snake King will be run down here. Bushwhack tries to give him some extra armor, but it's not good enough. It does give the heads up to his carry, who is able to get away from all that nonsense.
Nice little connection for the Pangolier. I mean, you got to remember, this is an Empower lineup, and they have good Empower targets, not the pseudo-Empower ones.
They do, yeah.
This Pango Magnus duo is just nasty. It's a combination OG love to run. Channel your inner tops in here on the main stage, and just make top 3.
Malreen, a regen rune, and 1,000 gold left to that point booster. Meanwhile, Pure, he's having a great time.
Oh, this is the best early game he's had.
Seriously.
It's amazing for him. And he's just going to pick up the farm pace from here. And the flip side of that is, I say this very rarely, but it is ATF coming out of lanes the poorest.
Yeah.
Not something he likes to see, not his usual play style, so he'll have to make it up with some cheap utility here. He's looking at like Yule's Blink. He can play the fights for his other 2 cores and catch up that way, but it's going to be slow from him. Smars really got punished on that lane from the Warlock pick. That was its job. It did that, and now you get to hold on to its ult for the right fights. If
they really want that Pango. This is where that smoke was going to come into play. The arena into a GPK. Can he get ahead of it? The spear, it stops the Rolling Thunder, sure, but now you don't have a stun to stop it the second go around. GPK will slow down Amar, do a little damage before he rolls on out of there. So the Arena Kisses combo does not come out.
Didn't get the cookie connection they were looking for. That's a tough kill regardless. You just don't know where that Warlock is. You can drop a rock, interrupt if they really needed it. ATF's game continues to be a little slow here.
Well, Skeeter, he's got to his Battle Fury, so he's feeling fine, and he will likely start pulling ahead of this Dragon Knight if things stay calm.
I mean, it is always scary to go even or lose early game slightly to the Magnus lineup.
Do you think that's scarier than going even against a Troll lineup?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, Magnus at TI, man, this hero can do work. People play a little more scared. They get caught off a little more easily. How many games have we seen Magnus pull ahead, right? I don't even have to name the players that have won that Aegis on this hero for everybody to know who I'm talking about.
I guess the way I see it, though, they are such a stun-oriented lineup. If this game goes late, I think the Troll is kind of unstoppable. Like, he's going to have that Battle Trance strong Dispel, right?
It's a strong Troll game. You are right. There's not a lot that prevents the Troll doing what he wants to do in the fight. It's just a matter of can you survive it and push through it with the scaling on your cores. I will say Skewer in that high ground defense. Like, what is there to stop the Skewer play? It's pretty much the Roar interrupt. You have to be really on point. There's no Rubik in this game. There's no one dying to just drop a
Amar, he's immediately going to break the smoke. He's got a shield rune, too, to help tank the damage. Immediately uses the Arena Spear on Amiro, and with the kisses, try and take him down. He actually used the RP to try and protect himself, that final glob. It's not going to do it. Maybe they've got a spear. The bonds is great. It hits a lot of these heroes. Can they put the damage in, though? Especially with the extra life on Maureen. They do not want to be fighting into this Beastmaster with the Ags. That means GPK, he's going to roll on out of here. They've already lost one hero, and they've given up the Roshan. These were heavy losses to BB Team. They cannot afford for GPK's game to slow down much more.
That could have been an amazing fight for them. 4-man bonds off that flank in the river, but the Roar comes out of the Pangolier, stops all the damage in its tracks. The counter is working for Falcons right now, and Mallory, he just had such a fast game. You're able to push.
And the Troll, he already used his Battle Trance, plus he wasn't the one to take the Aegis. A cookie saves him.
That is close to ticking out there, 70 HP. Mallory looking for his own maneuver back here. But no Roar available. Pretty limited catch potential. Get the D-ward around the pit as well. Very successful objective-based move for Falcons. They're not completely snowballing this game like we saw previously, but they are controlling the pace right now. You still got to get this tier 1 bottom. I can't believe this tower's still up, actually. I mean, that shows how poor of a laning phase ATF had. This tower is normally just gone by default. You have to use this Aegis to clear out the junk down here.
Yeah, Pure has been able to just Dragon form off cooldown and play in both on the tower and farming those Ancients, but move to the other side of the map. Falcons will finally take the safe lane tower. They also took the mid tower at the same time, thanks to the Chen. I mean, the Chen's start going to be impactful. He's got the drums. Once you get the mech, it's going to be a lot of early game. BB Team, they're going to be reliant on Miro to separate the big team fight that Falcons has. He needs his Blink Dagger badly.
Especially if the towers start getting sieged. That's your best defense mechanism in combination with the Pango Warlock team fight. Be very interesting to see when Falcons decide to group up this game. Because grouping up can cost you a lot if that fight goes wrong. You almost rather just split the map, but then you're splitting the map against the Empower farmers, which feels a little bad in itself. So you really have to make these moves count when you combine the Beastmaster and the Mars here. Try and take away PV space. Like, that's the biggest factor right now. If you can take camps away from their Empower farmers.
Amar, he still gets the Arena on Pure. Kisses, Roar, so much damage, man. Pure doesn't stand a chance. Still though, BB Team, if they could get some sort of skewer RP, they have a chance to punish, but no. The Rolling Thunder doesn't hit. Amar is able to blink it out. And that was an Arcane Rune use, too. So the Arena is not going to be on cooldown for long.
GPK just messed up the roll in there. Just didn't get in there in time. Awkward space to fight for that Pangolier, and your DK's dead no matter what. This is not a lineup that really wants to react to Falcons jumping one of your big damage dealers. You have the blink on the Magnus, so you have a little turnaround potential, but that's the strength of the Kisses in this early game. Once that hero's pinned, once he's stunned, he's pretty much dead. Even if you go in and counter initiate, the damage is going to be done.
A lane ward, Miro. He could have gone for that Snapfire, opted against it.
This lineup's picking up steam. This is where Chen starts to feel really scary.
All right, just flat out RP him. They do finally pull the trigger on that one. I'm sure Crit realizes, yeah, there's some sort of lane ward. He's already pinging it out.
That'll get the job done. There is an RP connection. Slow this pace down, take at least one of these heroes off the map.
I think there is a lot of weight here on Miro's shoulders. He's got to continue to find pickoffs like that, and not just with an RP, but Amar, he's already struck first. Got the pin right next to Skeeter. You could not ask for a better setup if you're the carry troll.
I intercepted that move perfectly. I think they were heading towards Pure, but they'll take the Magnus for sure. ATF, he's not done.
Amar's crazy, man. He's just blinking into 1v2. There was no upside to that. He just wanted to taunt Pure.
I mean, the upside is you send a message. Maybe they start thinking they have vision there.
The real vision is in the triangle. They do know about it. Dragon Tail stops Amari. Doesn't actually hit the spear into the trees. But they do have good control of the area. The tower is fall.
This is how you're going to build a lead. Take the camps away from BB's cores. There's a little rat action happening off the Helmet Dominator from the Magnus, but that's about it. They cannot afford to lose too many of these ancient spawns, or you just have to take the fight straight up. That's what Falcons want, fighting into the Chen, into the BKB troll. This Chen is going to give you a lot of auras to play with. It's going to buff up the EHP across the board. And an easy Tormentor cleanup for this troll.
And Crit, who already bought out his shard,
Yeah,
so
well,
Akor had an opportunity to get it. And Falcons, they roll real well on the 50-50. Amar's going to get the shard. We'll see if he can hit the two-man spear.
Absolutely can find some two-man spears in this game. I mean, this Pango is a great target, no BKB. The Magnus BKB is going to be a long ways away, especially if you can catch some of these supports in the arena.
All right, BB team, feels like it's about time for them to strike back. Pure has his BKB, so he could deal with the overwhelming damage that Falcons is throwing his way, as long as he doesn't get chain stunned. He can stand up to the troll, but what about his backline? The two supports, and there it is!
Beautiful.
He got the shard, and it immediately pays off with a two-man spear. Now they're gonna catch Pure. No, wait. A skewer back into the tier 2. RP to lock him down underneath this tower. Amar in trouble. They can try and get what heals they can. Not good enough. Skeeter, he pops his ultimate, but that's a Dragonite. It's a pretty tanky hero. The help of Malrine, though, the BKB does not allow him to stand tall. Malrine gets through that BKB with a Primal Roar.
Once the Beastmaster there, that fight is over. Nice connection with the RP on the Mars, but that's the downside of using it on one hero. Falcons play these tri-core lineups. It's going to free up the fight for the other two. You just go in, pick your mark, find the big kill on this Dragon Knight. First BKB usage, not netting a positive result for Pure here. Starting to lose some map control with this Empower lineup as Falcons build a substantial lead. And again, a lot of it's on the supports here. Just so much utility coming in to back up this front line. This is exactly how they like to play and build an advantage. You have to either match it or find ways to kill their supports first. And so far, it's just been the other way around. It's ATF finding your backline, taking your control out of the fight. I don't think GPK can do it alone. I don't think this Pango can go in, find the Chen, and just bring him down 100-0 in a timely manner. Especially against the Roar. Maybe later on you have some Lincolns, some nonsense like that, it's a different story. But right now, this Beast protects the backline, and the backline protects the front line. Formation from Falcons is hard to break.
Well, it looks like BB team is going to just have to play defense for the foreseeable future, which is fine. I mean, they've shown multiple times on both the road to TI and here on the main stage itself that they are more than capable of making comebacks.
There's only so much defense you can play, though. I mean, this series has felt like 3 games of defense.
That's true.
At least with Magnus, it's, you know, it fits the setup of the hero. This hero is very good at playing a defensive style. Gives you scale confidence, gives you high ground defense potential, but that also means potentially giving up a lot of Roshans.
Yes, and Falcons did set the pace very early on. They took a super fast Roshan.
Already up.
Radiant side, 23 minutes, second Rosh.
Yeah, this is why you take that early. So if BB are just going to turtle, if they're going to play a strong defensive game, you just take the biggest objectives away from them and you accelerate out of control. Here's a smoke designed to get that pick off into that play. Would love to find GPK here.
The scan behind the tower doesn't find GPK. Falcons still go looking anyway.
Surprised they didn't jump the base there.
Don't find him there. Now another ward placed behind the tier 2 to see if he'll poke his head out in the mid lane. Somehow GPK is dodging all of these plans from Falcons.
He has not died in this game yet. He has no plans on dying right now. Could just go straight into the pit though. Like, you don't need a kill to force this objective. You have BKB on the Mars. Amar has recovered really nicely in this game. This gives you the confidence to just force the play. It's unlikely BB contest. You would have to get this Magnus somewhere close in the vicinity and find a big RP. I mean, your lineup is great around the pit. There's no denying that. It's very tempting to contest this.
Rainbow TPs, all the BB team. They're going to come down here. The Roshan roars, and Falcons will back away after the roar. They smoke up. They want to get that initiation first. It's going to break on Malrine. GPK with his fresh Blink Dagger. He blinks backwards, trying to deal with the boars. But Amar, he found the spear. No way, it got interrupted. The roll-up goes out, and GPK has a chance. Can he get off the Rolling Thunder? Can he roll away out of this? Now with the goal being dropped. No, he got lined up by Skater. He rolled right into the troll, and the troll locks him down.
What can
Pure
Pure do?
down. Another arena. Amar, he's trying to protect against Pure. Against the right click. Skater dodged away from it. Wait for the spear. Now the stun is there, and they can finish him off with ease. Falcons kite away from the big Dragon Knight beautifully. Thanks to, in part, Amar's initiation, the follow-up there from Malrine, there was just not much GPK could do.
Rolled right into the hands of Skeeter. That's a death sentence. This troll during BKB is so good against your lineup right now. And he has the sustain to back him up. You're just never going to burst him down. You have to be able to win that long fight. And that means landing an RP on multiple heroes. That spear just forced so much chaos out of this BB team lineup. Miro feels like he has to throw it out based on the troll running in, but it's just not the best target you want because he's always going to get spells off here.
Yeah, GPK, I mean, what a beautiful reaction to get the roll-up there in the first place, but it's just, he's stuck in a situation. He's countered by too many heroes. There's two different BKB piercing disables that are going to go through that Rolling Thunder.
Just no way to take that fight when Amar gets the jump. Like, that's what these fights are coming down to. You have to either land a massive RP or get the jump of your own, and Falcons are always one step ahead of you. They're playing really well right now, really fast.
A second Aegis, and this time a banner. Potentially for a high ground push, but as you said, BB team, you're going to be pushing into a Magnus.
Have a look at the ores and the utility they're getting up right now. Mech, Vlad's Drum, Cobalt Cup, done on the Chen.
Okay.
Solar Crest plus, well, Blink Dagger flying in for crit.
Got a little ice armor in there, plus
all the creep auras.
If you could get the pick up on the Magnus, if you could just get a free high ground push, what a world it would be for Falcons. Malrine finds that opening. Will Falcons push it?
This is escalating too fast for the pace that BB want right now. And the push is coming. Falcons are not going to wait. They are not going to extend this game. They're going to make you find an opening.
23 seconds left.
Just harassing Pure.
Yep. Seeing if he can get a BKB out of Pure, seeing if he could slow him down. But with the banner and another 12 seconds, I mean, the troll is just demolishing buildings. They try and slow him down as best they can.
So many buffs behind him right now. And no chance without the Magnus. Miro backup still doesn't have BKB though. So all you can do is give up a rack.
Davis gain on Pure. Pure, a BKB does not guarantee safety. He's going to be roared up. Now he's going to be pinned. It's too many chain stuns. He's gone.
What a scan, man. Absolutely on point. Falcons, they can taste victory right now in this game 3.
Falcons knew exactly the kind of player Pure is. He's going to try and push his limits, especially when he's behind in the game. He likes to play on the enemy side of the map. He likes to cut waves. And Falcons knew after he took that mid tower, he was not going to back up. He was going to keep sticking around, trying to play greedy, trying to play for more farm. And that will be his undoing, at least on that life. Still, BB team, they have a chance. That we haven't seen them in a 5-man high ground defense, but we may never see that happen if they continue to get picked off.
Losing Wisdom Shrine to the Chen right now. Rough stuff. Do finish up the BKB on the Magnus. That's your hope for this next fight. All eyes on Miro. He can try and land a big ultimate. They're gonna need it. This was a brutal Aegis period for BB team. Such a net worth swing off of this one objective. Falcons just splitting the map, continuing to scale up, and this is why this is why I would never want to play against Beastmaster in this meta. The hero does a lot in the early game, he does a lot in the mid game, he does a lot around the objectives, and then his scale is just insane. You go in, you get to this late game, you can potentially get double roar up with the refresher, you just put both into the enemy carry. You're just going to be sitting there for almost 10 seconds.
Yeah, I feel like this hero has evolved to something different. He used to be picked up because, oh, it was an Aura and a Zoo hero, right? And then, oh, maybe this BKB piercing disable is going to be good. But now it's just flat out a damage dealer. It's just carries through team fights by itself. And as you go late, it's still helping out this troll. This attack speed buff is allowing the troll to get to those max fervor stacks nice and quick. We're going to see that happen again as he assaults a tier 3 with 70 seconds left on the Aegis.
That's the crazy part. You still have a minute here. This Aegis period has felt like forever.
Miro, he's got to do something wonderful here. And it may have to be more than just getting a skewer back on the troll. He's going to start with the troll, skewer back there, immediately going to be roared up though. He's in trouble. They can't afford him to die right this, but it's just going to be a chain stun. An easy follow-up from Amar and a second life now for Skeeter. GPK rolls through him. But when the Rolling Thunder is down and you don't have the Magnus, what is going to stop this troll?
And guess what? Refresher already done for Omar. He has a second arena if he really wants to throw it out here.
The Dragon form isn't going to last for much longer. And frankly, it's not much of a threat as is. And Dragon Tail goes out and a double spear. That is sick. Puts him right into the melee barracks. They drop the golem in response, and Falcons say, okay, we got something else out of you.
That was a big bonds that landed on a lot of heroes. They are respecting what that spell can do right now.
Another one goes out, this time catching Save, as his ultimate will push him back, perhaps out of danger from Skeeter. But the buildings, there is no retreat for them.
Magnus is back, still has BKB and RP available.
Smoked up, but they can't get there in time. Falcons have already taken the objectives and backed away.
Just so clean. Didn't even end up using that Mars refresher. Still have Troll BKB. So much in the tank.
Two lanes of barracks down by 30 minutes. BB team, they've had some steep hills to climb before. This one's beginning to look like a cliff. Playing up on the high ground, playing up in the triangle, hoping that Falcons will gift them an opportunity at a pickoff or maybe even an easy team fight, but Falcons will just play to their side of the map, play for that overwhelming advantage that they have played to so many times in the past. This has been Falcons' MO from this year to last, where when they get an advantage, they are willing to slow down the game and just build that advantage more and more and more. Taking more Tormentors, taking more Roshans, farming more neutrals until a 20k gold lead becomes a 40k gold lead.
Just get the refresher on the Beast. That's going to be all you need. I think the one hope for BB team is the DPS that Pure can output when he's empowered. If he gets Daedalus up, there's a real chance that he can just chunk these heroes down with Empower on top of the burst damage. But if you have a refresher Beastmaster with double roar to put into him, no defensive capability against that, I don't know how you stand in that fight and output that DPS when there's just so much stun to disable facing you. Unless you jump this Beastmaster first. I mean, that is the dream. And that is something the Falcons should never let happen. It should always be the Mars or the Troll as that point of contact. Still is getting to this Daedalus. I mean, that is going to be your best item to try and turn this game around. as Falcons continue to just progress this lead, near 30,000 gold lead. And that refresher on the Beastmaster already done.
Yeah. Doesn't even need his boots. Puts him in the backpack. He's got a haste rune in his bottle. They're going after Pure.
Oh, yeah.
Pure.
Done.
This could be the game. Just done and dusted. A BKB might save you from the kisses, but it will not save you from this troll.
I'm gonna push with it. Feel like he could have buyback potential. I mean, Roche can spawn at 30, so if you go, you have to go hard here.
Looking for that second pick off. They bypass the lane ward. Look to get a ward inside the base.
Oh,
Looking
so
for that
good.
opening, and it spots the two supports. The spear whiffs, but the arena, it still lands. And Skeeter, he will calmly walk into the arena to take out one of those supports. GPK does what he can. He takes out the Chen with his Rolling Thunder and does manage to swashbuckle back up to the high ground.
Nice find from GBK to even this out and slow down the push. That was a sick high ground ward. If that spear lands, might just be the game. The fight gets stalled. Falcons get repelled here.
And I don't think Falcons, knowing them, playing into the high ground in the first place when Roshan is about to be up,
yeah,
I don't do that too often. I feel like it took very little. They were always going to back up at some point in time to make sure they secure Roshan. The last thing you want to do is throw on the high ground and give BB team the opportunity at a comeback.
Especially when you control so much of the map and you know they have to contest this objective. It's his third Roche at 35 minutes.
They're walking into a landmine. There is so many wards around this jungle area.
No Chen at the fight, though. If you take it right now, none of those auras.
Miro, ooh, his smoke is the one to break. The one initiator that BB team has. The opportunity of surprise is gone. They're going to have to play for the Roshan on the other side of the map. Fortunately, there is that. It will kind of reset. They can play on their outpost. Don't think they're going to have too many buybacks to work with, though.
I mean, you also got to keep in mind, both side lanes have been taken here. It's a lot of map pressure going into the base.
Certainly.
Somebody has to show, and if somebody has to show, that is a gank opportunity. Falcons can just be ultra patient here.
Maybe Miro can get to his Axe, though. If Falcons are patient enough.
They're just going to go Roche. They see heroes in BB's base, they're going to threaten the Roche. They're going to make you come out of base to fight them, and that's exactly what they want right now.
And Pure, as always, up to some adventure on the enemy side of the map.
He just wants his Daedalus. You get that, you have a chance. It's not a good one, but you at least have some damage to play with.
Katomi playing the drums for the crowd. Malrine has drums of his own. Four-man smoke up from Falcons. Surprising that Amar is not the one in that smoke. Another arcane rune.
Yeah, this is like a defensive smoke. You're just waiting if they come into you with this Roche sitting up right now. The BB are not contesting it. They don't contest it, just go in the pit.
Yeah.
No reason to make this game complicated right now. That's going to be a refresher shard Roche. Downside for Falcons is they're so farmed, they already have the refresher, so all of this will likely just go to Skeeter here. And it will.
Okay. This is not a five-man squad that is pushing into you. The number of refreshers they have. There's so many heroes here. BB team are trying to play on their high ground ward. Falcons know all about it. They pinged it earlier. They want this outpost first. Before they walk into this vision, they want to make sure they have the opportunity. And there they found Miro. Not good. BB team, they have the buyback on him, and it's going to have to be used here. Amar fighting for his life, does manage to get the arena walls up, and Pure, well, there's the RP. Can it save Pure's life? He's trying to do damage to Skeeter, but it looks pathetic, man. They can't do anything. A second arena goes out surrounding the BB team, and there is nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. It is going to be Falcons. Witness me, says Amar, as he triumphs in the upper bracket. He will claim a podium finish here at the International.
This team is real scary to go up against right now. They have cheese picks, they have their strats, they have an incredible laning phase. They can play slow, but they can also play fast. They put that on display in this series. You give them the heroes like the Chet or the Beastmaster, they will run tempo on you. They will go high ground early. This is kind of a myth that this team will always just wait for that 60-minute mark.
It's true.
It's just dependent on how well that early game goes. And man, they played such strong early games in this series. I don't think BB won a single lane phase outside of maybe this game.
Is it also seeing the Underlord
Да,
going back
блядь.
to position 3 compared to last?
Play slow, but they can also play fast. They put that on display in this series. You give them the heroes like the Chet or the Beastmaster, they will run tempo on you. They will go high ground early. This is kind of a myth that this team will always just wait for that 60-minute mark.
It's true.
It's just dependent on how well that early game goes. And man, they played such strong early games in this series. I don't think BB won a single lane phase outside of maybe this game 3 you could argue is a draw. But that's because they had to draft to compensate for that. And that has its downsides, right? This Warlock did work in the lane phase, but it's also a very slow hero, and it really suffered against this game pace that Falcons set.
Absolutely, especially if Miro, like, they put a lot of pressure on him because they drafted so defensively on the laning phase that Miro had to give them all of their early to mid-game action, all of their initiation there, and he was not able to get to that fast Blink Dagger, and even then, when he found the openings, they were not big consequential ones, right? The pick off on the Hoodwink, that was the first reveal of the Blink Dagger. It's not going to get you going.
Just an uncomfortable series for BB team. I think
Absolutely.
we all felt it watching this. There was probably some more potential in there, but they just could not find their footing outside of maybe that one fight with the Lifestealer that they turned that game around. That was the only moment in this series where it felt like they were in control. It was Falcons all the way.
It was indeed, and led by their carry, Skater, who is on the stage, ready for an interview.
Thank you, Catman SBG. Top 3. Skater, tell me the story of this series versus BB.
I mean, we had gameplay problems in game 1, fell behind a little bit, made some crucial mistakes, but I'm just very happy we pulled through and we took it to game 3 because all the other series were 2-0, so I'm very happy for that.
Yeah, I think the crowd's happy for that one as well. Finally a 3-game series here. That is what they wanted. What was the conversation like after that game 1? A bit of a surprising comeback maybe. How did you recover?
Our wonderful coach, AOI 2000, had a speech ready. He kind of fixed what we lacked in the game 1, and it was easy afterwards.
All right, can you give us a bit of insight as to what exactly he said? Well, what exactly did he say in that inspirational moment?
Stop being bad.
Very inspirational, Skater. Thank you very much. There was a lot of old chat in that game as well. Can you share, is that a friendly rivalry you have with BB? Is there a little bit of spice there? Where do you sit with those guys?
I think it's friendly, but you gotta ask Maureen. I was not really involved at all.
Okay, you're going to stay a side guy, right?
Yeah, I'm too mature for that.
Too mature. Well, talking about mature, actually, I believe it is your birthday today. So happy birthday. I believe you're, do you want me to say it? What's the best birthday present you've been given today?
I mean, top 3 is up there for sure, so I'm very happy.
I can imagine. So, well, you already know who you're playing against in those upper bracket finals. What do you think P-Vision are going to be bringing against you tomorrow?
Just a bunch of dominators, I guess.
And do you have a plan for that?
Nope.
All right, sweet, excellent. Sounds like you're going in with a great mentality. Well, Skater, congratulations on making it to top 3 here at the International Ground. Let's hear it for Falcons!
Congratulations indeed, and that also means that they have hereby topped their record from previous international where they managed to get 4th, now already guaranteed 3rd, and of course the road is still very much open to go further there as well. We're going to break down the game we just witnessed because kind of thought that we're going to have a little bit more of a back and forth because it wasn't very back and forth at all.
No, we really didn't get that. It looked like Falcons, they got everything what they wanted from the draft to the gameplay, the stacks, the early game, their movement, whereas BB team falling flat, pure ending the game, 0-7, a lot of fights not really going the way, but yeah, I think Falcons, they just play so well with their types of heroes, and maybe it's just, you need to come into TI not being the favorite to like feel more loose and feel more free.
I mean, they're just so clean with it. Like, you see that combo there, you know, the arena into the Murderous Kisses. They're just so good at like finding their pickoffs wherever they can, getting the good initiation. Even small moves, like the second Malrine sees a hero on a ward on the other side of the map, he'll TP bottom, he'll roar the DK, get a kill, go do stacks. Like, everything is so textbook that they do, and they've finally hit their stride this year at TI, which is the best time to do it.
It feels like Falcons, when they're able to say, can we make a move, and every player can say yes, that's when they're the most dominant. And when you look at this lineup, if Troll wants to make a move, they'll snap the Chen, they'll follow him, they'll back him up. If Amar wants to make a move, Snap's there, or the Beast is there. Like, every single combination of these 5 heroes, no matter which way you put them, has a purpose on the map.
Yeah, it's honestly, it's like such a big thing that they play for in like all of their strats. Like this 1+1 kill threat here. One guy, you have a good lane, you can go through the gate to the other person. And you can see, right? You were saying they beat their last year's record already of TI placement. Like top 3 already secured. Yeah, that is some good stuff.
I mean, that's very impressive, right? For obviously, you know, to bring the players together, right? As a, you know, world-star roster, 4th in the first year, 2nd year they're 3rd. Already kind of, it feels like they're destined to get to the grand finals. Of course, P-Vision will be an incredibly difficult challenge tomorrow. But yeah, if there ever was a time for Falcons to be able to do it, it would be after a result like this and after a showing that they had.
Yeah, we should also mention that if we're looking at Falcons, there's one man that was a little bit of a step ahead of the rest. We have to, of course, talk about Amar, who is our standout player here. This is, I mean, obviously it was a great Mars game, and he did pick the hero for himself almost at the very end there. But I also want to highlight he's the one pressing the button, so that comes with extra pressure. And sometimes players, they don't deliver the same kind of performance with that extra pressure, but he seems to be doing that.
Yeah, he really did. And I mean, it's Amar Mars. Like, this is his hero. This is the one you don't give away. It was banned in that game too. In this game 3, he just took the opportunity to have it for himself, and he delivered. Like, he was just doing the blind blinks into the spear backs. He was arenaing to protect the Roshan even before the Roshan was dead. He just does everything so well. And I think it's also the crit factor. Like, crit is always playing a hero that combos with whatever hero that Amar wants to play. And because of that, they're always going to look good. Like, this is one of the best heroes to enable Crit's hero pool as well.
Yeah, and if we're looking at Crit's hero pool, we gotta also talk about Snake. And we're talking about both of these players and both of their heroes. They had quite the game team.
Yeah, I just wanted to look at both of these supports together at the same time. Because when you look at the 23-minute mark, you got Snapfire with a shard with the Solar Crest, right? So you can cookie heal, cookie displace, you've got the Solar Crest for physical barrier. Then on Snaking, you then have his third spell, can't remember the name, who cares?
Divine Favor.
There we go, boom, boom. Mechanism for additional heal, Drum as well, Cobalt Cup. Like, there's so many buffs, and I'm talking so quickly that production's having to follow me with highlighting them, that at the 23-minute mark, if these 2 heroes are in the same place, killing a core is close to impossible.
And it makes it so easy too for you like to go in, right? There's even like Lotuses on it. So if you're the Mars, you have your Snapfire backing up your Troll with these things that he is showing. How do you even want to try to kill Skeeter? Like, sure, you go in with your DK. He's not gonna get bursted. He presses his ult. All right, see you later.
Yeah, and how often did we see Troll get skewered back? It happened a couple of times that game, but that was a disaster. They couldn't burst Troll on the skewer back or the RP. He was getting buffed up healed. He would just pop his ulti. And there was even one of the fights where the Pango was roared right next to him after he got RP'd. He was like, oh, don't mind if I do. Just kills him there.
Yeah, and to me also, I think Malrine maybe doesn't get like enough praise. I think he ended the game like deathless, and in every game he has stacks. He's gonna make this early game rotation into the offlane, get the kill, help his team. So yeah, I mean, we could sing praises for all 5 players because they played absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah, they really did, and to showcase